Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Dragon King of Destruction? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku, the God of Dragons by Ani_Ritter99. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Are you all excited to know your quirks? A young woman said while crouching in front of a group of 5 small kids who excitedly nodded at this. In the middle of the group was a green-haired boy with an innocent and beautiful smile. His name was Izuku and he was left in the orphanage 4 years ago by some unknown person. Today he along with 4 more kids have reached the age of 4 years and are going to get their quirk checked. Alright, then sit down in the car and don't fight. Okay, the woman said as she opened the back door of the car and all 5 children rushed into the car. After everyone sat in the car, they took off to the hospital to get their quirk checked. I hope I get a powerful quirk like All Might, Izuku said as others also started praying for strong quirks so that they can brag or become strong heroes like the #1 hero, All Might. After driving for about few minutes they finally reached the hospital. And we are here, the caretaker said as she opened the door for all of the children with a beautiful smile on her face. After locking the car, everyone started walking towards the reception where the caretaker told the receptionist that she had already booked an appointment and also showed the proof. After getting the green light, they all walked together towards the quirk doctor room and found several kids sitting outside in the hall. Some of them were nervous, while some of them looked excited. After waiting for about half an hour, finally their turn came and the caretaker led the group of 5 kids into the room where they saw the doctor sitting on the chair reading something, but when he saw them, he put the report down before giving a smile as he gestured all of them to sit down. Good morning, Mrs. You are here to check the quirks of these 5 kids. Right, the doctor asked as the caretaker nodded. The doctor then looked towards the 5 kids with a smile before saying, all right, which one of you wants to go first? I want to go first. One of the kid yelled as he approached the doctor. The doctor nodded at this before saying, all right then, now I am going to take a little amount of blood from you. All right, the kid nodded before the doctor took some amount of his blood from the kid while the caretaker placed a shoulder on the kid to relax him and make him feel safe. One by one, the doctor started collecting blood sample from all the 5 kids and once done, he excused himself before walking towards another room with the blood samples. After 8 minutes, the doctor finally came with several reports in his hand and a serious-looking face. All right, the report is here, the doctor said seriously as he sat down on his chair. The caretaker and the kids looked at the doctor intensely. The doctor sighed as he said, all of you have a quirk, except for one. He dropped the bomb as all the kids went into panic mode. The caretaker expression changed from calm to an annoyed expression and then to a disgusted one before returning back to normal. Who is the odd one, doctor? She asked doctor while hiding the annoyance she was feeling. Great, one of these brats is useless, but no worry, once I found out who it is, I will kick him out. I don't want any pathetic and worthless quirkless waste near me, the woman thought as she looked at the doctor who had a grim expression. The green-haired kid named Izuku is the one who is quirkless, the doctor said as the Izuku froze and all the kids along with the caretaker looked at him. Izuku could notice the disgust in the caretaker's eye even if she did her best to hide it. The other kids started laughing at him while throwing insults at him. Izuku didn't said anything as he looked down with wide eyes and large tears. He knew why everyone's behavior towards him changed. Despite being 4 years old, Izuku was very smart for his age and had already found about the status of quirkless and what happens to them in the current day's society. Every day when he saw Hiro and different kids use their quirks, he would always pray that he unlocks a quirk. But looks like the life was cruel. Izuku sat down in the car along with the other 4 kids who were bouncing in excitement and talking about their quirks. They had completely forgot about him. But the most pain he felt was by the look that his caretaker gave him. Since he had no family, he had always seen his caretaker as his mother who will always protect him no matter what. But looks like it was just a false reality. He could still see the glare of disgust and hate by his caretaker as she sat down in the driver's seat. After reaching orphanage, she ordered all of them to get out, but when Izuku starts to get out, he was stopped by her and was told to stay in the car as they both had to go somewhere. Izuku sat in the seat in confusion as the caretaker drove the car. He was trying to remember if he had somewhere to go, but he didn't remembered anything sort of that. But soon he realized the intentions of the caretaker as he saw that they were in front of forest, but before he could do anything, he was lifted up roughly by the quirk of the caretaker, which was mid-level telekinesis, and was thrown towards the forest. He crashed into the tree and screamed in pain as he felt an immense amount of pain, and blood flowed from his head. Dark spots started to occur in his vision as he started to feel dizzy, but he still forced his mind to maintain some consciousness and yelled with all his might as tears flowed from his eyes. "PP, please don't Lee," he cried, but soon lost the strength to yell as he felt the pain return. But before he could completely black out, he noticed his caretaker spitting at him before getting into the car and driving away. Miss Yon," he called out her name in desperation before blacking out. "You." Izuku groaned as he clutched his head in pain before looking around and found himself in a forest. He was confused at first, but very soon all the memories of the last incident flashed into his mind as tears started to flow from his eyes. He still couldn't believe that the woman he had always seen as his mother had abandoned him to die in a forest just because he was quirkless. He felt an immense amount of pain and anger in himself as he stood while taking the support of the tree. His stomach grumbled as he moved his other hand and placed it on his stomach. He slowly started walking deeper into the forest to look for some fruits. There is still time until sunset, he thought as he searched for some food to eat. Few minutes later, Izuku finds a small pond and quickly rushes to it, but due to being both injured and exhausted, he collapses in the end and lands into the pond directly, but fortunately, due to the pond being not too deep, he didn't drown. "I need to be more careful," he said as he started washing his body, and since it was the only source of water and looked clean, he drank it to satisfy his growing thirst for water. After drinking enough water, he released a satisfying sigh before coming out of the pond and then sat on the ground. "I am still hungry," he said to himself as his stomach grumbled. He pushed himself up before walking forward to find some fruits, and luckily he found some berries in the bushes. He smiled before collecting them and then cleaned all of them before starting to eat it. He knew these weren't poisonous because he had eaten these berries before too. After satisfying his hunger, he stood up and started to walk forward again. "Now, the last thing, which is a shelter," he said to himself as he looked around for some sort of cave where he could survive the night, and once more, he was in luck as he found a cave not very far away from the water pond. He sighed before walking inside with a stick in his hand since there was a possibility of some wild animals inside. He gulped as he started walking. Even though he was acting quite smart and tough, he was still a soon-to-be 5-year-old child only. He slowly and steadily walked inside the cave, but his field of vision was reduced significantly due to the darkness, which scared him more. But he still walked forward while gripping the stick tightly, and after walking for 2 minutes, he reached the dead end, and fortunately, it was completely clean and there was no sign of any other animal living here. Izuku sighed in relief before walking outside to collect some dry leaves and a pair of stones to make a fire source. But looks like his luck streak ran out as he found a wolf staring at him outside. Izuku immediately froze as his eye met with the eyes of the wolf, who growled. Cold sweat ran down his forehead and his heart was beating very fast as he found himself face to face with a wolf. His mind started to race as he tried to imagine any way to get away from the wolf, but nothing came in his mind. The wolf started to move forward towards Izuku slowly while showing his sharp fangs, trying to intimidate Izuku, which worked very well. Upon seeing the wolf close the distance between them, Izuku forced himself to come out of his frozen state. Izuku took a deep breath before readying himself to fight against the wolf. The wolf, seeing this, snarled before growling dangerously. The wolf immediately pounced at Izuku, but Izuku dodged the attack but was not able to keep his balance. Izuku was about to stand up but was unable to as he blocked a slash from the wolf with his stick, which suffered quite a damage. Izuku used all of his strength and smashed the stick into the forehead of the wolf, earning a painful howl from it. Izuku quickly stood up and before picking a big stone from the ground to use it as a weapon since his stick had broke during his last attack. The wolf shook his head before glaring at Izuku dangerously and immediately rushed towards Izuku, but Izuku once again dodged and smashed the stone on one of its leg. The wolf lost its balance as he was hit on one of its leg. Izuku stood behind him with an injured shoulder which had a slash mark from the previous attack, which he was not able to dodge completely. Izuku gritted his teeth in pain as he suppressed the urge to let out a painful scream. Izuku looked up and saw that the wolf was rushing at him again. He tried to dodge but was unable to due to his pain and was slashes in his chest. Blood sprayed from his wound as he let out a painful scream before collapsing while holding his chest in pain. The wolf snarled again before starting to walk towards Izuku. Izuku just laid there with tears spilling out of his eyes. He was not ready to die. He wanted to live and prove to his former caretaker that he was not useless. He wanted to enjoy his life to the fullest and become a hero. As the wolf came closer, Izuku's heartbeat increased more and his fear of dying too. Izuku closed his eyes while waiting for his death, but nothing happened. Confused, he opened his eye and saw that the wolf had slowed down in the air. "What the?" Izuku said. "What the?" Izuku was shocked by seeing the wolf stuck in air. Multiple ideas started to come into his mind as he saw the wolf get slowed in the air, and the most prominent idea of his was that he had unlocked his quirk, which gave him the ability to slow down time. Suddenly a screen popped up in front of him out of nowhere. "All the conditions have been met. Activating the dragon system. The dragon system has been activated. Congratulations, you have successfully become the player of the newly unlocked dragon system." My eyes widened as I read what was written on the screen. This dragon system had unlocked just now, which means that the condition for it to unlock was to experience a life-death situation. Izuku thought as he looked at the screen. He was bewildered and angry due to his own quirk, but still he was happy that he was not quirkless like before. Looking at his quirk, it has something to do with dragons, Izuku thought. Initiating transformation. Alert. The player's race will now be changed from a human to a dragon. Izuku's eye widened more in amazement and shock as he read the last message, but a thought crossed his mind for once which dreaded him. Wait, what if I was never able to take a human form and stay in a dragon form always? Izuku thought in grimace, hoping that it wasn't true. Suddenly, Izuku's body was surrounded with dark red energy and a cocoon was formed around him. And after 5 minutes, the cocoon burst open with dark energy released from it violently, and a shockwave was created which sent the wolf crashing into the wall of the cave with a lot of force, making him go unconscious. Izuku's eye opened as he stood completely fine. He was taller than before and had red hairs and eyes instead of green ones. He smirked as soon as he opened his eyes. "I feel more refreshed now," he said as he stretched himself. "Now then, where was that wolf?" he said as he looked around and found it lying on the ground. Izuku picked up the stone from before with much more ease and started cautiously walking towards it. Once he reached the wolf, he kicked him twice to check whether it was alive or not, but got no reaction from it. Then he saw the rising and falling of his chest, and realized that the wolf was still alive and breathing. He looked at the wolf before looking at the stone in his hand and then used all of his strength to smash the stone directly into the dog's head, which earned a loud cracking sound as blood exploded out of the wolf's head. Izuku smiled in accomplishment as he heard the skull of the wolf crack. He threw the stone away before starting to walk towards the pond. After reaching the pond, he looked at his reflection in water and found out about the change that took place in his body. "That was fun," he said with a chuckle as he sat down with his back pressed against a tree. "So, I now have a quirk which has converted me into a dragon, but I still have a human appearance," Izuku said to himself as he inspected his body to check anything strange, but found nothing except for the changes he had already noticed. "Wait, then what about the blue screen that occurred?" he said to himself as he looked around but didn't found any blue screen floating around him. "What if I try saying this, open," he said, but nothing happened. Then, I guess should I say something related to game-like status, he said to himself, and immediately a large window popped in front of him. Status. Name. Izuku. Race. Low-class dragon. LVL. 10. HP. 500 500ths. MP. 300 300ths. STR. 10. AGI. 10. END. 10. VIT. 10. INT. 10. SEN. 10. AP. 00. I am basically at the starting level. Well, no problem, since I am only 4 years old and I have over 11 years before I apply for UA, Izuku said as he scratched his chin before standing up and then walked towards the wolf corpse. "I am getting very hungry and it's almost dark too," he said to himself before dragging the corpse into the cave. Izuku groaned as several rays of light hit him on his face, waking him up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he panicked when he found himself not in his orphanage room, but slowly his memory from previous day started to replay, which made Izuku look down while clenching his fist tightly. That woman, he said with venom in his voice as he stood up before walking towards the pond to wash himself and get ready to start his training to become the strongest. Now then, let's start, Izuku said to himself before trying push-ups but failed miserably as he only managed to do 3 before he fell down. A physical training quest has been made by the system. Please complete the below requirements to finish the quest. Push-up 0010. Sit-up 0015. Squats 0015. Run 0.5 of a kilometer. Warning. Failure to complete this quest will result in penalty. This is a daily quest and hence will be received daily to make player physically strong. The quest requirement will also increase gradually. I looked at the screen in front of me with a serious look before gaining a determined look on my face. My quirk is helping me to get strong, and since this is like a video game, it should also give me reward for completion of the quest, Izuku said before starting to do the quest given by the system. Damn, it hurts, Izuku said as he sat in front of the pond after doing his physical training. Well now then, let's open the quest window to get rewards, Izuku said as he opened the quest window, and there was a separate column present below the quest which contained 2 rewards. Rewards for quest completion. 1. 2 stat points. 2. Random item box. Accept both, Izuku said as a small gift box appeared in front of him. He opened the box and got a small sword from it. A smile appeared on Izuku's face as his eyes started shining. Whoa, a sword, he said as he carefully swung the sword around before placing it back on the ground. Iron small sword, plus 5 STR, plus 8 attack damage when equipped. A small sword made up of iron, it can be used to fight against enemies. Let's place this in inventory for now, Izuku said as he put the sword in the inventory, which was completely empty, but not now. I am hungry. Fortunately I still have leftovers from the yesterday which will be more than enough for today also, he said to himself before standing himself. And done, Izuku said to himself as he put points into his stats. It's been around 2 months since Izuku was abandoned here, but instead of crying and complaining about it, he had started to take advantage of this situation. He has also gotten good in hunting since it is one of the major source of food in the middle of a forest where being not much knowledgeable about fruits can result food poisoning or even worse. Status. Name. Izuku. Race. Low-level dragon. LVL. 10. HP. 1251,250ths. MP. 750,750ths. STR. 35. AGI. 26. End. 26. VIT. 25. Int. 25. Sen. 25. AP. O. Izuku has been investing his points mainly in strength since being a dragon. His strength should come in handy when his speed is not very fast, and endurance is also important since dragons come in the category of heavy tankers or attackers. But still, Izuku didn't want it to just heavily depend on these only and wanted to widen his advantages, which is why he also invested in other stats to keep them close to each other and make them all balanced while giving strength and edge. Leaving that, Izuku found a new feature of his gaming quirk, that was that he could create dungeon and enter it to fight against monsters to level up, but Izuku didn't want it to try it now because of several reasons. Which is why Izuku decided to go to the dungeon when he becomes 5-year-old, which meant that he had around 6 months before entering the dungeon. Izuku decided that he will use this time to get more experienced in stealth and hunting, since these 2 skills could easily be perfected in an environment of a forest. Moreover, Izuku also decided that he will try to find his way back into the city and visit the library there to keep his brain sharp and educated, since information was a very important thing in today's world. Izuku quickly washed himself up before wearing the clothes he got from the random item box. Good to go, Izuku said to himself with a smile before running at full speed towards the direction where he was first left in the forest. And soon enough, he found the place where he was first left by his supposed caretaker. After arriving there, he found a road and quickly started following it to reach the nearby city, and after running for about 35 minutes, he found the city. Tall buildings everywhere. Roads were filled with vehicles, people were talking, he could even see 2 to 3 pro heroes walking around to keep the city clean. Izuku started to walk around the city in order to find a public library where he can find books to read upon, and soon enough, he found a large public library. He opened the gate and found a woman sitting behind the reception with a smile on her. As soon as the door opened, she turned towards the door and found little Izuku entering the library. She stood up before approaching Izuku, who looked at her. "Hey little cutie, what's your name?" she asked as she crouched down to reach the level of Izuku, who smiled at her before introducing himself as Izuku. "Oh, what a beautiful name. So are you here to read books?" she asked as Izuku nodded. "Where are her parents?" she asked, to which Izuku flinched a bit before looking down. The woman immediately understood the situation and hugged Izuku before saying, "I am sorry about your loss. Do you have anyone else to take care of you?" Izuku nodded, to which the woman smiled before standing up and then said, "All right, now, let's get you the book you need." Izuku smiled at this before telling her that he needed educational books for second-class students. The woman was confused why he asked that, to which Izuku explained that he was very smart and was way ahead of his other peers. He also proved this to the librarian when he answered some questions asked by her. After getting all the books, Izuku sat down on one of the chair and started to read the books till evening. During the afternoon, he brought out several berries from inventory to satisfy his hunger before continuing to read the books. The librarian was amazed by the level of dedication and concentration showed by Izuku. He kept reading till evening, and around 4:30 p.m., he finally left the library, but not before promising the librarian that he will come regularly from now on. Izuku left the city and started to run towards his cave with full speed, thus continuing his journey to survive and become strong. "And done," Izuku said as he finished his last push-up before sitting down on the ground while his back was against one of the tree. Status: Name: Izuku. Race: Low-level dragon. LVL: 10. HP: 4250-4250. MP: 2400-2400. STR: 100. AGI: 85. END: 90. VIT: 85. INT: 80. SEN: 82. AP: O. Izuku proudly smiled at himself as he looked at his stat. For the past 8 months he had trained a lot and had become very good at both stealth and hunting, which was a good thing. He had also increased his stats very much, and now he was fully ready to enter the dungeon which the system will provide. Izuku cleaned himself up before getting dressed and getting ready to enter the dungeon. "Alright system, ID create. Zombie City," he said as the space himself started to crack and a blue portal opened in front of him with blue electricity crackling around it. Instant dungeon. Zombie City, successfully created. A screen appeared above the portal. Izuku smirked before readying his small sword that he got months ago and then entered the dungeon with a determined expression. As soon as Izuku entered the dungeon, the portal closed and he started to look around, trying to notice everything around him. Izuku was currently in the middle of a road. He was surrounded by destroyed buildings and rusted cars were lying around as it was raining lightly. Izuku started to walk forward and soon found 2 zombies standing, looking around trying to find a prey. Izuku smirked before taking out his bow out of the inventory. He had also obtained the bow from the random item box and it was quite useful in hunting. Since he didn't had much supply of arrow, he used to make his own arrow with wood and stone and then stored it in the inventory for future use. He took out an arrow before aiming at one of the zombies who was mindlessly standing at a single place while growling. Whoosh! The arrow cut through air before piercing the head of its target. The zombie didn't have any time to react before it was killed by the arrow shot by Izuku. Izuku smirked at this as he looked at the screen that just popped up. "You have leveled up." Well, my level is quite low compared to my stats, so I should be more stronger than the zombies available in this dungeon, but still I shouldn't underestimate or else it will cost my life, Izuku said to himself as he shot arrow at the second zombie and killed it. Finally, some rest, Izuku panted as he sat down. He had been killing zombies continuously for past 3 hours, because of which he had become physically exhausted. His sword was also at the verge of breaking down after he used to kill around 200 zombies, and he had also leveled up 9 times. Up until now, Izuku didn't had any problem dealing with the zombies, but he had noticed that as he moved deeper into the city, he had started encountering armored and long-range attacking zombies. "I think this much is enough for today," Izuku said as he told the system to open a portal to leave the dungeon, and soon he was out. He looked around and found that it was afternoon currently. "So, time is same in both areas," he said to himself before heading out. Well, I think I will not go to library today and rest for today, Izuku said to himself before walking towards his cave to have a nice afternoon lunch and a good sleep. Thank you for letting me rent this book, Sonia-san, Izuku said with a smile as he handed back the rented book back to the librarian, who also smiled at him before taking the books. No problem, Izuku-kun, I am glad you are so dedicated, she said as she typed something in her computer. Well, information and education are very important in life, Izuku said while rubbing his forehead, to which Sonia chuckled. You are right about that, so what are you gonna study today? She asked, to which Izuku gained a thoughtful expression before saying, Today, I am planning on looking on some more books related to karate for my further practice. I see, very well then I will not hold you any longer. Enjoy your time here, she said, to which Izuku nodded before heading off to find the book he needed. It's been 1 year and currently he was almost 7 years old. But thanks to him being a dragon, his height was more than other 6 or 7 years and he looked like a 8-year-old boy. He had also gotten close to Ms. Sonia, the librarian of the public library that he had always visited for past 2 years. He had also gotten very much stronger than he was 2 years ago. He had also learned a martial art, which was boxing, and now he was learning karate. It was quite difficult to master the martial art without an instructor, but Izuku managed to do because of the help he got from the book, and he also saw the classes in the nearby martial art institutions. Izuku had completed the education up till class 7 and was on a break for a month. That's why he was focusing on learning martial arts in the break before he starts class 8 syllabus. Izuku had also secretly visited his orphanage and had saw his former so-called caretaker, taking care of children. He had become very angry on seeing her, but he calmed himself down while saying to himself that he will soon get his revenge. Izuku had also visited several other shops and had bought a few things from the money he got from the systems store after he sold several things. Due to sharp senses, he was also able to find out that he was quite strong than a normal adult and was as strong as a mid-level hero. But these were not the only things that had happened. Izuku had become cold, confident and prideful due to him being deprived of proper love and being mostly alone, and the last one coming due to him being a dragon. He didn't had a single person except for Sonia who he could call a friend. He only opened up to Sonia, who was quite fond of Izuku. Izuku was now currently walking back home while looking at the screen in front of him. You have reached the required level. You can now evolve yourself to the next level. Do you want to proceed with the evolution? YN. He had gotten this notification yesterday after he had reached level 50, but since then he had put this on hold since he wanted to rest for 2 to 3 days before going back to his regular days of hunting and training. I guess I should see into this. Yes, proceed with the evolution, Izuku said aloud as he stood in front of his cave. Suddenly his vision went blank as he was surrounded by a dark red energy. The energy soon took form of a ball. After 2 hours, cracks started to appear on the ball and suddenly the ball shattered like glass before vanishing into the air. There stood Izuku, more taller and stronger than before. His aura had significantly increased. Izuku opened his eyes as he felt a new surge of power flowing through him. He felt much stronger than before. He smirked at this before punching a nearby tree that exploded once Izuku punched it. I have clearly gotten much stronger, he said to himself as a window popped in front of him. Congratulations. You have ascended to the rank of middle-class dragon. All of your stats have been boosted by 10 points and your base form's strength had also increased. You can now access partial dragon transformation. Izuku's eye widened in surprise as he read the last line. Whoa, I can now basically convert some parts of my body into that of a dragon, he said to himself in amazement before walking in a clearing. Let's try this, Izuku said as he closed his eyes and tried to feel his wings, and soon enough, he felt something on his back. Izuku pushed his back further behind and instantly, he heard a flap of wing coming from behind. Izuku slowly opened his eyes as he looked at his back, and once more his eyes widened in amazement as he saw big red draconic wings sprouted out of his back. Yes, I have wings now and now I can fly, he shouted before flapping his wings, and with a strong gust of wind, he was launched upwards in the air. Izuku's eyes were sparkling with amazement as he learned to control his wings and fly. He now had an extra pair of limbs which were his wings. He also tested the strength of his wings and was more surprised when it destroyed a stone with a small scratch only, which was healed by Izuku's regeneration skill he had gotten 7 months ago. Afterwards Izuku also transformed his hand into one of a dragon, and then his hand was covered in scales and a very tough red skin. His hand had grown larger and muscular. He then tried to do the same thing with his legs, but instead of that, his tail appeared. Izuku then also experimented several things with his tail before once again trying to convert his legs but failed. Later he found that currently he had a limit on how much he could convert his body into that of a dragon. Izuku smirked as he sat on a long tree's branch while looking at the sunset. This is only the start. So, where have you been, Izuku? I haven't seen you for past 1 week, Sonia asked with concern in her voice. Izuku smiled as he happy that there was someone in this world who cared about him. He was currently sitting with Sonia and having lunch in a nearby cafe. No need to worry, Sonia-san. I was just busy, he said to her, to which she looked at him suspiciously before asking, and what were you doing? What made you so busy? I had to complete some task given to me by my quirk, which is why I was busy, he said as she nodded. Izuku had already told Sonia about him having a gamer quirk and also him living in the forest. As soon he had told her that, she had freaked out and had asked Izuku immediately to come with her to her house. But Izuku refused by saying that he now loved the forest as his own home and did not wanted to leave from there. Afterwards he also explained to her how he ended up there and how he got his quirk. To say that Sonia was angry was an understatement. She looked ready to kill Izuku's former caretaker, but thankfully, Izuku calmed her down by saying that he had already moved on and he will deal with her later. After reassuring Sonia for about 3 hours, she complied and let Izuku continue his daily life, but she still said that Izuku should always stay in contact with her, which Izuku complied with. Izuku had also brought his own phone that day after being forced by Sonia, since she wanted his number so that she can contact him anytime. It's been 3 years since he became the middle-class dragon, and currently he was at level 131 with a pending evolution. He had decided that he would start his next evolution after reaching home. Izuku had become very strong in the past 3 years. He had not only increased his physical aspects, he had also increased his skills. He had mastered 4 different types of martial art and had also become very proficient in using bow and sword, making him both close and long-range fighter. Izuku had also made a habit of writing notes regarding the quirks of pro hero along with their weakness. This had helped Izuku in developing his analytical side, which was a very useful component in a battle, since using an information and finding about your opponent's weakness is very important if you have to increase your rate of winning. Currently, Izuku was much stronger than some of the high-level pro heroes, and he was just 9 years old. Izuku took a huge pride at the fact of him being this strong despite being a little kid. Izuku still had his cold and reserved personality. Now about why he wasn't able to contact Sonia for past 1 week is because he decided to go on a long grinding mission which led him to acquire 11 points after crossing level 100, which is why his phone was out of connection, which made Sonia very worried about Izuku. Alright then, take care Izuku, and make sure to call me before you sleep. Alright, Sonia said as she stood up along with Izuku, who nodded with a smile on his face. Sonia walked forward and ruffled Izuku's hair a bit before planting a kiss on his head. Bye Sonia-san, Izuku said as they both parted away. Izuku immediately ran full speed towards his house as he was filled with excitement regarding his next evolution. He expected that he would become a high-class dragon after this, since he was currently on middle class. He couldn't wait to see what type of new changes he will get once he evolves. As soon as he got home, he immediately opened the window and clicked yes without any hesitation. The atmosphere around him tensed and darkened as dark red lightning started to crackle around the area. A huge amount of dark red energy erupted out of nowhere and surrounded Izuku as his vision blackened. The energy formed a ball while releasing a very huge amount of aura, which scared many animals as they immediately escaped the area. After a long wait of 12 hours, a crack appeared on the ball. And very soon, multiple cracks started to appear on the ball's surface, and soon the ball broke like glass as all the broken pieces dissolved in midair. In the middle, stood a very large dragon with his body color being red. Congratulations! You have now ascended to the rank of high-class dragon. All of your stats have been boosted by 15 points and your strength has increased exponentially. You can now access the complete dragon transformation. Levels left to ascend to the next level, 119. The dragon looked up at the sky before roaring loudly, making the nearby area vibrate from his roar. Izuku looked all over his body and was surprised very much as this time he found himself in his dragon form. He had now become a complete dragon, a freaking dragon. Whoa, Izuku said in a very deep voice as he was amazed and surprised by this development. Cool, my voice also became very deep and intimidating, Izuku said as he looked around in the forest. It was currently night time but he didn't care. He wanted to fully enjoy being in his dragon form, so he took off in the sky with his huge large red wings which had become even bigger and stronger than before. This is what I call the real enjoyment, Izuku said in his dragon form as he flew around. Izuku, are you alright? Sonia asked with concern as she grabbed Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looked at her in confusion before it clicked in as he remembered the news in the morning. He had been careless last night and had flew for too long and near the city, which led to him being captured in photos which were shown in the news today. No need to worry, Sonia-san, that dragon was me only, Izuku said simply, to which Sonia's eye widened as she looked at Izuku in disbelief. Izuku chuckled at her reaction before again speaking, I know it may sound unbelievable but that dragon was me in my true form. Sonia blinked a few times before shaking Izuku and then said, why didn't you tell me before? I am sorry, Sonia-san, but I also got to know it yesterday only, Izuku replied as Sonia stopped before sighing. Alright, but don't get too careless. The police had decided to send a small team to check on this and they will be exploring the forest. So, be careful, or if you want you can stay with me for a few days, she said as she looked at Izuku, who shook his head. No worries, I am very good at hiding, and yeah, I also acknowledge the fact that I was too careless yesterday, Izuku replied while rubbing his head with a nervous smile. Sonia nodded at this with a slight angry look before sighing once again. Yeah, but leave that, you should continue on your reading session, she said, to which Izuku nodded before walking away. Aren't they very annoying? Izuku said to himself with an annoyed face as he watched 3 policemen along with 1 hero investigating. It has been 3 days since the investigation began, and by this time, Izuku was getting annoyed by this since he was forced to hide in his own damn home. After a few min, he sighed in relief as he saw them moving away. Izuku quietly jumped from one branch to another, following them stealthily to see where they were going, and fortunately for him, they were going towards the main road, which meant they were planning on closing this investigation. Izuku smiled as he saw them start the car before driving away, while Izuku pumped his fist upward before walking back towards his cave to continue on his regular exercise. He has also stopped receiving the daily quest, which meant that now he was solely dependent on dungeons and other quests to gain stat points. Izuku already anticipated that something like this would happen when he would become strong, since giving him 3 stat points every day just for a physical exercise that he can do more than 5 times in a row was quite foolish. Anyway, he still used to do the physical training to keep his physical self at peak. After completing his exercise, Izuku washed himself up before wearing his clothes and then opened up his phone and started to see the current news. There was nothing interesting, just the usual, which was majorly related to heroes and villains. Izuku then put his phone back into his pocket before running towards the main road. I think I will just walk around for an hour, he said as he started walking. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at the park he used to play in his childhood when he was still a kid of the orphanage, but now things had changed. He no longer was dependent on anyone. Gaining his trust had become very difficult as he refused to trust anyone until they become very, very close to him. Izuku had practically built a wall around himself that prevented others from approaching him. Whenever he was not around Sonia, he always had a cold aura around him which scared most of the children who tried to approach him. Izuku just sat at the swing alone. He saw a young green-haired girl along with a ash blonde-haired boy playing together while using their quirk. They were also same as his age. He could also see their mother sitting on the nearby bench looking at them while they play. Come on, Izumi, it's time to go home, the green-haired woman named Inko said as her daughter nodded before walking towards her. You too, Katsuki, the ash blonde-haired woman said, to which the other kid nodded while grumbling as he also walked. Izuku saw their happy family and for a moment, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes before it was replaced by his usual cold eyes. Izuku sighed before dismissing the thought of a family. He didn't need a family in first place, he was independent enough to live his life alone. Izuku stood up before looking at the nearby sunset and then clenched his fist with a fire of determination in his eyes. Everything was taken away from me, I have no friends except Sonia-san, no family, but still I have my dream of becoming a hero, which I will surely accomplish by graduating from UA. Please bill all of this, Izuku said as he put lots of items on the counter of the store. The shopkeeper nodded before starting to bill them. This shop in which Izuku was currently shopping was one of the biggest supermarket in the entire city, and he was currently here to buy some things that he needed. Suddenly, a loud sound of gunshot was heard which sent everyone into a panic. Izuku's senses immediately heightened to maximum as his mind started to work at a very large speed as he looked around. Stop. Don't move if you don't wanna die. A man in black suit with a black appeared with a gun as he fired more gunshot before shouting these words which made everyone freeze in their spots. Raise your hands and sit down on the floor. He shouted once again, but only few moved, so he fired one more time and everyone quickly complied, even Izuku. Izuku sat down on the ground while analyzing the whole situation. There were 3 robbers and all of them carry a pistol. He had no knowledge about their quirk as they have not used it yet, and by looking at them and their actions, it was a robbery. This is a robbery. No one will move from their place or contact anyone or else you all will die. All right. One of the men shouted, to which everyone nodded fearfully. 2 of the 3 dashed towards the counter while one of them stood near us. Izuku sighed before using his telekinesis that he had unlocked 2 years ago to freeze the robber completely in one place, making him immobile and mute temporarily. He stood up as everyone looked at me. Before any one of them could make a sound, Izuku placed a finger on my mouth, gesturing all of them to stay quiet. He looked at the robber who was still frozen due to my telekinesis. Izuku approached him before taking the gun from his hand and silently knocked him before gently putting him on the floor. Izuku glanced at the other 2 who were still busy looting the money so much that they still hadn't realized that one of them was down. I would appreciate if you kindly surrender without any use of force, he said loudly, freezing both of them for a moment. They both immediately looked back and saw me standing in place of their companion, a kid. One of them said, "Sit down back silently, kid. Don't play hero or else your life will be cut short," the other one threatened as he pointed the gun at Izuku. Izuku sighed at this before using his telekinesis to crush the gun into powder, shocking both of the rubber. "Damn kid, you would have lived a long life, but you had to play hero," one of them said before rushing towards Izuku as his hand turned into a blade. So, a transformation quirk, which means that I need to stay at long range, Izuku thought before using his telekinesis to throw the villain back on the other one, and they both crashed into the nearby wall. "Weak," Izuku simply said as he approached both of them. Both of them were knocked out and a large was formed on the wall. Izuku looked back at everyone and nodded as everyone immediately stood up before thanking Izuku, who nodded back. The police also arrived in next 2 minutes. They captured all the 3 villains and then interrogated both the owner and Izuku before praising Izuku, but also said him to be careful from next time. Izuku quietly nodded as he didn't wanted to argue and walked away with his items, which was given to him free of cost as a thanks from the owner. Izuku quietly walked back towards the forest. It's been 3 years since he achieved the high-class dragon rank, and currently he was just 2 levels away from being ascended once again to a new rank. Name: Izuku. Race: High-class dragon. LVL: 248. HP: 5, 70,525 fifths, 70,525. MP: 4, 72,210 quarters, 72,210. STR: 393. AGI: 345. END: 390. VIT: 376. INT: 354. SEN: 343. AP: Oh. He smirked as he saw his stats. His hard work of total of 8 years had resulted into this outstanding power. Right now, he could say with a guarantee that no one except for All Might had a chance of defeating him. Even for All Might it will be almost impossible to defeat him. After placing all his important stuff inside the inventory and getting changed into a little former cloth, which was a red shirt and black jeans, Izuku walked out of the forest and then booked a cab to the house of Sonia. Today, Sonia had invited him to a dinner in her house and he had gracefully accepted it since he knew that she isn't gonna stop bugging him until he accepted. Izuku was currently 12 years old and by height he already looked a late teen with a very good height. He also received male looks from the female population due to his cute and handsome face. But due to his cold aura, he seemed like unapproachable to everyone. Sonia had tried to fix this attitude and personality of Izuku, but he was dead set on continuing with this since he had become a very isolated person who chose very carefully who to trust and who to not. Up until now, Sonia was the only one who Izuku trusted. Izuku had also talked with Sonia regarding his dream of going to UA, to which Sonia pointed out several points which made sense. She told Izuku that once they get to know that Izuku had no legal guardian, no actual place to live, they will definitely try to bring Izuku to their place and get close to him, which Izuku will not like at all. Izuku agreed to this and then said, "You are right, Sonia-san. Then, I guess the only choice I have. To live with me." Sonia finished Izuku's sentence with a smile as Izuku shook his head with an amused look before giving his own smile. Sonia was a divorced young lady whose husband had died long time ago in a villain attack, and since then she had not married, which is why she never had a child. But when she met Izuku and got to know about his situation, she sincerely hoped that Izuku would accept her idea and live with her. "You are right. Very well, then I guess you are going to be my mom from now on," Izuku said with a bright smile as Sophia nodded with little tears in her eyes before quickly hugging Izuku tightly, to which Izuku also hugged back. Izuku knew that Sonia was still very sad about her husband's death and had no one to rely on, so he had decided to become one of the trusted person of Sonia to whom she can talk freely regarding her feelings. After that, they both sat down on the dining table and had dinner together while talking about several things. After having dinner, Izuku left to collect his belongings so he can settle in the morning, which Sonia accepted. Next morning, Izuku put all of his items in his inventory before giving one last look to his home. "I will miss you, but don't worry, this is not a permanent goodbye. I will surely visit here to train myself or spend some time in peace," he said as he gave a two-finger salute before walking away. After reaching Sonia's home, Izuku rang her bell, to which Sonia immediately opened the door and greeted Izuku before inviting him inside. "So, you got everything, Izu?" she asked, to which Izuku nodded before Sonia guided him to his room where he will live from now on. After that, Sonia gave him a tour of the house and then said, "Rest for today. We will visit the government office tomorrow to get your name changed and to also change some more things." Izuku nodded at this before walking back to his room. "It's gonna be a long day tomorrow," Izuku said as started to place his belongings in his new room. "You ready, Izuku?" Sonia asked as Izuku nodded before standing up fully dressed in a black hoodie and black lower. "All right then, let's go," she said as both of them exited the house and then locked it before entering Sonia's car. "We will need to go to the police station first," Izuku said as Sophia nodded before driving towards the Musudafu police station. After driving for few minutes, they finally reached the police station. After parking the car in the parking area, they went inside and met with the officer sitting on the front desk. "Excuse me, I would like to talk with the head in charge here," Sonia said as the officer at the front desk nodded before pulling out his phone and then talked with someone. "All right ma'am, but you would have to wait for 15 minutes since sir is currently busy in a case," the policeman said, to which Sonia nodded and then thanked him before sitting on the nearby couch with Izuku. After waiting for 10 minutes, a tall man with short black hair wearing an overcoat and a hat entered the police station with two more police officers behind him. He walked inside one of the room, which was his office. The officer at the front desk gestured Sonia to go to the same office, which Sonia understood as she along with Izuku stood up before walking towards the office. Sonia respectfully knocked on the door before entering when she received a confirmation from the other side. "Good morning, sir," Sonia greeted the officer, which he returned while Izuku just gave a nod. "Please sit down," the officer said as both Sonia and Izuku sat down on the chair directly opposite to his. "Now, first of all I will introduce myself. I am Naomasa Tsukauchi, a captain and detective of the police force." The man named Naomasa introduced himself, to which both Izuku and Sonia nodded before introducing themselves. "All right, now will you please tell me why you wanted to talk with me?" he asked, to which Sonia replied, "Actually, detective, I wanted to talk about Izuku with you." The detective glanced at Izuku, who just looked stoic before looking at Sonia and then gestured her to continue. Sonia then started to tell the detective everything that Izuku told her regarding how he was kicked out and left in the forest to die, but he managed to survive, and has been living there for past 8 years. During the whole explanation by Sonia, various emotions flashed through the detective's face like anger, concern, disbelief in others too, while Izuku maintained his stoic expression while reading the expressions on the detective face. After Sonia finished her explanation, the detective immediately called an officer inside and told him to check whether there was a missing report 8 years ago regarding a green-haired quirkless boy named Izuku. The officer nodded before exiting the room while the detective rubbed his forehead before turning towards Izuku and then said, "If you don't mind, can you please share the story from your side?" Izuku nodded before starting to tell the story from his side, and of course he kept many things a secret and only told that he had a quirk related to dragon, not a gaming one or even telekinesis. After listening the whole story, Detective had an expression of horror and disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone would abandon a 4-year-old kid in a forest just because he was quirkless. Moreover, the fact that the kid survived and had lived 8 years in a forest all alone is another fact that was very unbelievable for him, but he knew that everything the kid said was truth since he had a quirk which could tell whether the person sitting in front of him was telling the truth or a lie. A few moments later, the officer arrived with a missing report file in which Izuku's details were mentioned. They found out that Izuku was declared dead after an investigation for 2 weeks, and the caretaker had told the police that some people had attacked her and Izuku during their car ride in which they kidnapped Izuku, but the caretaker barely managed to escape out. Izuku clenched his fist as he read the false information given by the caretaker. Sonia immediately noticed this and kept a hand on Izuku's shoulder to calm him down, which worked effectively as Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself down. "All right then. After recording both of your statement and verifying it, we will open a new case regarding this and will bring the caretaker for her statement before presenting her in front of the judiciary. You both can go back home and we will keep you updated regarding the case," the detective said as both of them nodded. "Regarding the changes, detective?" Sonia asked, to which the detective replied, "No worries, we will update all the information in Izuku's document, and also if you want to adopt him, then you can go to the government office." Sonia nodded before thanking the detective as Izuku simply gave a nod before leaving the police station along with Sonia. "That boy has undergone various hardships but knows very well how to hide them," the detective said as he watched the back of Izuku. "And done, from now on you are officially Izuku Shinon," Sonia said as she hugged Izuku tightly and forced his face into her massive breast, making it harder for him to breathe. Izuku tried to speak and even tapped her shoulder to get her attention. Sonia quickly noticed what she was doing and released him before apologizing, which Izuku waved off. "All right, let's go to a cafe to celebrate," she said with a bright smile, which was followed by Izuku's. After having a good lunch while talking to each other in the nearby cafe, Izuku and his new mom Sonia entered the car before driving towards their house, but their ride was not going to be normal. Because suddenly, they saw a large villain causing destruction in the middle of the city while the pro-heroes tried to stop him but failed miserably. Izuku's body tensed and his senses heightened to the maximum instantly as he analyzed the situation. Suddenly, the villain broke a large chunk of a nearby building and threw it a random direction, which was unfortunately the same direction where Izuku and Sonia were. Sonia's eye widened in horror as she turned towards Izuku to cover him with her body but found out that he was not there. "I will be back soon, Mom," Izuku said as Sonia saw him standing on top of the car in front of them. Izuku immediately took a long jump into the sky and landed on top of a nearby small building before using his telekinesis to hold the huge piece of building in midair. Everyone watched in amazement as a kid protected them by using his telekinetic quirk. Izuku's eyes glowed red before he threw the huge debris back towards the villain, and it directly hit the villain on the head, making him hold his head while screaming in pain. The pro-heroes took advantage of this and immediately used their quirk to capture him. After seeing that the problem was solved, Izuku jumped back towards his car. As soon as he landed, he started to hear the sound of clapping. Looking around, he found that everyone around him was praising him while clapping for him. Izuku smiled at this before starting to walk towards his mom, who was standing outside the car with an angry expression on her face. As soon as he reached her, she grabbed his ear tightly before twisting it, earning a ouch from Izuku. "Even though what you did was heroic, you shouldn't scare your mom like that." "All right," she said in a serious tone, to which Izuku nodded before Sonia hugged him tightly and then ruffled his hair before praising him for his actions, which made Izuku more happy. But before they could leave, "Stop," a voice stopped them, which was from Death Arms, a pro-hero that was on the scene fighting the giant villain. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he looked at Death Arm, who stood before him trying to intimidate Izuku, who was a little shorter than him. Even though that was a heroic action, You committed vigilantism by using your quirk without any license, he said, to which Sonia retorted, but sir, still he saved many people and this was the first time. You were right about that, ma'am, but I can't let it slide since it will only encourage him to become a hero in situations where he shouldn't be, he said while closing on to Sonia, who became uncomfortable as the hero invaded her personal space. Izuku's eye dangerously glowed red as he grabbed the shoulder of the hero roughly, gaining his attention. Huh. Can't you see, kid? I am talking to your Mo. His words were cut short as Izuku grabbed him by his hair before smashing it into the ground, forming a crater there. Everyone around them, including Sonia's eye, widened in horror as they watched Izuku smash Death Arm into the ground with so much force. Izuku forced Death Arm to look upwards by pulling his hair. Death Arm's eye widened in fear as his throat became dry when he saw the dangerous red draconic eye of Izuku. Stay away from my mom or else I will make you regret being born, Izuku said to him in a very deadly and deep tone before throwing him to a nearby wall. Izuku's eye changed back to normal as his emotions got stable. Let's go, mom, he said simply as Sonia nodded before both of them entered the car and then left the area. Why did you do that, Izu? She asked as Izuku sighed before saying shyly, he was making you go uncomfortable. Sonia glanced at Izuku for a moment before giggling as she noticed the shy expression on his face. You look so cute when you are shy, Izu, and thank you there. He was really making me very uncomfortable, she said as Izuku nodded. During the evening, several news channels were filled with a single news, which was Izuku saving many people by using his quirk and then beating the pro-hero Death Arms. Even Detective Tsukauchi called them to talk regarding this matter, where Sonia explained the reasoning behind Izuku's latter action. This was also reflected in the news channel as many female and male reporters pointed out that Death Arm was invading the privacy of a woman, forcefully making his reputation drop by a significant margin. Izuku smirked in satisfaction as he saw the news before heading towards the kitchen. Mom, I will be going on a dungeon. We'll be back in 3 hours, he said to his mom, who looked towards him before saying, okay, but be careful and don't do anything reckless in there. If you come heavily injured, I will be grounding you for 1 month from going to dungeon. Izuku smiled at her mom's worry before giving her a thumbs up and then entered the blue portal behind him as Sonia just looked at her son with worry in her eyes before sighing and then continued on cooking the dinner. Instant dungeon. Winterland successfully created. Izuku smirked before equipping his sword and then rushed into the nearby forest to level up. Gee, that was good and difficult, Izuku said while panting as he sat against a tree before drinking some potions to heal himself and replenish his stamina. As I level up, the dungeon monsters have also started to become strong, making it difficult to level up, he said before looking at his status. Name: Izuku. Race: High Class Dragon. LVL: 251. HP: 5, 90,755 fifths, 90,755. MP: 4, 89,950 quarters, 89,950. STR: 396. AGI: 348. END: 393. VIT: 379. INT: 357. SEN: 346. AP: Oh, you have reached the required level to ascend to the next rank. Would you like to proceed for the evolution? YN. Warning: the evolution will take 24 hours and will need a large area. Izuku smirked as he saw the second message. I will start the evolution tomorrow morning so that it can get completed during the night, he said to himself before standing up and then left the dungeon. I am back, Mom, he announced loudly, to which Sonia rushed into the living room and quickly started inspecting him. Are you hurt? She asked with concern in her voice, to which Izuku shook his head, making her sigh in relief. All right, then get fresh up and then come downstairs to have dinner, she said, to which Izuku gave a 2-finger salute before rushing to his room to take a quick bath before coming back downstairs to have dinner together with his mom. All right, Mom, I am ready, Izuku said as he stood in the hall waiting for his mother to also get dressed so that they can leave for the forest where Izuku will start his evolution. It's currently 4 in the morning. I am also ready. Have you took everything and are you sure you don't need to eat lot of food before undergoing your evolution? Sonia asked as she came downstairs wearing a tracksuit. Izuku shook his head before both of them left the house. Are you sure about this, Mom? Izuku asked his mother, who gave him a confused glance, to which Izuku continued. I mean, you staying by my side for whole 24 hours alone in the forest. Sonia chuckled at her son's worry for her safety. Of course, don't worry. I am not weak, you know. I used to be a martial arts teacher back in my younger days, and my quirk is a combat-based too, she said with a proud expression which made Izuku chuckle. His mother Sona Shinon was a kendo champion back in her younger days and had her own institution. Her quirk also supported her in that field. Her quirk name is Sword Birth, which allowed her to create swords of her imagination using the fats in her body. After driving for around 20 minutes more, they finally reached the forest, from where Izuku guided his mom towards his cave, and after reaching there, both of them sat down on the ground. All right, now I will bring all the materials out, Izuku said before opening his inventory and begins to pull out several times, such as a tent, several food, several water bottles, etc. Well, your inventory is quite useful, Izu, Sonia said as Izuku smiled before organizing everything in his cave where his mother would stay for today. Meanwhile, Izuku will start his evolution in the clearing in front of the cave. After sorting everything out, Izuku turned towards his mother and nodded, who also returned the gesture before Izuku walked out into the clearing and took a deep breath. Be careful, Izu, Sonia said with a little worry. No worries, Mom, and you also take care, he said with a smile before starting the evolution. The clouds roared as thunderstorms formed on top of the forest. Violent red aura started to gather around Izuku before forming a ball with Izuku inside it. Sonia watched all of this while sitting on the entrance of the cave. She was visibly concerned about her son, but she also believed in him, so she steeled herself and started to walk towards the red ball which was spinning in midair. She touched the ball, but instead of feeling any kind of repulsion, she felt warmness coming from the ball, which made her smile as she softly hugged the ball before going back towards the cave to watch the ball from there. It's already 9 p.m. 6 hours are still left, Sonia said to herself as she watched the stars while sitting beside a campfire which brightened the entire area. The red ball had grown very much in its size and had now become a large red sphere spinning violently on its own axis. I guess I should have my dinner, she said before bringing the packed food she made in the morning before coming here, and after having the dinner, she leaned against the cave wall while the campfire continued to burn. After waiting for another hour, she extinguished the campfire before readying her bed in the tent that was set up in the cave and then went to sleep, but not before setting an alarm for 4:30 a.m. in the morning. All right, it's almost time, Sonia said in an excited tone as she watched the time through her hand watch, which currently showed 4:59 a.m. Crack. Sonia immediately turned towards the giant red sphere as soon as she heard the cracking sound and saw several cracks forming in the sphere. She slowly walked back in order to stay safe from any kind of explosion. And it was the right decision, because suddenly a very large amount of pressure and red aura exploded from the middle of the sphere, which pushed everything in its way, sending shockwaves throughout the forest. The clouds became dark as thunderstorms started to form once again. Loud sound of lightning echoed in the air and the ground shook as the red sphere finally broke apart, with its pieces vanishing into the air. In the center was standing a very large red dragon with glowing red eyes, big red draconic wings, large claws and a very large tail with 2 horns in its face. Sonia's eye widened in amazement as she saw her son's true dragon form. The dragon turned his head towards the sky and roared so loudly that the whole Musudafu city shook due to it. People panicked as they felt the huge tremors and the huge roar. All the active heroes immediately started to find the source of the sound but weren't able to pinpoint it. People started to come to their roof to see what type of ancient creature had woken up to end the world and found a large red dragon in the middle of the forest. People started to film it, saying that a very ancient dragon had woken up due to the disturbance of the humans. While some commented that it was a dragon quirk like the pro hero Ryuko. Regardless of it, as soon as the police and hero got the news of the dragon, they dispatched a team to detain it. Izuku looked down and saw his mother looking at him with wide eyes filled with amazement and shock. Izuku brought his large snout towards his mother, who stepped forward before gently rubbing it. She petted Izuku a bit before saying, "You should turn back to normal so that we can leave fast, or else the heroes will find us here." Izuku in his dragon form nodded before closing his eyes and transferred into his human form. He had become very muscular and had gained a good height of a full-grown adult despite being just 12 years old. He walked towards his mother before giving her a hug, and then they both collected everything they bought before leaving from the area. Izuku could practically feel the difference in his strength. Right now his body was overflowing from energy and it looked like he soon needed to expel this energy or he will explode. After reaching home, I will be going outside mom to train and spend the excess amount of energy inside me, he said as Sonia entered the house. Sonia looked at her son for a moment before nodding and telling him to be careful. Izuku launched himself towards the nearby park at full speed. He appeared like a blur as he moved at a speed comparable to jet and in 3 seconds, he was in the park. Izuku looked around before again running towards the nearby beach which had totally become a dumpster due to people throwing all their garbage here. Izuku sighed in annoyance seeing this, but it was a good opportunity for him. Congratulations! You have now ascended to the rank of the Dragon King, and have received a significant amount of strength and power. You have also gained a new title. From now on you will be called as the Dragon God of Destruction. You have gained a title-related skill, Breath of Destruction. Breath of Destruction, a skill given to those who gain the title of Dragon King of Destruction. This breath is capable of annihilating anything in its path, whether it be a non-living or a living being. It is even capable of destroying souls. With proper training and practice, this skill is also capable of destroying space itself. Izuku's eye widened in pure shock as he read his newly gained ability. What the? This skill is so dangerous and broken, he said in shock, but quickly regained his composure as he proudly smirked at his new title. From now on I will be called as Izuku Shinan, the Dragon King of Destruction, Izuku said loudly as he looked at the rising sun. I am coming for you, Ua, he said to himself before quickly rushing to clean the entire garbage by picking each one and then rushing to the nearby government dumpster to throw it. People had started to record him as he blurred between them with the garbage. Some pro heroes had tried to stop him, but due to him being so fast, they weren't able to do anything, which made Izuku chuckle at them. After 2 hours, Izuku finally completely cleaned the beach and now it was looking very beautiful. He had already made the plan to ask his mom whether they could come here for a small picnic. Izuku sat down on the sand with a smile as he watched the blue water shining brightly due to the sun that was hovering over them. Thank you for cleaning the entire beach, young man. A sound came from behind, making him turn behind only to see a blonde skeleton-like man walking towards him with a smile on his face. Is there something you need from me, sir? Izuku asked in a cold tone, making Toshinori flinch as he approached the unfriendly and cold boy. I am sorry for disturbing you, young man. My name is Toshinori Yagi and I live nearby. I had been watching this week for past 3 months and was quite disappointed in the people who threw their garbage on such a beautiful place. I tried to get this cleaned up but they were too lazy and the trash kept on increasing and increasing. But now, you have completely cleaned this all by yourself, which shows your goodwill and hardworking nature. May I ask your name? The blonde man asked. I am Izuku Shinan. Izuku simply replied as he turned his attention towards the sea while Toshinori sat down beside him. So, was there any particular reason you cleaned this beach, young Shinan? Toshinori asked. Yeah, for training and community service, Izuku simply said, to which Toshinori nodded before also turning his head towards the beach. I am sorry, sir, but I need to get home soon or else my mom will get angry. So, I will see you later, Izuku said as he got up. Very well, young Shinan. Take care and keep up the hard work, Toshinori said, to which Izuku nodded before walking away while Toshinori watched the boy walking away. He is undoubtedly very strong, Toshinori muttered to himself. Shoot, I forgot about that, Izuku said as he facepalmed while Sonia chuckled. They were currently having lunch where Sonia had asked Izuku's plan regarding the school, which had completely slipped out of Izuku's mind. Well, I heard about a nearby school named Aldera Junior High. If you want we can check out it tomorrow, Sonia asked her son, who shook his head at her words before standing up to put the dishes into the sink. I am planning on doing homeschooling till UA, Izuku said, to which Sonia thought for a bit before nodding as she agreed to the idea of Izuku doing homeschooling since he is way ahead of any other children around his age. But mom, what about your job? Izuku asked, to which Sonia smiled before saying, I had taken a leave for 2 weeks so there is no problem. Izuku nodded at this before sitting back at the chair to talk more with his mother, who was more than happy to have a nice talk with her son. Mom, I am leaving, Izuku said as he grabbed the door handle. All right then, be careful, Sonia replied, to which Izuku nodded his head and then left his house. Currently Izuku was going to nearby shop to get some grocery for his mother. Today is a nice day, he said to himself before opening up his stats, which he had upgraded a lot since the last 3 years when he ascended to the rank of the Dragon King. Status: Name: Izuku. Race: Dragon King. Title: Dragon King of Destruction. LVL: 321. HP: 24, 97,835 24ths, 97,835. MP: 21, 41,170 21sts, 41,170. STR: 435. AGI: 399. END: 430. VIT: 427. INT: 411. SEN: 431. AP: Oh. For the last 3 years, Izuku had reduced his training a little so that he can spend more time with his mother, who had now opened up a new martial art coaching center for kendo with the help of the money she saved up. Along with the money Izuku had in the system, since he used to mostly buy only potions rather than any expensive weapons. Izuku was happy that his mother was happy with her new profession. Izuku had many run-outs with Toshinori also, since that man lived nearby and used to walk a lot. Despite Izuku's many attempts to shoo him off using his cold personality, he was very determined. But at least a small bond was established between both of them, since they used to meet each other almost regularly for 3 years straight. He had also invited Izuku home 2 to 3 times, but Izuku refused it by bluntly saying he felt uncomfortable in someone else. Izuku sighed as he paid for the grocery that he bought before collecting all of them in a cloth bag and then walked out of the store while listening to music on his phone. As he was passing through the bridge, his instinct kicked in and he jumped to the left, barely dodging the incoming slime. "You, a strong brat, but in the long run, you will be good for me, so why don't you be a good boy and come to me?" The slime villain said with a twisted smile as Izuku looked at him with disgust before saying, "Yeah, why don't you stop being a kidnapper and quietly go to the jail?" The slime villain got annoyed after hearing that. "You are a cheesy one, aren't you?" he said before jumping on Izuku, who easily dodged him while messaging something on his phone. "And done. Now that my mom knows that I will be a little late, I will bring you to her rightful place," Izuku said as he put his phone back into the pocket. He has a slimy body, which of course means that physical attacks are useless against him, but I have other methods too, Izuku thought as he took a deep breath before exhaling a large amount of fire, which surprised the villain and then burnt him. His painful scream echoed below the bridge as the smoke from fire filled his vision, but since Izuku had trained his other senses very well, he knew the exact position of the slime villain, and by looking at his fixed position, he had defeated the villain. Izuku cleared the smoke by swinging his arm with a bit of his strength and then walked forward towards the slime villain before sealing off into a plastic bottle so that he can't escape. As he was just closing the cap, his head snapped towards the vent from where he could hear someone coming. Whoosh! Along with a huge air pressure came out a bulk tall man with blonde hair. Izuku's eye widened in shock as he recognized the person standing in front of him. It was none other than the current #1 hero and the symbol of peace, All Might. "Haha, no fear. Why, because I am here." All Might gave his usual catchphrase before looking around for the slime villain. Izuku raised his hand, which had the bottle containing the slime villain, making All Might's eye widen for a moment before they returned to normal. Never expected to see him here, All Might thought as he moved forward towards Izuku before speaking. "Young man, thank you for capturing the villain for me. You must have a very strong will and quirk." Izuku nodded at his word before saying, "Yes, All Might, but it was too easy to catch him. Regardless of that, can you please give me an autograph of yours?" Izuku pulled out the notebook from the inventory, surprising All Might before giving him the notebook to do his sign. Izuku looked at All Might with amazement as All Might signed in the notebook given by Izuku. "What is your name, young one?" All Might asked, to which Izuku introduced himself politely, making All Might sweat drop in his mind. Seriously, in front of my weak form he was so cold, and now he is so polite and excited, he thought before giving the notebook back to Izuku, who took it with stars in his eyes. "Well, now then, young Izuku, I need to deliver this to the police station. I will see you later then," All Might said before launching into the sky with a very strong pressure, while Izuku saw this with a smile on his face before starting to walk back towards his house. But unfortunately, the problem seems to follow him everywhere as he was walking towards his home. A large explosion took his attention, which came from his neighborhood. Izuku's eye widened as he thought about his mother. He immediately used his max speed and reached the site of explosion in a second with so much speed that will put even fighter jets to shame. Upon reaching there, he sighed in relief as he saw that the explosion was 2 streets away from his house. He looked forward and found a villain group of 3 villains, with one having a fire quirk, second having a metal quirk, and the last one having an enlargement quirk. Izuku looked towards the hero side to only found 2 heroes. First was Backdraft and the second was Kamui Woods, but they both were failing to stop the villain group. Izuku started to scan the crowd and found Toshinori in the back with a frustrating look on his face. Izuku also spotted several school kids watching the scene from the sidelines. Izuku narrowed his eyes on the villain before using his speed to appear behind the fire villain in a blink of an eye. "You have caused enough trouble for today," Izuku simply said before knocking him out and then threw him towards the villain. The other 2 villains quickly turned towards him with a shocked look on his face. The same could be said with the crowd, as they also were looking with surprised faces to see a boy face 3 villains alone. "Die, kid," the enlargement villain said, but he suddenly froze in mid-air as Izuku extended his hand towards him to freeze him with his telekinesis. Izuku turned his attention towards the last one who was trying to escape, but unfortunately Izuku saw him. "Where are you going?" he said before vanishing from the sight and then appearing behind the steel villain, who froze in shock as he felt Izuku behind him. "Time to sleep," was the last thing he heard before his vision became black. Izuku turned towards the enlargement villain, which had already been captured by Kamui Woods. Everyone started to clap for Izuku's bravery and heroic deed as Izuku chuckled before throwing the last villain towards Kamui Wood. Kamui Wood started to approach Izuku, but since Izuku already knew what was gonna happen, he used his speed to vanish from there, surprising Kamui Woods as he looked around to find Izuku. On the other hand, Toshinori looked in a little surprise as he saw a lone teenager handling 3 villains. "I could have also done that alone," a ash-blonde kid said as grumbled with an annoyed expression on his face. Beside him was standing a green-haired girl who just gave the blonde-haired boy an unamused look before walking away, making the ash-blonde kid curse under his breath before following the green-haired girl. On the other hand, Izuku sighed in relief as he successfully escaped a nagging session from a pro hero. Izuku then walked inside his house before announcing his presence. "I am home." He walked inside only to find his mother sitting with an angry face along with an unknown guy who was grabbing her chin. Izuku's eyes widened for a moment before they became a menacing glare as he full-on blowed the stranger with his killing intent, which was so much that the stranger froze immediately with his eye widened in fear as sweat rolled from his forehead. "What do you think you are doing?" Izuku asked with a very dangerous voice as he walked forward towards the man, but before Izuku could send the guy to afterlife, his mother intervened by stopping Izuku, making him turn towards her with a very cold look on his face. "Calm down, Izuku, even though this scum deserves torture, but we need to proceed through law. So please call the police," Sonia said while giving a very cold glare to the unknown man who was shaking. Izuku's eyes had changed into his draconic one. He clenched his fist so tight that the juice can in his hand exploded into pieces. Izuku slowly nodded as he took a deep breath to calm his anger down before pulling out his phone and called police by saying that there was a case of harassment. After ending the call, he looked towards the unknown person who touched his mother with a menacing look. Currently, Sonia was holding the person with a sword to his neck. Izuku grabbed him by his neck even before either of them could react and lifted him up. "Do you have anything to say before I send you to coma?" he asked in a dangerous voice, which was enough to make the man piss. Sonia gave a look of disgust at this before saying, "Go outside, I don't want the house to get destroyed, Izu, and please hold back a little." Izuku nodded at her before vanishing from there along with the man. After few minutes, both police and Izuku arrived at the same time. Detective Tsukauchi, who was with the police team, was shocked to see the condition of the man. The man was looking like someone smashed him into an iron wall for 100 times before smashing into the ground for the same no of time. Izuku doped the man in front of the police officers, who quickly started to check his condition and sighed in relief when found out that he was still alive. Izuku looked at Detective Tsukauchi with a very cold look, making him flinch. "Mom is inside, Detective," Izuku simply said before walking inside the house, while Detective merely nodded before following Izuku inside the house where Sonia was peacefully making tea. "Oh, you are back, and you too, Detective. Please take a seat on the couch," Sonia said as she noticed both Izuku and Tsukauchi enter the house. After serving the tea, she also sat down beside Izuku while Tsukauchi sat down on the opposite couch with a notepad in his hand. "So, Ms. Sonia, can you please explain what exactly happened from the start?" he asked. "Well, that pervert came to my house saying that his child wanted to join my academy, so I invited him inside so we can talk peacefully in the living room. But when we sat to talk, he slowly started to close the distance between us and then suddenly grabbed my chin while I was telling him about the classes. I was about to retaliate, but Izuku came in suddenly, and after that you can imagine what happened by seeing his condition." Sonia finished her explanation with a smile. Tsukauchi noted everything down with sweat rolling down his forehead. Her son is very dangerous, was the thing that was currently going on in his mind. After getting statement from both Izuku and Sonia and then telling Izuku that he should hold back a little, Tsukauchi left. "Well, that was something," Sonia said, to which Izuku nodded before standing up and then said, "I will be going to my room, then need to prepare for UA entrance exam which is in 2 months. Izu, the breakfast is ready, come downstairs fast," Sonia called out to her son who was currently in his room getting dressed up in a tracksuit. "Today is the day," Izuku mumbled to himself as he checked himself in the mirror. Today was one of the most important day in his life because today was none other than the UA entrance exam which Izuku had hoped to clear and join the UA since he was a kid. Izuku gave a smile to himself before walking downstairs to have breakfast. "So, how are you feeling today, Izu? Excited? Nervous?" Sonia asked as she sat down with her son in the chair to eat the breakfast. "I am super excited for today, Mom," Izuku replied as he ate the breakfast, which was bread and butter along with orange juice. "Good, you don't need to be nervous since you have prepared very well for the exam, and remember to not be reckless during the practical exam." "All right," she said in a serious tone, making Izuku chuckle to himself nervously before nodding. After eating the dinner and getting everything that was needed for the exam, Izuku stood in front of his house's main door along with his mother. After locking their house, both of them got into the car and Sonia started to drive the car towards the direction of UA Academy. "Time to show the world that I am here. This is gonna be my first step towards becoming the greatest hero," Izuku thought as he looked outside the window while his mom drove. After driving for 20 minutes, they finally reached UA. Izuku exited the car and looked at the front with his red eyes shining brightly as he looked at his dream school. "Good luck, Izu, and make sure to show everyone that you are aiming for the top," Sonia said before giving a forehead kiss to Izuku, who blushed a bit in embarrassment as he saw several students looking at both of them. But he ignored them and forced the embarrassment into the back of his mind before giving a determined look to his mom, who smiled at Izuku before waving goodbye, which was returned by Izuku. After Sonia left, Izuku once again glanced at the entire school, but before he could move, "Stay out of my way, extra," a rude and somewhat angry voice came from behind him. He turned backwards and saw a ash-blonde kid coming with an angry expression on his face, and Izuku already got annoyed by just looking at his face. Izuku didn't move from his place even when the ash-blonde repeated himself, which made the kid more angry, and he removed his hand from the pocket and showed it to Izuku. Small explosions started to pop in his hand. Izuku just stared blankly at the explosion in his hand, which the kid was using to threaten him. "Pathetic," Izuku said on the blonde's face, making him more angry. "You bastard, I will kill you," the ash blonde said before launching an explosion at Izuku, and when it appeared to land, the blonde kid named Katsuki Bakugo smirked. "Still pathetic." Bakugo's eye widened as he heard a voice from behind, making him immediately turn his head back, and was in a little shock as he saw Izuku completely fine with a bored look on his face. "Damn you," Bakugo shouted and was about to launch another explosion, but was stopped by a green-haired girl who used her telekinesis quirk on him to stop him from causing another explosion. "What are you doing, Katsuki? Don't you remember Aunt Mitsuki told you to keep your anger down?" the green-haired girl named Izumi Yagi said. Bakugo grumbled and cursed under his breath as Izumi released him. Bakugo gave one last glare to Izuku, who ignored him completely and looked towards Izumi, who approached Izuki before bowing down. "I am sorry for my friend. He has a very short temper," Izumi said, to which Izuku nodded before walking towards the UA building, and was quickly followed by Izumi, who was interested in Izuku as she had saw how Izuku had vanished from one place and had appeared behind Bakugo in an instant. She was sure that Izuku had a speed quirk which made him so fast. After entering a large hall where other candidates were also sitting and talking with each other, Izuku looked at his admit card and then looked for his seat. After finding his seat, he sat down and waited for the written exam to start, which started soon enough as two pro heroes Ectoplasm and Snipe entered the hall and told the students to take their seats before distributing the answer sheets and questions. Izuku scanned through the whole question paper and found it very easy. As soon as the bell rang, he instantly started to answer every question quickly and finished the 3-hour paper in 45 minutes. He stood up from his seat, earning the attention of Ectoplasm, Snipe and several students. "I have answered all the questions, sir, and would like to submit my answer sheet," he said to Snipe, who looked at him skeptically before saying, "Are you sure you don't want to recheck?" Izuku shook his head and gave the answer sheet to Snipe, who took it before telling Izuku to head over to another hall. As Izuku walked out of the hall, he found several students looking at him with disbelief or mocking expression, but he ignored them and walked towards the next hall which Snipe told him about. After waiting for 2 more hours, few students started to arrive in the hall and started to take their seat. Izuku glanced at his neighboring seat and wondered who his neighbor would be, but soon sighed in annoyance as he saw the Bakugo sitting a seat away from me. Bakugo gave him a menacing glare with some small explosions still popping into his hands, but Izuku ignored him and turned him attention towards the stage. Soon someone came and sat between him and Bakugo. He turned his head and found out that it was Izumi. Izumi gave a smile to Izuku, who looked at her for a moment before turning his attention back to the stage, while Izumi's sweat dropped a bit seeing Izuku's cold personality. Soon, Present Mike entered the stage and started to explain the practical exam while demanding some type of response from the audience in between. But Izuku completely ignored him and looked at the pamphlet which was given to them. The pamphlet contained complete information regarding the practical exam that was about to happen. Few minutes later, Present Mike was interrupted by a glasses boy who said to him something, but Izuku ignored it too. The boy then turned towards Izuku and was about to say something, but Izuku shot him a death glare, making him shut up his mouth and sit down back, confusing many people. After the complete explanation, Present Mike told the students to check their battle center, and Izuku found out that he was in battle center B. After that, everyone headed outside to board the bus that will take them to their battle center. Izuku took the corner seat and started to look outside the window while ignoring whatever was happening inside the bus. But in between the ride, he glanced towards his neighboring seat and found out that an orange-haired girl sitting while talking to another girl. Izuku returned his gaze back to the window. Izuku then directed his attention towards the large gate that they were approaching. After reaching the battle center, everyone left the bus and stood in front of the large gate. Some of the students were talking to each other. Some were stretching and warming up for the test. Izuku just silently stood there while his eyes scanned each and every one of them with a very calculating look. "All right everyone, I hope you all are ready, because here we go." Present Mike yelled as the gate opened, but no one moved, thinking that there would be a proper countdown. Well, everyone except for our Mick, who instantly rushed inside with such a speed that nobody even saw him move except for the orange-haired girl who was looking at Izuku's direction before he vanished, confusing her. "What are you all waiting for? There is no countdown in the real world. One of the examinee has already scored 15 points. Present Mike yelled, shocking everyone before they ran inside only to see destroyed parts of robots everywhere. Meanwhile, Izuku, who was blurring through the streets and smashing the villains with his raw strength along, had a very bored look on his face. "I thought UA would have something more challenging, but all of these are just simple toys," he said to himself as he continued to destroy the robots. In the observation room, "Interesting students this year," a man with messy black hair said in a very tired voice while looking at the different screens which showed different students who were giving the practical exam. "Yeah, this year is much better than the previous one," another teacher named Vlad King said while rubbing his chin. The teacher then started to talk about different approaches taken by students while watching each of them. "So, who is on the top, Nezu?" Aizawa asked while keeping his gaze locked at the different monitors. Nezu looked at Aizawa for a moment before opening his tablet to check the ranking. The name of the student at the top is Izuku Shinon with a score of 84 points. Nezu said, shocking everyone since it has been only 5 minutes since the exam started. "Can you show us the student, Nezu?" All Might asked. Nezu nodded before pressing a button and a large screen appeared showing Izuku destroying robots easily while yawning. He is not even taking the exam seriously, Snipe said as he looked at the bored expression on Izuku's face. His quirk should be a strength won by seeing how he is destroying robots with just punches or kicks, Midnight said, to which Nezu shook his head. No, his quirk is actually telekinesis, not any strength or physical enhancement one, Nezu said, surprising everyone including All Might since he thought that Izuku had a physical enhancement quirk. Which means that he is destroying the robots only by using, Vlad King said with wide eyes while looking at Izuku. His raw strength. He sure does have a very extraordinary physical strength, Aizawa said as he narrowed his eyes on Izuku. But the real test starts now, ha ha ha, Nezu said while laughing like a maniac before pressing a large button. With Izuku. Izuku was currently helping other participants since he had scored more than enough points to get into the hero course, but suddenly, the whole fake city started to rumble, making everyone turn towards the source of the noise. There, standing even taller than the buildings, was the zero-pointer. Everyone started to run away from the zero-pointer with fear on their faces after seeing its sheer size. Izuku stood in his place eyeing everyone with a look of disgust of faces as nobody noticed that someone was stuck in the rubble. Due to his exceptional senses, he was easily able to sense her under the rubble and he could also hear her cry for help, but since everyone was busy on running, no one bothered to hear her cry or ignored it. And they want to be hero, Izuku said under his breath before running towards the rubble while others who were running away thought that he was crazy. Izuku quickly picked the rubble and found a brown-haired girl with a round face. The girl looked at Izuku with little tears in her eyes before thanking him. Izuku gave her a smile before lifting her since she had sprained her ankle and started to run away, but the zero-pointer was closing in. Izuku could of course just use his speed to practically teleport to the entrance, but he decided to teach this robot a lesson. So when he found the orange-haired girl coming towards them, "I am here to help," she said upon arriving. Izuku nodded at her before giving her the girl and then said, "Go on." The orange-haired girl looked at him with a confused expression. "You are not coming?" she asked with a little fear in her voice. Izuku shook his head before gesturing her to run away. The orange-haired girl reluctantly nodded before running away. Izuku looked at the robot with a smirk before jumping at the robot with a huge force, creating a small crater beneath him. "Go to hell," Izuku yelled before using his raw strength to punch the robot in its head. The power behind his punch instantly obliterated the entire robot's head, and then with some loud explosions, it fell down while everyone stared wide-eyed at what Izuku had done. Izuku swiftly landed back on his feet with a loud noise and then looked at others with cold eyes, making them step back a little. "What kind of people you are?" There was a girl stuck in the rubble crying for help, but still no one helped her. "Instead you all ran away with tails between your legs. Is that supposed to be the action of someone who wants to be a hero?" Izuku said as he looked at everyone. Everyone except Kendo and the brown-haired girl named Uraraka looked down, with both of them staring at Izuku with wide eyes, who then started to walk towards them. "Are you fine?" Izuku asked Uraraka, who nodded. "The recovery girl is here. So if there is anyone who is injured, please tell her." Present Mike's voice echoed along the fake city, snapping everyone out of their guilty state. Izuku turned towards the gate and saw an elderly woman with a cane walking towards them. "Is someone hurt here?" the elderly woman named Recovery Girl asked, to which Izuku pointed at Uraraka, who nodded. "All right Sunny, then put her down so that I can heal her," Recovery Girl said, to which Kendo nodded before lowering Uraraka to the ground. After Uraraka comfortably sat down on the ground, the Recovery Girl kissed her, making her glow green and her ankle healed completely. "Whoa, my injury is all healed up, but I am feeling kinda tired," Uraraka said in a tired voice, to which Recovery Girl replied, "One of the side effect of my quirk. Here, eat this, it will help you in recovering your stamina." Recovery Girl gave some gummies to everyone except for Izuku, who refused, saying that he was fine. In the observation room few minutes before, "Nezu, a girl is trapped under the rubble. Stop the zero-pointer," Toshinori or All Might said in panicked voice as a screen showed Uraraka trapped under the rubble while the zero-pointer was approaching her. "I can't. Looks like the button malfunctioned," Nezu said while trying to switch off the zero-pointer. "I am going," Toshinori said and was about to enter his muscular form, but Aizawa stopped him, making him look towards Aizawa with a serious face. "Look there," Aizawa simply said while pointing towards one of the screen, making everyone look towards the screen only to find that Izuku had saved Uraraka. Good grief. He saved her, Midnight said with a sigh of relief, but her relief was short-lived because soon Snipe pointed at the screen while saying, "But why he is going back towards the zero-pointer." Every teacher looked towards the screen with different emotions on their face, with Izawa narrowing his eyes with a serious expression, All Might getting tensed with a little panicked expression, while Nezu watching it with excitement all over his face. Soon, Izuku destroyed the zero-pointer with a single punch to its face, making every teacher's excluding Izawa and Nezu jaw drop. "What the hell?" Vlad King said as he watched with wide eyes as the whole zero-pointer obliterated from that single punch. "Are we sure that his quirk is telekinesis and not some physical strength one?" Snipe asked, to which Nezu just shrugged while looking at the screen. "I want him in my class, Nezu," Izawa simply said, making Nezu nod. With Izuku. Izuku was currently walking towards the exit of the school but saw his only friend among the crowd, so he quickly rushed towards him and called out to him. "Shinso," he said, making the purple-haired boy to stop and looked towards Izuku. A small smile formed on Shinso's face as he watched Izuku approach him. "So, how was your exam?" Izuku asked, to which Shinso grinned before giving a thumbs up, making Izuku's smile to broaden. "I am glad about that," Izuku said as they both walked towards the exit. Izuku had met Shinso 2 years ago when he saw Shinso being bullied by some of his classmates. As a soon-to-be hero, he couldn't just stand there and watch a kid being bullied, so he interjected and then beated the shit out of his bullies before helping Shinso. Since both Shinso and Izuku were someone who didn't trust other easily, they had a difficult time in becoming friends, but over the time, both of them started to like each other's company due to both of them facing a kind of unjust in the past. Izuku was very happy when he got to know that Shinso too wanted to become a hero, and was more amazed about Shinso's quirk, which was a very powerful one, making Shinso happy that at least someone appreciated his quirk. During that time, Izuku had advised Shinso to upgrade his fighting skills and increase his physical strength, since his quirk wasn't a combat one, which could become a drawback for him, which Shinso wholeheartedly agreed to. Izuku had also invited Shinso home several times, making Sonia happy that her son had finally gotten a very good friend. Coming back to the present, after separating since their home was on different sides of the city, Izuku used his speed to instantly reach his home so he could tell his mom about his exam. Izuku was currently in his room reading the different news on the web. It's been a week since the entrance exam and he expected the result to come today. His mom had been very happy when he told her that exam had been very easy and he had also saved many other students there. "Izu, it's here. The result is here," his mom's voice echoed through the whole room. Izuku quickly stood up from his seat and rushed outside to see his mother standing outside with an envelope in her hand. He gently took the envelope from her before sitting on the couch in the living room. "You are not gonna see it alone first?" Sonia asked as she approached Izuku, who shook his head with a smile before saying, "No mom, I want to open it beside you." "So, come on." Sonia smiled hearing her son and sat down beside him. Izuku tore the envelope and from it came a disc which had a button on it. Izuku pressed the button on it and a projection started which showed All Might in it. All Might. Both Sonia and Izuku were surprised to find All Might in the result video from the UA, ha ha ha. "I am here. Young Shinon, if you are thinking what I think you are thinking, then you are absolutely correct. I have joined the UA faculty and have become their newest teacher," All Might said in the projection with a big smile while Izuku and Sonia nodded. "Young Shinon, you have completely crushed the exam by your strength alone and have placed first overall with a score of 94 villain points." Sonia smiled proudly before giving her son a tight hug, which he happily returned as he too was happy for being placed at the top. "But it doesn't end here," All Might said, making both of them looks towards the projection. "What kind of hero exam it would be if we won't grade students based on their heroic actions. You young Shinon have helped several students across the battle center and had also saved a girl from the 0-pointer, earning you a total of 90 rescue points. Congratulations young Shinon, with a score of 184 points you have taken the first position and have broken my old record of 130 points. Welcome to your hero academia." And no, Uraraka didn't approach present mic regarding Izuku's points because she along with other participants had seen how Izuku had dismantled every robot he had came across. The projection ended afterwards, leaving both the mother-son duo surprised. "Yes, I broke the All Might's record," Izuku yelled with his fist rocketing upwards while Sonia smiled proudly at her son. Even though Izuku knew that he was certainly very powerful than even All Might, still it brought a next level of happiness and proudness to him when he heard that he broke his idols and the current symbol of peace's record by around 50 points. Suddenly, Izuku remembered about Shinso, so he quickly picked up his phone and called him to ask about his result. "Yo Shinso, you received your result yet?" Izuku asked as he entered his room and sat down on his chair. "Yeah, thanks to your advice. Got into the hero course with a score of 56 points and congratulations man. Saw your score on the leaderboard," Shinso said, to which Izuku replied. "Don't give me the credit. It was your hard work that got you into the hero course, and thanks." "So, what about the party?" he asked, to which Izuku chuckled before asking, "What about tomorrow?" "I am fine with it," Shinso answered, to which Izuku thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, then I will send you the time and meet-up location today." Shinso replied with a, "Okay," and then they both talked about some more trivial things before hanging up. Izuku laid down on the bed with a smile before closing my eyes as he drifted to the dream world. "Breakfast is ready, Izu," Sonia called from downstairs to Izuku, who was upstairs in his room, looking at himself in the mirror with a wide smile. "During childhood, I saw different children wearing this dress and now finally I am wearing it," he said to himself before walking downstairs. "I am here, Mom," Izuku said as he sat on the chair opposite to his mother, who smiled at Izuku before saying, "You look good in the uniform, Izu," which made Izuku blush. "Thanks, Mom," he said with a little embarrassed voice, to which Sonia chuckled. Now eat your breakfast before it becomes cold," Sonia told Izuku, to which he nodded before starting eat the breakfast his mother made for him. After getting fully ready and having his breakfast, Izuku now stood in front of his door with his mother. After locking their house, both of them got into the car and Sonia started to drive the car to UA. "Looks like today, I don't need to ask how you are feeling, since just by seeing you I can tell that you are shaking with excitement and a little nervousness," Sonia said while driving the car, making Izuku chuckle a bit. "You know me, Mom," Izuku simply said before turning his attention towards outside. After driving for a few minutes, Sonia stopped the car in front of the metro station. Izuku opened the window and saw Shinso standing there. "Yo Shinso, come in," he said, gaining the attention of Shinso, who nodded at him before sitting in the backseat with Izuku. "Good morning, Sonia-san," Shinso greeted, which was returned by Sonia with her usual cheery voice. Izuku had planned to pick Shinso up from the nearby metro station every day when they had met after the result to party. Shinso at first had refused, saying that he can go on his own using the metro, but Izuku didn't budge, making Shinso agree to his request. After driving for few more minutes while talking, all of them reached UA. Izuku and Shinso exited the car and thanked Sonia, who smiled at them before wishing them good luck and then drove away. "Well, this is it," Izuku said, to which Shinso nodded. They could see several students in the UA uniform walking inside the school. "It's a good thing we both are in the same class," Shinso replied, making Izuku nod as they both followed the direction mentioned in the school map. "The school sure is big and the hallways are quite confusing," Izuku said, to which Shinso wholeheartedly agreed to, since the way for their class was pretty long. "Damn," Shinso said as both him and Izuku stared in surprise at the large door on which 1A was printed. "Are you kidding me?" Izuku said before Shinso could even open the door, making Shinso look towards Izuku, who sighed before speaking. "That blonde kid I told you about is inside. I can hear him yelling due to my enhanced senses." Shinso nodded before opening the door, and true to Izuku's word, in front of him two students were arguing with each other. First was a dark blue-haired guy with glasses and the second was the ash blonde hair kid. "What did you say extra?" Bakugo yelled at Ida, who instantly replied to Bakugo's question with his hand chopping like a robot. "I said please remove your feet from the desk, since it is a disrespect for our seniors." And their argument continued on further while everyone watching them with a little sweat dropped. Izuku sighed in annoyance and was about to move to his seat, but quickly turned backward and caught the hand that was going to his shoulder. "Whoa, you have very good reflexes," Uraraka said, making Shinso also look at her. "You are the brown-haired girl I saved," Izuku replied instantly. Uraraka nodded to his words before pointing towards Izuku's hand, which was still holding Uraraka's hand, and said, Can you please let my hand go?" Izuku immediately released her hand before apologizing to Uraraka, who shook her head saying, "It was okay," while Shinso was looking at both of them with an amused look, but before any one of them could continue, they heard a tired voice. A yellow sleeping bag was lying with a messy black-haired man inside it drinking juice. Uraraka and Shinso looked at him with surprise while Izuku narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised like the other two since he had already sensed the unknown man. Skill, Analyze, has been activated. Name, Shota Aizawa. Race, Human. Title, Eraserhead. LVL, 102. STR, 74. AGI, 86. End, 80. VIT, 81. Int, 85. Sen, 91. Quirk, Erasure. Allows the user to erase all the quirks except transformational ones in their field of vision. My guess was right, the stats of each human is very unbalanced compared to their level. Still, humans can't be considered weak due to them being highly versatile, but in today's generation few people have a good number of skills in their arsenal. Most of the people today only focus on their quirk or the field that is similar, Izuku thought. If you are here to make friends, then you better leave, he said before crawling over to the teacher's podium while Shinso, Izuku and Uraraka took their seats. Izuku was sitting beside the green-haired girl and diagonal to the ash-blonde hair kid. He looked around and found Shinso just behind Izumi. "It took you all 8 seconds to settle down after my arrival, and it's highly irrational. I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years in the hero course," he simply said while students looked at him in shock. "I know it's the first day, but wear this and come to the ground. Be quick," he continued while pulling out a PE uniform from nowhere and then left. Izuku glanced around and found the whole class silently sitting at their places. Izuku glanced towards Shinso, who did the same before nodding. Both of them moved towards the teacher's podium and took a PE uniform for themselves before walking out while the class simply stared at them. After a few moments of both Izuku and Shinso leaving the class, the entire class went into a frenzy state as they took uniform of their sizes. By the time the rest of the class got to the changing room, Izuku and Shinso had already left for the training ground. You two are time efficient. Good job, Aizawa stated as he saw both Izuku and Shinso coming earlier than he expected. Izuku and Shinso nodded at him before standing together. All three of them patiently waited for the class to arrive, and after a few more minutes, the class finally arrived on the training ground. "You all are late. You should be more quick since time is of a very important essence. You should be like these two," Aizawa stated, making the entire class except for few to become a bit embarrassed. "We have wasted enough time already. All of you line up quickly, we are doing a quirk assessment test today," Aizawa stated, shocking the class except for Bakugo, who gained a smirk, and Todoroki and Izuku, who just maintained their stoic expression. "But sir, what about orientation?" Uraraka asked, to which Aizawa simply replied, "You have no time for things like that if you are here to become heroes. In UA, we teachers have the autonomy to do whatever we want in our class. Now then, Shannon, you were the one who came first in the entrance exam. Come and throw this ball while staying inside that circle," Aizawa said, to which Izuku nodded before stepping forward while everyone's attention fell on him. Izuku could notice some glares, but he ignored them, but he still couldn't ignore the fact that All Might himself was watching their class performance. Izuku caught the soft ball that Aizawa threw at him before standing in the middle of the circle. Izuku looked at the soft ball in his hand before sighing and then pulled back his hand back to throw it. And here I go. Boom. Sound barriers broke as huge shockwaves were created, pushing all of the Class 1A along with Aizawa almost 5 meters. Some of them even fell to the ground because of the huge shockwaves. Looks like it was too much even if I held back a lot, Izuku thought as he looked around to see some of his classmates groaning as they picked themselves up. Man, what a monstrous strength, the blonde kid named Denki Kaminari said as he looked at Izuku with shock. He must have a very strong strength to be able to do that, the raven-haired girl named Momo Yaoyorozu said as she also looked amazed and awed by the sheer power of Izuku. But before anyone else from the class could comment, Aizawa butted in. He doesn't have a strength quirk, Aizawa said as he showed the device he was holding to the whole class. 5,450 meters was showing in the device screen. The new information along with the score of the red-haired boy shocked the entire class. I am possible. He did that with just his physical strength. A black-haired boy named Hantasiro said as he stared wide-eyed at Izuku, who was looking at the sky with his stoic expression. The whole class had went into an uproar as they got the new information. Is it even possible to do something like that without a strength quirk? Izumi thought as she stared at her red-haired classmate in shock. How did he do that without a strength quirk? Bakugo thought with an angry look on his face. Even Aizawa was amazed at the power displayed by Izuku without any strength quirk. He had doubts that Izuku had only telekinesis as his quirk. All Might had his jaw dropped as he witnessed the power of Izuku. Izuku looked at the sky while his ear kept picking on the different voices of his classmates talking about his physical strength. Silence, Aizawa said with his eyes glowing red and his black hair levitating into the air, making the whole class shut their mouth immediately. You can go back to your place, Shinon, Aizawa said, to which Izuku nodded before walking back to his original spot, which was beside Shinso, of course. But seriously, if we can use our quirk, this is gonna be so much fun, the pink-colored skin girl said with an excited voice while majority of the class nodded to her words. Izuku glanced towards Aizawa and saw the shit-eating grin forming in his face. He sighed to himself while thinking, you have done it, girl. So, you think it is fun? Aizawa said with a dark tone, making the entire class gulp in fear. Alright then, let's make it fun. Whoever places last in all the test will be deemed with no potential and will be immediately expelled from the school, Aizawa continued before showing his shit-eating grin. What? But it isn't fair, Uraraka said in defense as rest of the class nodded to her words. Unfair? Then, tell me, are natural disasters fair? Is bullying someone weak fair? Are innocent deaths during a villain attack fair? No, this entire world is full of unfairness and it is our duty as a hero to overcome it and protect others, he said while flashing his quirk. We have wasted quite a lot of time. Now, let's start the test, Aizawa said as everyone in the class got ready. Time skip to the ball throwing test. Alright, next is your turn, Bakugo, Aizawa stated, to which the ash-blonde kid stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Now I will show all of these extras who is gonna be the no. 1 feet, Bakugo thought with the smirk plastered on his face as he looked at the ball in his hand. Die, he yelled as he threw the ball, making Izumi sweat drop while the others looked at Bakugo with a weird expression. 705 meters, showed the screen, making Bakugo grit his teeth as he glared at Izuku, who just ignored him. And the last one is Uyagi, Aizawa said as he tossed the ball to the green-haired girl, who caught it with a determining expression on her face. That girl, I can't exactly tell what, but something is different about her. I can certainly feel a connection between us, Izuku thought as he narrowed his eyes at Izumi. Also, the similarity in our looks is something that can be coincidence, but my dragon instincts that there is a connection between us, and I have always trusted my instincts as they have saved my life countless of times, Izuku thought with a serious look on her face. Here I go, Izumi said as she threw the ball with the help of both of her quirks, breaking sound barrier and creating a huge shockwave. 2032M, showed on the screen, making the whole class look towards Izumi in amazement. A big and cute smile formed on Izumi's face as she saw her hard work paying off. Meanwhile, All Might also watched Izumi with a proud smile on his face. He was very happy that his daughter had become so strong. Alright then, instead of showing the results of each test, I will combine all the scores together and show you all the combined result, Aizawa said before a hologram formed in front of us showing the ranking of the entire class. 1. Izuku Shinon. 2. Izumi Yagi. 3. Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. And so on. Good job on coming in 12th position, Shinso. Keep up your hard work and you will soon reach the top 5 inches. Izuku congratulated his friend, who smiled. At Izuku, thanks there, but you shouldn't forget about yourself. You were at the top of our class, Shinso said as Izuku chuckled. Shinon, Aizawa called out, making Izuku turn towards him while the attention of the whole class also fell on them. Why didn't you use your quirk in any of the test? Give me a good reason before I expel you from the school for not giving your all in the test, Aizawa stated sternly with a glare of his own. The whole class looked surprised by the words of Aizawa. Shinon glanced at Aizawa with a clear expression of distaste on his face. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Aizawa, who kept his glare on the red-haired boy. I am not here to brag about my strength or abilities here, but I will tell you something. If you even want me to get serious, then you need something that will make even All Might fail, Izuku simply stated, with the whole class looking at me in disbelief. The same could be said for Aizawa, who looked at Izuku with a little shocked expression due to his declaration. Bullshit. You are nothing compared to All Might, Bakugo roared as he gave Izuku a murderous glare. Are you sure about that? Izuku said with his red eyes glowing dangerously as the tension in the air started to rise. Izumi nervously glanced between Bakugo and Izuku, but she couldn't argue with the fact that she also considered Izuku's statement ridiculous. Her father was an experienced pro hero and not a normal one at that, but the symbol of peace and the #1 hero in the entire country. Very well then, I will show you the gap between me and you all, Izuku stated before lifting his arms towards school building. His hands started to glow red as the whole campus started to shake, making the entire class along with Aizawa to lose their balance. All Might, who was behind a wall watching the class, looked in disbelief as the whole campus shook. Nezu, who was calmly drinking his coffee in his office, stood with a panic expression on his face as he felt the whole campus shook. He immediately rushed out and saw teachers in the hallway trying to find the exact cause of what was happening. Students started to panic in their class as they felt the tremors. Outside, the whole class looked around with panicked expressions, seeing the whole campus shaking. Let's feel the cloud a bit, shall we? Izuku said with a smirk before suddenly the whole campus lifted from the ground. The entire UA campus got uprooted from the ground due to a single student. People across the street recorded the situation with shocked expression as they saw the whole UA campus flying upwards. The police tried to contact the UA faculty to find out what exactly was going on. Aizawa, All Might and the rest of the class looked at Izuku with awe, fear, disbelief as they saw the whole campus fly upwards. That's enough, young Shinon, All Might said as he came out of his hiding spot, making everyone turn towards him. Izuku glanced at All Might and then Aizawa before nodding, and then gently the whole campus started to move back. The whole campus shook as it touched the earth's surface, making everyone lose their balance once more. What exactly is happening? Midnight said as she arrived outside with the rest of the UA faculty. ZM. That was too much, Izuku, and we both know that, Shinso said to Izuku, who just sighed as they both walked towards the locker room. The situation had calmed down after half an hour when everything was explained. Izuku was scolded for what he had done and was also given extra homework. Izuku had accepted all the punishment quietly since he also knew what he had done in the heat of the moment. But that was honestly so cool, Izuku. I didn't know that you were so strong that you could lift the entire UA campus, Shinso said with amazement in his eyes as they entered the boys' changing room and found rest of the boys inside talking with each other. But as soon as Izuku walked in, everyone turned towards him, making Izuku a little uncomfortable. Izuku ignored all of their gazes and started to change out of the PE uniform. Hey Shino bro, what you did outside was so cool, the red-haired boy Kirishima said as he approached Izuku. Yeah, I don't think any pro hero can do something like that. Leaving the part that you did it so effortlessly, Kaminari commented as he was still in disbelief regarding what had happened outside. But seriously, how are you so strong, man, despite being our age? Shiro asked Izuku. Izuku glanced at Shiro before saying, I have trained all my life to achieve this feat. The rest of the boys looked at Izuku with amazement as they continued changing their clothes. Bakugo also couldn't help but see Izuku with amazement as he saw how powerful Izuku actually was. After getting changed, everyone headed back to the classroom and took their seat. Single quote. I am still in shock after seeing his power. Even Dad pales in comparison to it, Izumi thought as she looked towards Izuku, who had his eyes closed while leaning at his seat. But regardless of that, one thing that Izumi couldn't ignore was the similarity between her and Izuku. The face structure and the similarity in their name, along with the fact that both of them had telekinesis as their quirk. Even though it could be just her mind or a coincidence, but a voice in her heart always told her that something else was in play here. On the other hand, Bakugo was repeatedly glancing at Izuku with an angry look in his eyes, wondering how the hell Izuku was so strong. This thought of Bakugo was shared by the entire class of 1A. After they had saw the true extent of Izuku's power, the door of the class opened and Aizawa entered the class with a more tired look. Since today is your first day, rest of the homeroom period is free, he said before going to sleep in his sleeping bag. All right then. If we have a free period, let's use it to know others, the pink-haired girl named Mina said, to which others agreed. I have no interest in introducing myself. When time will come, you will get to know about me, Izuku said coldly before going to sleep. Man, he is cold, Kaminari commented while Shinso looked at his friend with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I am home, Izuku said as he entered his house. Izuku had told her mom to not come during the afternoon time. Welcome back, Izu. How was your first day? Sonia asked as she sat down in front of her son who was removing his shoes. It was fine. Nothing too interesting, Izuku commented dryly, making her chuckle before she asked, Izuku, about the morning event at UA. Was it you? Izuku looked at her before focusing back on removing his shoes and said, if you are talking about the whole UA campus floating, then yes, but it wasn't my fault. They underestimated me and I simply showed them the gap between us. Sonia sighed at this but nodded. All right. Go change quickly, I will set up the dining table, she said, to which Izuku nodded before walking upstairs with his bag. Take care, Izu, and don't cause any problem, Sonia said to her son who got out of the car. Yeah, I know mom, and you too, please take care, he said in return, making her smile before she left in the car. Izuku turned towards UA with a smile as he walked inside. Izuku, he heard a familiar voice making him turn back, and he saw his best friend Shinso running towards him. Shinso had informed Izuku yesterday that his mom had decided to take Shinso to school, why he didn't come with Izuku today. Good morning, Shinso. What's up? Izuku asked as they both walked towards their class. Nothing much, man, but what about you? Did you get scolded by your mom? Shinso asked with a grin. Nah, I explained everything to mom and she accepted the answer but told me not to repeat it again, Izuku said with a smile, to which Shinso nodded. Well, are you excited today? We are gonna have our first heroic class today, Shinso said, making Izuku chuckle. You bet, I am really excited about that, Izuku said before they both entered the class, making everyone present in the class look at them. Is there any reason for you to stare at us like that? Izuku asked, making them turn back to what they were doing. You know, you should try to relax a bit, Izuku. Not everyone is like them, you know, Shinso said to Izuku, who had a stoic expression. You and me both know that it isn't that easy, he simply replied. Good morning, Shinan-kun and Hitoshi-kun, Izumi greeted both of them, to which Shinso returned her greetings, but Izuku just nodded, making her sweat drop a bit. The bell soon rang and Aizawa soon entered the class, but this time everyone also returned to their seat immediately, making him smile a bit. Good morning, class. Today we are gonna do a very important task, which is, Aizawa said, creating a suspense as everyone tensed up. Choosing the class president, he continued, making everyone sigh in relief. However, an uproar immediately started as everyone started yelling that they wanted to become the class president. Izuku sighed in annoyance. Silence, Aizawa said while activating his quirk, making the whole class immediately quiet. I am gonna take a nap. How you decide depends on you, but I want the class president and vice class president chosen by the end of the homeroom period, Aizawa said before laying down on his sleeping bag as he immediately went to sleep. Everyone again started saying their own names for the class president, however Ida's voice stopped them as he suggested to hold a voting process, which was gradually accepted everyone after he gave his reasoning. I better not become one, Izuku said to himself as he glanced around the class before Ida's name on the paper and then submitted it before closing his eyes as he leaned on his seat. Hey Izuku, wake up, Shinso's voice came, waking him up. He looked in the front where he found out that Izumi had the class president with 6 votes while Momo was the vice president with 3 votes. Ida looked depressed, but he was somewhat happy that he had received at least 2 votes. Alright then, from today onwards, Yagi will be your class president while Yaoyorozu will become the vice president for this year, Aizawa said, to which the whole class nodded before the periods went as usual. During lunch, Uraraka, Momo, Shinso, Izumi, Ida were sitting with Izuku. Izuku glanced at all of them for a moment before continuing to eat his food. Aren't you sad, Ida-kun, since you wanted to be the class president so badly? Uraraka asked Ida, who shook his head before replying. Even though I wanted to become the class president, I too believe that Midoriya-san is worthy of the position, which is why I voted for her, Ida said, surprising Izumi. But then who voted for you? Izumi asked as she looked around and saw everyone shaking their head except Izuku, who was silently eating his food. Who did you voted for Shinon-kun? Izumi asked in a nervous tone, since she knew there was a huge chance of a cold response or just a straight-out ignore, but to her surprise Izuku answered to her question normally. Ida, Izuku said simply, shocking everyone. Really? I thought you would have voted for me, Izuku. I thought we were good friends, Shinso said in a dramatic tone, making Izuku deadpan at him before shaking his head, and then replied. Ida appeared to be a good person for the job from my perspective. Really? Thank you for your compliment, Shinon-kun. I will make sure to work hard to be worthy of more of your praises, Ida said with a determined face while chopping his hands, making everyone sweat drop. But who do you think is gonna teach us during the heroic class after lunch? Momo asked, to which everyone started to rack their brain to guess who will be their heroics teacher. Izuku again glanced at everyone and noticed that Izumi wasn't in a thoughtful expression like others, which meant she knew something. However, he didn't comment on that and just silently ate his lunch, and soon the lunch came to end. Now everyone was sitting in the class wondering who will be their heroics teacher, which Izuku had a guess, which was none other than All Might, and this thought really excited him. Suddenly the door was opened, revealing the number one hero, All Might, who immediately said in his shouting tone, I am coming through the door like a normal person. Izumi and Izuku both internally facepalmed on All Might's entry, while the other students were shocked by seeing the number one hero. Good morning, students. I will be your heroics teacher, and today we will be doing battle training, All Might said, making both Bakugo and Izuku smirk. Bakugo glanced at Izuku, thinking in his mind how he was gonna get praised when he crushes Izuku. But what's a hero without a costume? He said before pressing a button revealing 20 suitcases. Collect your and get changed before meeting me at the Mock City, All Might said before rushing outside while everyone picked up their suitcases. Minutes later, everyone walked out of the tunnel in their own costumes, along with Izuku, who was just wearing a black hoodie with black trousers while a dragon symbol was on his back. Aren't that only normal clothes, Shinon-kun? Izumi asked as she noticed the clothing of Izuku, which attracted everyone's attention as they turned towards him. I don't need any special costume due to my endurance being very high, Izuku said, which surprised some while others understood. All Might fake coughed, gaining the whole class's attention. Ahem. All of you will be randomly split into the teams of 2. The scenario is villains have hid a nuke in a building. It is the hero's job to either capture the villains or touch the bomb, while the villain's job is to defend the bomb or defeat the heroes. There will be a time limit of 20 minutes for each test, he said, to which everyone nodded. So, how are we going to pick up our partner, sir? Ida asked as he raised his hand fully straight. With these, All Might said as he pulled out 2 boxes from which the team were decided. Izuku was teamed up with Momo and they were on the hero's side, while their opponents were Todoroki and Bakugo. Bakugo's gaze met with Izuku before both glared at each other. Todoroki just looked at his opponents with stoic expression while Momo looked a little worried. Villains enter the building, All Might said, to which both Todoroki and Bakugo entered the building. So, Shinon-kun, do you have any plan? Momo asked as both of them were standing outside. Izuku shook his head before saying while keeping his gaze fixed on the building, if you have any plan, Yaoyorozu-san, my ears are all open. Momo nodded before speaking. I don't think Bakugo-kun and Todoroki-kun will be willing to work together, which we can take advantage of if we work together. Izuku nodded at her, and according to him, it was a good plan as they could easily defeat them if they gang up on them while they are separated. Heroes may enter the building now. All Might's voice echoed came out of the speaker, to which they entered the building. Izuku's senses immediately widened to maximum as he sensed the danger just around the corner. Dodge, Izuku said before pulling Momo back as an explosion occurred where Momo was standing a moment ago. Man, Bakugo, that was not manly at all, Kirishima said as he saw the sneak attack of Bakugo. Well, currently he is a villain and a sneak attack is a good type of attack to take down your enemy, All Might replied to Kirishima, who nodded before looking at the screen. That was a good one, Bakugo, Izuku replied. Shinon-kun, would you please let me go? Momo's voice snapped his attention to Momo, who he was still hugging tightly to his chest. Oh yeah, sorry about that, he said as he released a blushing Momo. And no problem, she replied, still blushing at the fact of feeling Izuku's hard muscles. I will crush you here and will prove that I am the strongest, Bakugo said with a smirk before launching at Izuku, who just yawned as Bakugo froze in midair. You know you must never underestimate your opponent or get too cocky, or you will end up in a situation like this, Izuku taunted Bakugo, who growled at his words as he tried to move. Momo just watched from sidelines as Izuku took care of Bakugo without lifting even a single finger. And now you are out, Izuku said as tied the capturing tape around his hand. Young Bakugo has been captured. All Might's voice echoed around the building, surprising Todoroki, who didn't expected Bakugo to get captured so early. No way, that was too easy. Shannon captured Bakugo in seconds, Kaminari said in surprise. But it was expected if we look at the powers he showed yesterday, Asui said, to which the others nodded. He has telekinesis like Izumi, but it is way much stronger. I don't think even Inko can watch young Shannon in her prime, All Might thought in awe. Katsuki is going to be very angry afterwards, Izumi thought worriedly when she noticed her childhood friend getting defeated without a sweat by Izuku. Now that Bakugo is out of the way, I can end this in one attack, Todoroki said in a cold voice before placing his hand on the ground, and in 2 seconds the whole building froze in ice. The whole Class 1A's eye widened at the power displayed by Todoroki's single attack. Man, I am feeling cold all over here, Mineta said as he rubbed his shoulder. You were right there, dude. Todoroki-kun's attack is way too cold, Shiro said as he also rubbed his shoulder to warm himself. Meanwhile, both Momo and Izuku's feet were frozen in ice as the temperature had dropped by below, and since Mom's costume only covered few parts of her body, she was most vulnerable to the hypothermia or frostbite. Izuku glanced at Momo, who was shivering. He instantly smashed the ice by his legs and started to walk towards Momo before smashing the ice she was trapped in, and then tightly hugged her, making Momo blush intensely. However, soon she started to feel warm. The cold is leaving and my body is getting so warm, but how is that possible? The heat is definitely coming from Shannon-kun's body, Momo thought in confusion, but didn't rejected the warmness Izuku was radiating. How are you feeling? Is your body temperature normal now? Izuku asked as he looked at Momo, who was still hugging him. Why yeah, thank you versus very much, Momo replied with a large blush on her face. Honestly, Izuku wasn't any better as he was barely able to contain the blush on his face, which had formed due to Momo's breast pressing against him. Here, cover yourself with this, Izuku said before handing over his hoodie to Momo, who blushed seeing Izuku in just undervest as his large muscles could be seen. But what about you? Aren't you feeling cold too? Momo asked, to which Izuku simply shook his head before speaking. Don't worry, I don't feel cold. Moreover, hurry up since time is running out. Momo's eye widened as she instantly wore the large hoodie. You can create yourself some warm clothes for legs to protect yourself from getting hypothermia, Izuku spoke, to which she nodded before creating warm pants. Can you please cover me with your back while I am wearing the pants? Momo asked Izuku, who nodded before standing in front of her as a shield with his back facing her. Momo quickly wore the pants she made. In the observation room, Mineta was crying on the floor since he wasn't able to see Momo wearing clothes as Izuku hid her with his body. But anyways, look at those muscles. He is so hot, Mina said while drooling. Damn it, why is he getting all the attention of girls? Kaminari said while anime crying, while Kirishima chuckled awkwardly seeing all the commotion going around the room because of Izuku. We should enter discreetly to avoid being dead. Momo was cut off when Izuku knocked the door out of its hinges before entering inside casually with his hands in his pocket. What? Why did you created so much noise? Momo asked as she also followed Izuku and found Todoroki in front of the bomb staring at them in surprise. I didn't think both of you would be able to take on my attack, Todoroki said before launching ice at them. However, the ice stopped as soon as it was about to touch either of them, surprising everyone. I am getting so bored here, Izuku said loudly before starting to walk forward to Todoroki, who again sent a big ice attack towards Izuku. However, the moment it touched Izuku, the ice broke into pieces, shocking Todoroki, who now started to panic. Why don't you use your fire, Todoroki? Izuku asked as he continued walking forward. However, instead of answering, Todoroki took a deep breath and was about to launch a very large ice attack, but suddenly he fell to the ground. Izuku was confused at first, however his eyes soon found an injection on his neck, making him turn towards Momo, who had a gun on her hand. Thanks for the help, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, to which she nodded with a smile before Izuku walked forward and touched the bomb. The heroes' team win, All Might announced, making Izuku smile on his first victory, but honestly he was very bored. He expected the UA students to be very powerful or versatile, however he soon found out that the gap between him and them was too much. I liked our first hero class, Shinso said as he walked outside with Izuku, who nodded at his words. After Izuku's match, Todoroki was transported to infirmary while Bakugo had been silently sitting in just a single place. All Might had talked to him before bringing him back to the observation room. After Izuku's match was Shinso's watch, where he was paired up with Kota and was against Kirishima and Kaminari. However, since Shinso had refused to tell his quirk during the introduction, they didn't know his quirk, which Shinso took advantage of before controlling both Kirishima and Kaminari, which led to his win. Many of our classmates were surprised by his quirk and praised him for having such a strong quirk, which made Shinso happy. "Hey guys," a cheerful voice stopped them as they turned around and found Uraraka standing there along with Ida and Izumi. "You both are going to the station, right? So, why don't we all go together since we are also going there?" she said, to which Izuku and Shinso looked at each other before nodding. All of them started to walk together while talking except Izuku, who walked a little behind them alone. Izumi saw this and slowed down as she started walking beside him, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. "I am sorry if I sound rude asking this, but do you dislike social interaction?" Izumi asked, to which Izuku sighed before shaking his head. "No," he simply answered without giving any reason, but since he didn't said anything about his reason, Izumi decided to not dig more in the matter and tried to talk with Izuku regarding different things. However, most of the times, the conversation was one-sided since Izuku only gave short responses. "I am home," Izuku called out to his mom, who came out to greet him. "How was your school, Izu?" she asked as Izuku sat on the couch. "It was good. We got All Might as our heroics teacher and we had battle training today in which I won," Izuku said in a little proud voice, making Sonia chuckle. "Anyways mom, I am planning on visiting the dungeon on the upcoming weekend," Izuku informed his mother, who looked at Izuku for a moment before nodding. "But make sure to be careful, I don't want you to get injured." "All right," Sonia said, to which Izuku nodded. Well, I guess this is it. I can feel it from here only, the aura emanating from that direction is so overwhelming. The boss is going to be very tough to defeat, that's for sure, but I have faced everything up till now with confidence and this is no exception," Izuku said to himself as he stood in the middle of a forest with snowfall going on. "Let's do this," he said before dashing forward to a group of ice bears. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, which he swinged at the upcoming beast in front of him, and in a single slash, the whole body was perfectly cut in half. After 10 minutes, Izuku was standing in the middle of several sliced bodies of ice bear while looking at the sword from which blood was dripping. "No matter how many times I use this sword, it amazes me. Its sharpness is on a whole other level," Izuku said in amazement before starting to walk forward. "All right, now, what do we have here?" Izuku whispered as he crouched behind a tree while observing 2 small blue dragons. Dragons, which probably means that the boss would be a dragon as well. "The battle surely isn't going to be easy at all," Izuku said to himself before jumping in front of both of them. The 2 dragons' eyes widened in surprise as their eyes fell on the intruder. "A human? No, you are a dragon as well," one of the dragons spoke, surprising Izuku. "You can speak?" Izuku asked in a surprised tone, to which the other one nodded before speaking. "Yes. The highest level of monsters have the ability to speak, but regardless of that, don't you know that this is the territory of the ice dragons?" "Ice dragons?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion when he heard the term. "Wait, you don't know what ice dragon is? Are you a rogue dragon?" one of the dragon asked as both of them got ready for attack, which sent Izuku into alert mode. "I don't know what the hell you are talking about, but I am not here for some chit-chat. I am here to kill the dungeon boss," Izuku said before assuming a battle stance. "You dare even think of challenging King Marsalis? We will make sure to make your death as painful as possible," one of the 2 dragons said before slamming his palm on Izuku. But Izuku, due to being in human form and having great agility, was able to dodge the attack easily and sliced the legs of one of the dragons, earning a painful roar from him. "Die, human," the other dragon said before launching a blue beam on Izuku, who dodged. The beam instantly froze the tree it landed on. Izuku glanced at the frozen tree before focusing on the two dragon out of which one was injured, but it still launched ice beams on Izuku. Izuku dodged all of their attacks before transferring some of his mana into the sword, making it glow bright red. Special technique. Z/. Izuku called out before vanishing from the vision of the two dragons, sending them into panic as they started to look around for Izuku. However, soon they felt an imaginable pain as a red blur cut through their bodies in Z formation, and soon Izuku reappeared in front of them with blood dripping from his sword. "It's over," he said as he saw the two dragons collapsing into the ground. "It was easy, but judging by our talk, I can safely assume that there is a whole dragon race in which they are decided into different types, with probably a ruler like this Marsalis one they talked about," Izuku said to himself before swinging his sword, which removed the blood from the sword. Just as he was about to walk away, a light coming from the body from both of the dragons caught his attention. Izuku immediately returned back to their bodies and found two glowing crystal balls. Skill, Analyze, has been activated. Item name, Dragon Core. Class, Mid-level. Description: Dragon Core is a compressed ball of energy which appears after a dragon dies. It contains 70% of the energy of the dragon from which it came from. It can be absorbed by another dragon to significantly boost his/her strength. However, the amount of energy that can be absorbed depends upon the physical capability of the dragon that is going to absorb the core. "No way. This is so amazing. Let's try this," Izuku said with sparkling eyes before holding both the crystals in his hand, and then suddenly, he started to feel the energy from the crystals starting to go into his body. His whole body gained an outline of red color as he received the energy from the cores, and after few minutes, both the core shattered into pieces. "That was amazing. Even though they were much weaker than me, I still feel refreshed after absorbing those," Izuku said before starting to walk away. "So, that's where this king resides," Izuku said as he stood a little far away from a very large frozen ice palace. Izuku started to walk inside and saw that the whole palace was empty with no guards, which confused me, but he didn't let his guard down for even a second. Soon, he found the throne room, which had a very large door. He pushed it a little and it automatically opened, revealing a giant hall with a large frozen ice throne at the back of the hall, on which was sitting a white-haired boy with blue hairs with a smirk on his face. "Well, looks like our guest is finally here. I have received some news regarding a rogue dragon entering my kingdom, and looks like it was true," the boy said while still sitting on the throne, while Izuku stood in front of him watching the boy with narrowed eyes. "I see. So, you already know of my presence here in your kingdom. Anyways, it looks like you already know why I am here," Izuku said to the boy before using his Analyze skill on him. Name: Marsalis. Race: Dragon King. Title: Dragon King of Winter, the Blue Dragon King. LVL: 552. STR: 565. AGI: 500. End: 601. Vit: 576. Int: 523. Sen: 557. Izuku gulped audibly as he saw the stats of his opponent with wide eyes. "Looks like you figured out the difference in power between us," Marsalis spoke with a smirk. Izuku gritted his teeth hearing this. He knew that the chances of coming out of this battle alive is almost zero, but still he isn't going to give up no matter what. Izuku relaxed his body before releasing a sigh and then pointed his sword towards Marsalis with a determined expression before speaking. "Dragon King Marsalis, I challenge you to a battle." Marsalis's smirk widened hearing this, and he stood up from the throne before walking forward. "You are a Dragon King, aren't you? But you are still a newbie. However, I certainly am impressed by your determination, so why don't you properly introduce yourself?" he spoke. "I am Izuku Shinan, the Dragon King of Destruction, also called as the Red Dragon King," Izuku spoke, to which Marsalis nodded before summoning his own sword. "The Red Dragon King, huh? Very well, then let's start with a sword battle," Marsalis before directly appearing in front of Izuku. It's been 2 hours since the fight has been going on between two swordsmen." Izuku lunged forward, aiming a thrust at Marsalis's midsection. With effortless grace, Marsalis sidestepped, executing a precise parry that deflected Izuku's blade harmlessly to the side. Before Izuku could recover, Marsalis delivered a swift riposte, the tip of his sword grazing Izuku's cheek, a stark reminder of his superior skill. Undeterred, Izuku attempted a feint, hoping to catch Marsalis off guard. But Marsalis saw through the deception, countering with a flourish that not only neutralized the attack but also showcased his mastery. His movements were a blend of economy and elegance, each strike deliberate, each defense impenetrable. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as Marsalis pressed his advantage. He maneuvered Izuku into a defensive stance, dictating the pace of the fight with calculated strikes and strategic footwork. Izuku's responses grew increasingly desperate, his attacks more erratic, while Marsalis remained composed, exploiting every opening with surgical precision. In a final, decisive move, Marsalis disarmed Izuku with a deft twist of his wrist, sending Izuku's sword clattering to the ground. He leveled his blade at Izuku's throat, signaling the end of the duel. The outcome was clear. Marsalis had dominated the fight, his superior technique and unwavering composure leaving no doubt as to his prowess as a swordsman. You are strong, but you are far from defeating the other dragon kings who have hundreds of years of experience. Nevertheless, it was a good fight, Marsalis said before his blade vanished, surprising Izuku. Why you aren't going to kill me? Izuku asked in a surprised tone as Marsalis sat at his throne before chuckling. No, I am willing to let you go and even train you in becoming more stronger if you ally yourself with me in my kingdom, Marsalis said while Izuku sat on the ground with a thoughtful expression. His mind was working at an incredible speed as he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. After thinking for a few minutes, he sighed before speaking. Very well then, I guess I am your new ally from now on. Marsalis smirked hearing this before speaking. Good choice. Now then, rest here in the palace. I will call the maids and healers so that they can bring you to your full health. No need, Izuku said before pulling out strong healing potions from his inventory. You have a pocket dimension of your own? Marsalis asked in a little surprised tone. Izuku nodded as all of his injuries healed instantly along with his stamina. I will be going back now since I am not from this world, Izuku said. I already expected you being from another world because appearance of a new dragon king would have surely caused a havoc in this world, Marsalis said, surprising Izuku. I see. Very well then, I will see you later, Izuku said and was about to leave the dungeon, but his instinct flared for a moment before he caught a small circular object thrown towards him by Marsalis. Take that. It is a communication device that uses mana as the source of energy. You and I can contact each other at any time using this, Marsalis said, to which Izuku nodded. I would have liked to stay and know more about this world, but there is an urgent work in my world which I have to do. So, I will be visiting you next time and learn more about this world, Izuku said as he put the communicator in the pocket. Wait a minute, I have something else for you too, Marsalis said before disappearing, to which Izuku raised an eyebrow. After few moments, Marsalis reappeared in front of Izuku with a glowing blue circular object which made Izuku's eye to go wide. And no way, a mana core. The mana this core is emitting is off th charts, Izuku said with wide eyes as he looked at the glowing core in Marsalis' core. That's right, because this is the core of one of our ancient king, Dracius the legendary dragon of winter, Marsalis replied with proud-filled voice. Legendary dragon? Izuku asked since he hadn't heard that title before, to which Marsalis replied, Legendary dragon are the next class of dragon after dragon kings, and up till now in the entire history, there have been only 5 legendary dragons. Damn, they must be powerful as hell, Izuku muttered when he heard Marsalis reply. Anyway, here, this is for you, Marsalis said as he handed the dragon core to Izuku's, whose eyes widened to inhuman level in shock. Why are you giving me something so powerful and precious? Izuku asked in disbelief, to which Marsalis chuckled. Well, you are going to be my ally and I need you to be strong. Moreover, I haven't used this myself because it is currently out of my reach, but something tells me that even if you are weaker than me, you will be able to completely absorb it, Marsalis said while Izuku just stared at him in disbelief. But what if I decide to betray you using this power? Izuku asked, to which Marsalis pulled out a piece of paper before passing it to Izuku. This is a blood oath agreement in which we will take verbal oath which will automatically get printed in this, and then we will sign on it by our blood which will complete it. If either of us decide to break this agreement, it will result in immediate death, Marsalis said, to which Izuku gulped. After few minutes, Izuku and Marsalis were shaking hands with each other as they had just completed the blood oath agreement. "Alright then, we'll see you later Izuku." Marsalis bid his goodbye, which was returned by Izuku, who then teleported away. "Good morning Izuku," Shinso greeted his best friend, who returned the greeting. "So, how was the weekend?" Shinso asked, to which Izuku replied with a smile, "Absolutely amazing." Shinso chuckled hearing this. "Good morning Shinon-san and Hitoshi-san," Izumi greeted both before sitting on her chair. "Good morning Izumi. So, how was your weekend?" Shinso asked Izumi, who also smiled before answering. Izuku looked at both of them talking with each other before Momo and Jiro joined the conversation. The small group of Izuku, which at first consisted of only him and Shinso, had expanded to him, Shinso, Izumi, Momo and Jiro. Izuku at first had been uncomfortable with the addition of new people, but over the week, he could safely say that a bond had started to form between him and the others. Even though he didn't talk too much, Izuku still took a part in conversation sometimes, which was a good development for him. Moreover, he found out that the blonde man he used to meet in the beach is none other than All Might himself, which shocked him very much. Name: Toshinori Yagi. Race: human. Title: All Might, the symbol of peace. LVL: 201. STR: 248-30. AGI: 247-30. End: 220-20. Vit: 221-20. Int: 238-30. Sen: 240. Quirk: One for All. A transferable quirk that gives its user superhuman strength, durability, and agility. His mind was going back and back to the term transferable, which technically meant that someone else could gain All Might's quirk by the transfer method. Moreover, another noticeable thing was the similarity in the surname between Izumi and All Might, which led to a simple assumption that Izumi was the daughter of All Might. But one of the most concerning fact was the debuff applied on each of All Might's stat except for senses, which reduced his power by a huge margin. But ignoring that, Izuku was today planning on visiting Marsalis to gain more information regarding the dragon race. After returning his home and eating lunch with her mom, where he informed his mother about what had happened the last time when he had went into the dungeon inn, which greatly attracted Sonia's attention. Before Izuku left for visiting Marsalis, Sonia told him to be careful since there could be an ulterior motive behind Marsalis' action, which Izuku somewhat agreed to. After bidding goodbye to his mom, Izuku teleported inside the dungeon and found himself in the throne room once again. "Ah, welcome Izuku. Glad to see you again," he heard Marsalis' voice from behind, to which he turned behind, where he saw Marsalis walking towards him with a smile. "Hey Marsalis, I hope I am not disturbing you," Izuku said, to which Marsalis shook his head. "No, I was actually expecting your visit since I knew you would go curious about the dragon race," Marsalis said, to which Izuku nodded awkwardly before both of them started walking together. As depicted in legends and myths, the dragon race is one of the strongest, if not the strongest race in the entire universe. Dragons are powerful creatures made up of large amount of energy, which have high intelligence and act based on their will, which is why our race are sometimes said to be selfish, Marsalis said while Izuku listened intently. "You see, according to the history records we have, the dragon race appeared millions of years ago, which caused an uproar in the entire ecosystem since we disturbed the balance of nature due to our large amount of power. In the earlier times, the dragons used to roam independently and used to have their own territory, but slowly, the dragon species started to get extinct due to them being hunted down by other intelligent species," Marsalis continued. "Which is why the remaining dragons decided to form their own kingdom for each type, such as the ice dragons, fairy dragons, lightning dragons, etc. And this is how this kingdom came into existence. I am the fourth king of this kingdom," Marsalis told Izuku as both of them saw the entire kingdom from the balcony of the palace. "Our species has been divided into many classes, where low-class dragon come at last, next are the middle class, then we have the high class, above them are the dragon kings, then we have the legendary dragons, and at last come the dragon gods," Marsalis said, to which Izuku nodded as he wrote down everything in his notebook. "In the entire history of dragons there have been only 3 dragon gods, out of which 2 died while fighting each other, while the last has been missing for thousands of years," Marsalis said. "I see. So, right now there are no dragon gods available in this world," Izuku said, to which Marsalis nodded before saying, "You are correct about that. We only have 3 legendary dragons alive right now, but all the 3 of them live independently in their own territory, and lastly we have total 10 dragon kings including you. The dragon race has gotten weaker over the period of time as it has lost many of its strongest members." Izuku grimaced, hearing this, but wait a minute, if these dragons and dragon god are real, then does that mean gods, angels, devils and others also exist? Izuku asked with wide eyes, to which Marsalis nodded. "Yeah, I have also fought 2 gods thousands of years ago when they had tried to conquer our planet, but the whole race united together to defeat their army," Marsalis said with pride in his voice, which caused a smile to form on Izuku's face as his heart was also filled with pride. "But seeing the condition of our species now, if they decide to strike again with much stronger force, then our chances of survival are very low compared to earlier," Marsalis said while looking at the sky while Izuku's gaze was focused on the landscape in front of him. "Wait, then which dragon god's core did you gave me?" Izuku asked, to which Marsalis looked at him before replying, "The core that you have with you is of our first king Draques, the dragon god of frost, but unfortunately he died fighting another dragon god who was Falcor, the dragon god of domination." Izuku nodded at the new information as they spent some more time talking with each other, in which both shared information about their own world. Marsalis was very interested in this technology that humans had developed in the school Izuku used to go to. After few more minutes, Izuku decided to leave and bid his goodbye to Marsalis, who returned the gesture before Izuku teleported back to his room and announced that he came back. Afterwards, Izuku told his mom about everything that Marsalis had talked with him regarding the history of dragons, which shocked and intrigued her very much. "Good morning, Izuku. I have been hearing that you have been carrying some type of glowing ball with you," Shinso greeted Izuku as he moved towards him and then saw the glowing spherical object in his hand. "I have been asking him for past 5 minutes, but he isn't telling me anything," Izumi said with a pout, to which Shinso chuckled before moving closer to Izuku, who was keeping a closed eye on Shinso's action. "Touch it and I will cut your hand," Izuku threatened, making Shinso step back before he chuckled awkwardly and said, "Calm down, bro. Take it easy. Anyways, what even is it?" Shinso asked Izuku as the entire class including Bakugo turned towards them to hear Izuku's response, which was, "Sorry, but it's something secret and precious," making the whole class sigh. The bell soon rang and everyone practically teleported back to their seat as soon as the door opened, making Aizawa grin. "All right everyone, tomorrow, we will be going to off-campus for your first rescue training, and it's totally up to you whether you want to wear your UA uniform or your hero costume," he said, to which all the class nodded. "Now to your rescue training, 2 more students will be accompanying you. Enter both of you," Aizawa said on the cue. The door opened, revealing a blonde-haired boy and a periwinkle blue-haired girl entered the room. Kaminari and Mineta practically drooled seeing Nijire's voluptuous and sexy figure, while Izuku stared at both of them with a passive look on his face while absorbing the energy from the core. Skill, adaptation, has been activated. A smile formed on Izuku's face seeing the message. This was one of the most broken ability he had gained, which had allowed him to slowly adapt to the power of the core, making him absorb more power than possible for him. These 2 are the part of UA's Big 3 and currently are the strongest students in UA, Aizawa said, to which Bakugo glared at both of them while small explosions popped in his hand, while the rest of the class stared in amazement as whispers started to happen. Izuku raised an eyebrow hearing this, as this also picked up his interest. "Hey everyone. I am Mirio Tagata and this is Nejiro Hado, and we both are from Class 3A, the blonde-haired boy named Mirio introduced himself with a smile on his face. And instantly Nejire started asking various questions from everyone, but before anyone of them could answer, she moved to another person, making everyone look at her in amusement. Izuku's eyes followed Nejire all over the class as he came to an conclusion that she was a very curious person and an airhead as well. Hey, aren't you the one who lifted the entire school on the first day?" she said to Izuku, who simply raised an eyebrow before nodding. After few talks with the 2 seniors of Class 1A, lunch began and Izuku sat down on the table along with his group. "So, what do you think of this rescue training?" Jiro asked as everyone started to eat their lunch. "It is going to be a good experience for us, and one of the best thing is that we will get a chance to train with the strongest students of UA, Izumi replied with a smile, to which Momo nodded but before she could say anything else. Level 3 Security Breach. All the students are advised to evacuate immediately in an orderly fashion. An alarm started to make a sound as several students rushed while Izuku's group was confused by the sudden panic. What does that Level 3 security breach mean? Shinso asked, to which Izuku sighed before speaking, "It doesn't matter. We are given a clear instruction which is to evacuate and we will follow it," Izuku said, to which others nodded before joining the rest of the students. However, due to the panic, students forgot that they had to evacuate in an orderly fashion, and started to push other in order to get out, resulting in many students getting injured. Izuku glanced at the crowd and saw his friends also getting pushed around. "Fuck this," Izuku said to himself before releasing an intense aura, freezing every student in their place as Izuku started to float above the students. Everyone's attention were on him as they all were watching him with fear due to the aura Izuku was releasing. His eyes were glowing red as he had an angered expression on his face. "Are you all fucking animals or something? Didn't you heard that we need to evacuate in an orderly manner? You all are students of UA for fuck's sake, so at least show that in your actions rather than behaving like uncontrolled animals. Moreover, it is just media, not villains. Look around and see how your actions have injured other students, so now behave like an actual UA student and take all the injured students to the infirmary in an orderly manner," Izuku said while the others looked down in shame before doing as he said. Izuku landed on the ground beside some of his classmates who praised him for his work, but he ignored them and walked towards the window where he saw the media arguing with Aizawa and Present Mike. "These bastards also need some lesson," Izuku said as his classmates looked at him in confusion. Izuku smashed the window in front of him, earning gasp from his classmates before pointing his hand towards the media reporters, and they all started to float before they were thrown outside the campus like rag dolls. Izuku smiled in satisfaction seeing this before turning to his classmates who were staring at him with their jaws dropped. "What? They paid for they did," Izuku simply said, snapping the others back to reality. Ida immediately started scolding Izuku of his rude actions, but Izuku ignored him and started to walk towards the class while rest followed. "Are you all ready?" Mirio asked as he approached the entire Class 1A standing in front of the bus together. "Yes. We are just waiting for Class 1B, Momo replied, to which Mirio nodded. "Hey Izuku, why did you wore your PE uniform rather than your so-called hero costume?" Shinso asked while standing with Izuku, Momo, Jiro and Momo. Izuku just shrugged before saying, "No reason. Would you look at that, Class 1A has been waiting for us all this time. Looks like they realized how important we are." Everyone turned towards the source of the sound and found a blonde boy heading towards them while the rest of the Class 1B was following with their teacher. "Now who the hell is that clown?" Izuku asked as he stared at Monoma with an annoying look on his face. "I don't know, but he sure is weird," Jiro said while the other nodded. "Let's say hello to them," Momo said while walking towards them along with Izumi and Jiro, while Shinso and Izuku stood there watching the girls approach the Class 1B students. "Everyone please get in the bus in a single line," Ida yelled while chopping his hand. Seeing this, Class 1B looked at him weirdly while Class 1A's sweat dropped. "No need to be so strict, Ida-kun," Najire said as she entered the bus along with the others. After everyone got on board, the bus took off to the campus where they were gonna have our first rescue training. Izuku glanced around the class and saw that everyone was talking to each other while only him and Todoroki were sitting silently. "Yagi-san," Asui called out, making Izumi turn towards her. "I always say what is in my mind. Your second quirk seems very similar to All Might, doesn't it?" she asked, making Izumi to go into panic as she started to think of a false answer to come with. Izuku sighed seeing Izumi going into panic and decided to save her since he knew that she was the next holder of All Might's quirk and this information could not be leaked at any cost or it will cause an uproar. Even if it is similar, there is also difference between both of their quirk. Izumi's quirk result in breaking her limbs while All Might remains completely fine even after using his quirk continuously for hours. They just look similar due to being physical enhancement quirk and because Izumi copies All Might's attack, Izuku said while leaning on his seat while others listened carefully. "Yeah, if we look at that like that then there is quite a difference between the usage of the quirk," Momo said while placing a finger on her chin. "But still Yagi-san has a flashy quirk while my hardening isn't something that would stand out," Kirishima said before showing his hardened arm. "And no, it's not like that, Kirishima-kun. You are still very strong and know how to perfectly use your quirk, Izumi said with a nervous smile on her while shaking her hands. It doesn't matter, Izuku said loudly, making everyone turn towards him, including the teachers. Until you have the strength and will to save others, then it doesn't matter whether you stand out or not, because in your heart, you are still a hero, Izuku continued, surprising everyone. Damn Izuku, didn't knew you could be such a motivator, Shinso said, but Izuku didn't said nothing and kept his eyes closed. Thanks Shinobro. That was so manly, Kirishima said with sparkly eyes. Yeah, that was a good point there, Shinon-san, a ginger-haired girl named Kendo said before chopping Monoma's neck before he could spout any nonsense. Najire also stared at Izuku with a thoughtful look on her face, but soon realized what she was doing and immediately turned her head away with a blush on her face. All right, we have reached, Aizawa announced as he stood up, and soon everyone left the bus before standing in a group in front of Aizawa and Vladkind. Hey everyone, I will be changing the way of writing from here. Hello everyone, I have been waiting for you all. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound. Izumi. No way, it's the Space Hero 13, the top rescue hero. Everyone started to talk to each other about how exciting it would be to learn something under one of the top rescue hero, while Izumi and Uraraka approached 13 and took an autograph. 13. Come on everyone, let's head inside. You are going to get more amazed once you enter. Everyone started following her and entered the large dome where 13 told everyone about the place, and it was called USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Aizawa. Anyways, where is All Might? Shouldn't he be already here? After hearing Aizawa's question, 13 invited the two teachers to a corner and started to tell them about something while showing 3 fingers to them. Izuku decided not to eavesdrop on the conversation using his superhuman hearing and instead focused on looking around. Najire. Hey everyone, are you excited for your first rescue training? Najire asked as she flew in front of all the students, to which everyone nodded with excitement and eagerness. Vlad King. Due to some reason, All Might won't be able to join us. So, we 3 along with Mirio and Najire will be handling your training. 13 was about something but was interrupted by Izuku, who immediately jumped towards the main plaza. Izuku. We have hostiles incoming. Get ready everyone. Everyone was confused by Izuku's sudden behavior, but the teachers and the top 2 students of UA were sure something was wrong due to the seriousness present in Izuku's voice, which proved to be correct as a purple portal opened in the main plaza. Aizawa. Shit, stay together everyone and don't move. 13 and Najire get the students out of here while me, Vlad King and Mirio will take care of the villains. Kirishima. What is happening? Who are they? Najire. Calm down everyone, we need to evacuate. Those are real villains. Hearing that the people who were coming out of the portal were real villains scared the whole class. 13 and Najire then guided the entire class outside the building. Shinso. Wait, what about Izuku? 13 paused hearing this and turned back to see Izuku heading towards them. 13. He is coming back. Keep moving everyone, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Izuku. Why the hell did that sensei told me to evacuate when I could have helped them a lot. I know that they can defeat the other minor villains, but the real threat is that bioengineered thing they bought with them. Name. Nomu. Race. Unknown. Bioengineered. Title. Anti-symbol of peace. LVL. 194. STR. 216. AGI. 220. End. 204. VIT. 265. Int. 224. Sen. 236. Quirks. 1. Shock absorption x3. 2. Super regeneration x4. Suddenly a large purple mist formed in front of them, which then compressed into form of a human, revealing a man made of purple mist wearing a suit. Kurogiri. There is no escape for you. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite for us inviting ourselves here to say hello. But beside that, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe it was supposed to. Kurogiri was cut off by a sound behind him. Izuku. Are you done? His eyes widened as he tried to turn backwards, but Izuku immediately grabbed his metal neck before smashing him into the ground, forming a crater as everyone covered their face with their hands. Najire. Whoa. I didn't see him even move. Is his quirk related to speed or strength? Izumi. No, his quirk is similar to mine, which is telekinetic, not any super speed or super strength. Najire's eye widened in surprise when she heard that Izuku didn't have a strength or a speed quirk. Shinso. I know what you are thinking. We all were also surprised by this on the first day, but it's the truth. What you saw just now is his physical strength. Kurogiri. How did you figure my weakness so fast? Kurogiri was absolutely baffled by this, as he didn't expect it to get his weakness to get exposed in just few seconds, while Izuku just smirked. Izuku. I admit it's difficult to figure out your weakness when your whole body is covered by that purple mist, but I have quite good eyes, which is why I saw that piece of metal shining for a second. 13. Good job, Shinon. However, I hope that you tell me next time before taking any direct actions like that. Izuku nodded at 13 while 13 walked forward towards the villain before pointing her finger towards Kurogiri, but before she could do anything, a loud crashing noise was heard from behind them. Kaminari. What the hell was that? The dust disappeared to reveal a horrifying sight, which was a bloodied Vlad King lying on the ground unconscious. Everyone except 13 and Izuku, sensei. The entire Class 1B along with Najire ran towards their sensei to check his condition, while Class 1A watched the condition of Vlad King with a terrified look on their sensei. Kurogiri took the advantage of the opportunity that presented itself due to Izuku being distracted. He immediately teleported away, making 13 and Izuku to go wide-eyed before they started look around, but suddenly, everyone was surrounded by the familiar purple mist which started to swallow everyone. In the next 15 seconds, everyone except Izuku, 13, Najire, Ochako, Kendo and Momo were swallowed and teleported away by Kurogiri. Izuku gritted his teeth as he saw his classmates in Class 1B getting teleported away. Kurogiri. I will admit that I underestimated you earlier, but now, all of your classmates have been teleported away to different parts of USJ where my fellow villains are waiting to end their life. Even your teachers have been defeated. Everyone glanced towards the center plaza and saw Nomu pushing a bloodied Aizawa and Mirio into the ground. Najire. Mirio. Aizawa-sensei. All the girls covered their mouth in horror as they saw the condition of their senior and teacher. Izuku clenched his fist as his eyes started to glow dangerously as his anger skyrocketed, seeing the condition of Mirio and Aizawa and how the villain was laughing about it. Izuku. That's it, Izuku said loudly, making everyone including Kurogiri to look at Izuku, whose only one eye was visibly which was glowing as his hair turned black and his hands started to get little red. Kurogiri flinched at the glare Izuku was giving him, however before he could even do something Izuku vanished from his spot, making Kurogiri panic. The next second, Izuku appeared behind Kurogiri and smashed him in the ground so hard that the entire platform was crushed into pieces. Everyone who was present at the scene was watching with the same terrified look, but there was some hope in the eyes, while Najire and 13 had a serious expression on their face. Izuku stood up before vanishing from there before anyone could even say something. In the central plaza, Shigaraki was laughing loudly, seeing Aizawa and the blonde brat getting beaten to a pulp by his Nomu. Shigaraki. Now who's gonna save your kid's Eraserhead? My goons will kill them all. Aizawa just glared at Shigaraki before glancing at Mirio, who was unconscious due to the damage he had taken from the Nomu. Aizawa. Come fast, All Might, or else. Before Aizawa could finish his thoughts, the Nomu that was holding both him and Mirio down was blown away, surprising Shigaraki and him. Izuku. That's enough. It's about time you and your pathetic weapon pay for what you did. Shigaraki. What the, hey, how did you do that? Shigaraki yelled with an annoyed look on his face while Izuku gave him a deadly glare, making him flinch. However, this fueled his anger more as he ordered Nomu to attack on Izuku, which landed perfectly, making Aizawa grimace. Uraraka. Sensei. Are you alright? Aizawa. You Uraraka. What or why you doing here? Run. Uraraka. We can't leave you here, sensei. Uraraka then, with the help of Kendo and Momo, picked up Aizawa while Najire along with 13 picked up Mirio before carrying him away. Aizawa. Shinon. Uraraka, hearing this, glanced back and was shocked to see something. Shigaraki. How was that, brat? I thought you were stronger than rest, but looks like you were also a NPC, Lee. Shigaraki froze as he saw what had happened. Izuku had tanked a direct hit from Nomu with only a slight bruise on his cheek and was glaring at Nomu. Izuku. If that's your full power then you are pathetic. I will show you what a true punch is like. Izuku cocked his hand back before punching Nomu with so much force that the entire central plaza cracked into pieces. The whole USJ shook as cracks started to spread. A gaping hole was left in Nomu's chest, but he noticed the Nomu starting regenerating. Izuku. It be fun to see your regeneration limit. Izuku smirked darkly, which sent shivers down Shigaraki's spine, who was laying in the ground a little far away. Izuku stated to launch a barrage of punches on Nomu's body even before it could regenerate from his first attack. Each punch obliterated the part of Nomu's body where it landed while shaking the entire USJ. Najire. Are you sure he doesn't have a very strong strength quirk? Uraraka. According to what he and Sensei told, no. Momo. I am also starting to have a doubt about his quirk after seeing this. Meanwhile, a little further from the central plaza were standing Izumi, Asui, Bakugo, Todoroki, Mineta, Tokage, Tetsu, Kirishima and few others. Mineta. He is a monster. What does he even eat to have so much physical strength? Nobody argued with Mineta since they were all focused on the one-sided massacre going on in the central plaza. Even Bakugo was speechless after seeing the power display of Izuku. Izumi. He was telling the truth when he mentioned that he was as strong as All Might or even stronger. The destruction behind his punches are comparable to Dad without a quirk. It's simply ridiculous and impossible. Izuku. Time to end this show. Izuku cocked his punch back to maximum distance possible. Najire. Everyone. Take cover and hold something fast. Izumi. Take cover guys. He is gonna punch really hard this time. Everyone took the advice and immediately took a cover while holding the nearby structure tightly. Shigaraki also felt the danger as his instincts flared up. He immediately started running for a nearby cover, however he was too late. Izuku punched the Nomu with full force. The entire USJ's land was leveled within a second while the entire land within the radius of 1 kilometer shook heavily. Everyone yelled as they tried to absolutely stick to whatever they were holding and fortunately were able to. Shigaraki was buried within the debris along with the other villains including Kurogiri around the USJ. After 30 seconds, the shaking stopped as the debris settled down and dust covered the entire USJ. However, suddenly the door of the USJ flew open revealing All Might with the rest of the U faculty including the principal. Every teacher's eye widened in horror as they saw the destruction inside USJ. All Might. We need to check whether the students are safe or not. All Might immediately jumped after saying this. It's been half an hour since the teachers arrived in USJ, all the students were safely evacuated from the sit and all the villains were arrested. However, Izuku along with the two main leading villains were missing from the scene. A police team had already been dispatched to find Izuku while the others were getting treated. Aizawa, Vlad King and Mirio were immediately transported to the hospital due to their severe injuries. All Might. All of this could have been avoided if I hadn't used all of my time. Nezu. You were right about that, but this not the time for regret. We need to inform the parents of all the involved students and have to find Izuku Shinon as fast as possible. All Might nodded to Nezu's word as they watched the police investigating the scene while the students were getting treated. Midnight. But I do not understand that even when such a strong villain that was capable of such mass destruction and producing shockwaves that we even felt from far away was present, then how are the students majorly unharmed? Nezu. That is a question that has also been bothering me for a while now. However, we will get the answer to that in a few more minutes when the students tell us what exactly happened. 13. Principal Nezu. Nezu. 13. Are you all right now? 13. Yes, Principal Nezu. Thank you for your concern. Nezu. So, will you mind giving us a summary of what exactly happened? 13. I still can't wrap my head around the events that occurred today, but sure, I will tell you everything that happened in USJ. 13 then started to explain everything to the faculty members, whose expression changed from surprise to shock, then to horror and anger, and then to absolutely disbelief. Ectoplasm. So, you are telling us that Izuku Shinon was the one who caused this much destruction during his fight with this Nomu? 13 nodded while the other teachers including Nezu looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Midnight. But this is simply ridiculous. He doesn't even have a strength quirk, then how did his punch cause this much destruction? All Might. I am also having a hard time believing this. looking at the destruction, and if young Shannon is the one responsible by this, then his physical strength is equal to mine. Everyone looked at All Might, who had a serious expression on the face. Nezu. For now, let's put this aside and focus on the current case of finding Izuku Shannon, then we can ourselves ask him about this. There is no need, principal. Something crashed into the ground behind them before they heard the voice. The dust disappeared and there standing was none other than the missing student Izuku Shannon with a head in his hand. Everyone's eye widened before they quickly approached the missing student and started asking him several questions. Izuku. I am sorry about my absence. I was actually gone to collect the head of the Nomu so it could be used in the investigation, and yes, I was the one who defeated Nomu. However, before anyone could speak anything else, Tsukauchi. I am sorry to interrupt, but I need Shannon here for some questions. Nezu. No problem, detective. You can take him. After that, both Izuku and Tsukauchi stood a bit far away from others. Izuku. Mr. Detective, before you ask anything, I have this for the forensic team. Tsukauchi's eye widened in horror when he saw the head in Izuku's hand. Tsukauchi. Is that Izuku? Yes, this is the head of the Nomu, but don't worry, he wasn't alive. The Nomu is a bioengineered weapon created by League of Villains to defeat All Might, which he was capable of. Regardless, having a body part of Nomu will be a great help in the case, wouldn't it be? Tsukauchi gulped but nodded and called a nearby forensic team member who carefully collected the Nomu's head from Izuku. Very well then, detective. You can ask whatever you want, Izuku said, to which detective nodded before answering several questions which were answered by Izuku. After that, Izuku also gave thick summary of the attack from his side, which detective took points of, and after few more minutes, Izuku was allowed to return back to class. A warning from my side, detective. Tsukauchi's eye snapped to Izuku before he flinched when he noticed the cold and bloody red eyes of Izuku. You better find this Shigaraki before I do, because once I did, I will make him regret ever being born. Izuku left after saying what he intended to, while Tsukauchi stood there watching Izuku's back with wide eyes. So, would you mind telling me what exactly happened at the USJ? Nezu asked Izuku as they were sitting in a meeting room with rest of the faculty except for Aizawa and Vlad King. Izuku looked at all of them for a moment before telling everything that happened during the USJ. Well, your side of story matches with the one given by your classmates and 13. Nezu said. However, I can't wrap my head around the fact that you caused this much destruction without a physical enhancement quirk. Nezu rubbed his chin as he said this. Quote, I know it sounds ridiculous to all of you, but it is what it is. It depends entirely on you all whether you want to believe it or not. The truth is that the speed and strength I displayed is natural. Izuku simply stated, and a long silence enveloped the room. Very well then, there is nothing more to ask. You can return back to your classroom and collect your belongings. Your mother has been informed and she would be arriving soon. Nezu said to Izuku, who nodded before leaving the faculty room. Do you think he is lying? Midnight asked once Izuku left the room. No, I don't think so. He had a very serious tone or expression while giving the answer, not to mention the bluntness he used. Either he is way too good in acting or he is speaking the truth. Nezu replied to Midnight. So, what are we going to tell to the public? Smintos asked, to which Nezu glanced at All Might before answering. We are going to tell the public that All Might was the one who defeated the villains. Exposing Shinnen's name to the public will make him one of the biggest target of villains, and we can't risk the fall of one of the rising hero. All Might and the others nodded, hearing Nezu's word. Izu. Sonia instantly hugged Izuku tightly, burying his face into her big chest, making it quite difficult for him to breathe. I was so worried. They said that you were missing for over an hour after the attack. I almost got a heart attack hearing that. And like that, she continued to speak. Izuku tapped his mother's shoulder, snapping her out of her sorrowful state. She instantly noticed the state Izuku was in and quickly released him before apologizing while Izuku took deep breaths. Seriously, Mom, you know that some puny villains can't scratch me, let alone beat me. Izuku said after recovering. Yeah, but still. Seeing her mom's saddened face, he sighed before placing a hand on her cheek, making her look up to him. I am fine, Mom, and I am really thankful for having a wonderful mom like you. So, why don't we go back and have a nice lunch together? he said with a cute smile that automatically brightened the mood of Sonia. Alright, but what happened to Hair Izuku? They changed again, Sonia pointed out, making Izuku raise an eyebrow before he took out his smartphone. Holy shit, again, it changed again, Izuku yelled, garnering attention from the other people around him, but yeah, he didn't give a shit about them and focused on his hair before he was smacked by his mother. No bad words, Izu. Sorry, Izuku replied with a fake cute face before both of them burst out laughing. However, as they were about to leave the campus, Izuku sensed someone watching them and turned towards a particular direction where he found Najire looking at him. Najire seemed to snap back to reality when she found out that Izuku was looking back to her, making her blush in embarrassment. She quickly flew away from there. Why was my heart pounding so fast when I was staring at him? What is this unknown feeling in my chest? Najire thought to herself as she ran to her class with a red face. Hey, I expecting nothing less from my new ally, Marsalis said as Izuku told him what happened at his school during his USJ trip. Anyways, how is your absorption of the core going on? Marsalis asked Izuku. It's been going pretty good actually. Thanks to it, I have been able to boost my growth speed by miles. Izuku said, and he was saying the complete truth. With the help of the Dragon God core that Marsalis provided him with, his levels were increasing at a super fast speed. Status. Name. Izuku Shinon. Race. Dragon King. Title. Dragon King of Destruction, the Red Dragon King. LVL. 370. HP. 55, 84,125 55ths, 84,125. MP. 47, 61,490 47ths, 61,490. STR. 484. AGI. 448. End. 479. VIT. 476. Int. 460. Sen. 480. Money. 94,051,306 points, 1 point, greater than 1 yen. Not to mention the fact that he was insanely rich. Anyways, after having a few spar matches with Marsalis, Izuku returned back to his world and the entire day went normal. Why am I here, Mom? Izuku asked his mother, who had a grin on her face. Currently, the mother-son duo were in Sonia's dojo where Izuku was taken despite him having no idea. Since you have a 1-week free leave from the school, I thought, why don't I introduce you to my students? Really, Mom, you do know that I have no interest in meeting unknown people. I know, but you now need to make more friends, Izuku. Even in the hero field, you have to work with other heroes, which is why it's necessary for you to have friendly relationship with them. Hearing Sonia's reasonable response, Izuku just silently grumbled. Moreover, every student of my class is a girl, and I have read that dragons love to a harem for themselves. Mom, Izuku shouted with a red face while Sonia chuckled. Click. Both Izuku's and Sonia's eye moved towards the entrance door from which 4 girls entered the dojo in their kendo dress along with their bags. They placed all of their belongings except for their kendo stick into the locker area before entering, stepping forward into the wooden floor barefoot. All of them gave a bow to Sonia before greeting her, which she returned with a smile. Sensei. Who is this? I thought you only took girls as students. One of the student named Ika Fujiwara asked. This is my son, Izuku. He will also be helping you all today since he is also quite proficient in kendo. Sonia introduced Izuku, who let out an internal sigh before introducing himself. Hi, I am Izuku Shinon. Nice to meet you all. Right, I am Ika Fujiwara. Nice to meet you as well. I am Haruka Shimizu. I am Naomi Takahashi. Nice to meet you, cutie. I am Sora Nakamura. Izuku's eyebrow twitched a bit as he heard Naomi's last word, but he ignored it and focused on the last girl, Sora. She seemed to be more colder than the other girls, and the aura around her was also of a cold person like Izuku. Click, and the door opened once again, revealing another group of 5 girls. Izuku's eyes widened for a moment in surprise. Momo. Hado-senpai. Izuku muttered as his eyes fell on the 2 girls from his, who also were quite surprised to see Izuku. Izuku. Shinon. They both said aloud. Oh, do you all 3 know each other? Yeah, we all study at UA only. Momo is my classmate while Hado-senpai is my senior. Izuku explained to his mother, who let out a sly grin hearing that, which Yoshiko deliberately ignored. "But why are you here, Izuku?" "Because this is my mom's dojo," Izuku replied while pointing towards Sonia, who nodded. "Oh, I see. I suspected that earlier after hearing the common nickname, but thought it was just a coincidence," Momo replied while scratching her cheeks. "So, will you also study kendo with us?" Nejire asked as she closed the distance between her and Izuku, who backed away a little. "Actually no, I will be here as the teaching assistant," Izuku replied. After all the girls arrived and all the introductions happened, Sonia decided to start the class. "Alright everyone, listen up. As you all know, the Regional Kendo Championship will be starting soon enough, and each dojo has been given the right to send 2 children from their institute to participate in this," Sonia said, to which all the girls nodded while Izuku silently observed. "So, I have decided to place a test to determine who will be representing our dojo." "And the test is?" Sonia paused for a moment, building up suspense as all the girls clenched their fist in excitement, nervousness, anxiety. "Third person's paw. Gee, that's so unfair, sensei. You seriously don't expect us to win against Izuku, right?" Momo said as she heard the absurd challenge by her sensei, Sonia. "Yeah, sensei. I don't think there is someone here who can even scratch him, let alone beat him." Nejire spoke up, drawing the curiosity from the other girls. "Is he that strong?" Naomi asked as she scanned Izuku from top to bottom, who sat at his place with a neutral expression. "Well, I guess you all are right. So, how about this? You all can team up whoever you want and with how many you want against Izu. Moreover, you just have to knock his Bakudo to win," Sonia announced, but still Nejire and Momo seemed doubtful while the other girls were quite curious about Izuku's strength. "Alright, how about we start with Momo and Nejire?" Sonia pointed towards Momo and Nejire, who glanced at each before giving each other a determined nod. They stood up with their Bakudo and gears before wearing them. Izuku also stood up and took one of the Bakudo from his mother's collection and stood in front of them while wearing no protective gear since he didn't need it once. "Is he not going to wear the protective gear?" Aika asked. "Not needed," Izuku answered before anyone else could, surprising the others as they didn't thought that Izuku was an arrogant kid. Sora's grip on her Bakudo tightened when she heard the arrogant response from Izuku. "Alright, begin," Sonia announced, and immediately both Momo and Nejire jumped on Izuku together. Izuku lazily lifted his Bakudo up and easily blocked both of their attack. Momo backed away and instantly used her fast reflex to attack at Izuku's leg. Izuku stood there, his head bending backward to avoid the slash from Nejire while his Bakudo moving downward to intercept Momo's attack. "Damn, his reaction speed is insane," Haruka muttered to herself while Aika nodded. Momo and Nejire once again backed away, creating a distance between them and Izuku. Momo glanced at Nejire, who nodded before rushing towards Izuku, who narrowed his eyes. Nejire instantly let out a vertical strike from above, which Izuku moved to intercept with his Bokuden. However, at the last moment, Nejire jumped and did a 360-degree flip while Momo appeared from behind Nejire's position, her Bakudo already in an attack form, aimed at Izuku's chest area. From Izuku's behind, Nejire, who had just landed, also turned back and striked towards Izuku's leg. All the girls thought that the battle was going to over and Izuku will lose. However, Sora, who had a cold expression, noticed something strange: Izuku's face. Not his face exactly, but his calm expression. Too calm, with no hint of surprise. That's when she knew that something was wrong. Izuku, seeing Momo's and Nejire's flawless attack formation, smirked internally. That was a flawless execution. It would have worked if their opponent was someone normal. Within a second, Izuku turned his body, avoiding Momo's attack. He lifted his Bakudo before knocking down Momo's Bakudo with it and then knocked Momo's leg, making her fall on Nejire, whose attack was about to hit Izuku's leg. All of this done within a second. Everyone blinked and the match was over. Momo collapsed over Nejire, her Bokuden falling to the ground while Izuku calmly stood beside them with his Bakudo still in his hand. Everyone's eye widened as they tried to understand what the hell happened in just a blink of the eye. In fact, even Sonia was taken aback since she had never saw Izuku in a combat with his sword. She didn't know the fact that Izuku was capable of cutting through an entire city with a single strike of his sword. Izuku calmly glanced at her mother, snapping her out of her trance. She nodded at him before declaring Izuku as the winner of the match. The hell? Naomi said as she glanced at the other girls who held the same expression of confusion, shock, disbelief. I already said that we can't win against him. Momo said as she and both Nejire stood up. Yeah, he defeated both of us without an effort. Nejire said with a small pout on her face, making Sonia chuckle before she walked towards the two. You both did your best and you should be proud of that. You should acknowledge the fact that there will always be someone stronger than you. Sonia said to both of them, to which they nodded. Your teamwork is great. The last attack had a flawless execution. Izuku praised, surprising them for a moment before they let out a smile. I guess so, but it still wasn't effective. We weren't even able to put a scratch on you. Well, flawless doesn't mean victory. In front of opponents who surpass you by miles, you can't just expect a win only based on flawless execution. A failsafe is always necessary. Izuku said, although his words seemed quite arrogant to others. Those who knew his real power knew that whatever he said was true. Well then, who want to go next? Sonia asked as she turned towards the sitting students. I will go next along with Aika, Haruka and Sora. Naomi volunteered along with her friends, who nodded except for Sora. Sorry, but I want to fight him in a one-on-one match. So, you three have to go alone. Sora said, to which Naomi raised an eyebrow for a moment before nodding. Alright then, we three will fight you next, Izuku. You better be ready, and if we win, I want you to take me on a date. Izuku sighed hearing Naomi's last sentence, while others along with Sonia chuckled. Let's go, girls, Haruka said as they all three took their stance while Izuku calmly stood in front of them normally, his eyes sharply scanning them. Begin. Haruka started the first attack. In the blink of the eye, she reached Izuku and did an upward vertical slash, directly aiming for his chin. Izuku bended his head, avoiding the strike. Suddenly, his instincts flared up for a moment. He immediately backflipped, avoiding a low strike from Naomi, who let out a smirk seeing Izuku's abs as his shirts lifted up for a moment. You are quite hot, you know that, she commented as Izuku landed. He ignored her comment and focused on Aika, who had closed the gap between her and Izuku. Aika first went with a direct downward vertical strike which Izuku easily dodged, but she instantly switched her attack from vertical to horizontal one, surprising Izuku a bit as he jumped back, avoiding her strike once again. Without giving Izuku moment a rest, Naomi aimed a strike at Izuku's wrist, which Izuku dodged again. However, this time, Aika was already behind him, waiting for him to dodge Naomi's strike. She instantly let out a strike towards back, which Izuku blocked with his Bakudo. This led to his front body being completely exposed, which Haruka took advantage of, aiming a direct pinpoint strike at Izuku's gut. Izuku smirked before backflipping, landing behind Aika, who was about to get hit by Haruka's attack. Naomi, their third partner, instantly intercepted Haruka's attack, saving Aika from a huge blow to her gut. That was dirty, Aika muttered, but Izuku just kept his smirk on the face. Let's finish this, Izuku said, and in the blink of eye, he was in front of the three girls who were clearly unprepared for Izuku's explosive speed. Izuku instantly knocked the Bakudos from the hands of the three girls. And over. Sonia called out the match and declared Izuku the winner while the three girls sighed. Well, kind of expected, I guess. Haruka said. Yeah, we lasted longer than I thought. Aika added. Same here. Looks like our cutie here went easy on us since he was charmed by our beauty. Izuku's eye twitched as he heard Naomi's comment, but he didn't said anything. He directly bonked her head with his Bakudo. OWW. Hey, how could you hit such a cute and sexy girl like me? Izuku just gave her a deadpan face, making her pout. Alright, both of you calm down. You three go, sit at your place, and Sora, now it's your turn. Sonia said, to which Sora nodded before standing up with her Bakudo. At first, Izuku looked at Sora, who spoke up. I thought you were just some arrogant brat who thought that he could beat anyone just because he learned some kendo moves, but after watching your matches, I can surely say that I am impressed. Izuku stayed silent. However, this will be the end of your win streak, Sora said while taking her stance. I would love to see you try, Izuku replied with a smirk. Sonia grinned, seeing the intense competitive aura between her son and her strongest student. Yes, you heard right. No, actually you read right. Sora is indeed Sonia's strongest student and her oldest as well. Sora's mother and Sonia are actually childhood friends. Sora's mother had sent Sora for kendo classes to Sonia from when she was just 5 years old. However, Sora's mother had to move away 2 years ago due to some work-related problems, and they have recently shifted back here. Begin. As soon as that word left Sonia's mouth, Sora immediately closed the gap between her and Izuku. Without wasting even a second, she struck towards Izuku's shoulder, but Izuku easily intercepted it with his Bakudo. Sora didn't falter and continued again with a strike to his leg, which was blocked again, but she again didn't falter and kept on striking Izuku's weak spots. Izuku easily intercepted them before jumping away from her. Got to say, you are fast. Izuku praised, which surprised Sora for a moment. Compared to others, and a vein popped up on Sora's forehead as she saw Izuku's smirk after that comment. You are quite good at provoking others, she muttered to herself before launching strikes after strikes at Izuku from every possible direction, which Izuku intercepted. You know that I have no blind spots. Is that why you are trying to make me slip by launching so many strikes at me at once? Izuku asked Sora, who stayed silent and kept on launching strikes on Izuku. She launched a vertical strike on Izuku's head and at the last moment, left the Bakudo in mid-air before grabbing it with her other hand. She immediately pulled the Bakudo back before launching it at Izuku's chest at an insane speed, but to her shock, this strike was also intercepted by Izuku. Her gaze moved to Izuku's expression, which was calm, too calm, like there was no threat to him here, and that infuriated her quite a bit. She knew that Izuku was strong, but she also knew that she was not weak either. She had been practicing kendo every day for past 11 years and had won several championships. Why is he so relaxed? Is there such a huge gap between our kendo skills? But how is that possible? She didn't know how Izuku was so good in kendo. Even if he was practicing kendo for 1 or 2 years more than her, the power gap between them was too much. The only thing that came to her mind was that Izuku had a quirk which granted him a passive boost to his physical strength, but she didn't thought that was the reason. Because she knew that her sensei, Sonia, would have surely told them beforehand or wouldn't have set up this match in the first place. But that wasn't the case, which meant that whatever she was witnessing right now was the naturally earned physical feats of Izuku. His calm expression, insane fast reflexes, his insane agility. Even though she knew that there was no way she could win against someone like him, she didn't stop trying. Because that's what her sensei, Sonia, had taught her. To never give up no matter. You are quite determined to beat me. Even after knowing the power gap between us, you still aren't slowing down a bit. Izuku said to Sora mid-fight. I was taught to never give up. Sora simply replied, to which Izuku smiled before glancing at his mother, who had a proud smile on her face seeing the match between her son and her student. Very well, then I will end this match myself. Sora's eye widened, but before she could do anything, in a single strike, Izuku knocked the Bakudo out of her hand before striking her leg, making her fall into her butt. He then pointed his Bakudo at her neck. Damn, that was a heck of a match. Yeah, their striking speed is just insane. Momo and Najire commented. Sonia announced Izuku as the winner of the match. Izuku looked at Sora for a moment before turning away and stood beside her mother while Sora stood up and also took her place. I am leaving the rest of the matches since the rest of the girls are just NPCs. So, what now, sensei? None of us won against Izuku. Haruka asked Sonia. Don't worry, I have already selected the 2 students who are going to represent our dojo, and they are Aika and Naomi. Everyone seemed a bit surprised that Sora wasn't chosen. I am sure that you all must be surprised why Sora wasn't chosen. Well, I wanted to give other students a chance to go to participate in the upcoming tournament. Moreover, the rest of the students along with Sora will be training for the Bushido Championship, whose selection round will take place in 2 months. Sonia explained, to which everyone nodded along with Sora, who was now more determined to make herself stronger. Izuku silently stared at all the faces before letting out a small smile. He was quite curious to know how his mother's student will fare in the upcoming future. Hey everyone, how is it going? Izuku asked loudly as he entered the classroom, surprising everyone. Did you hit your head, Izuku? Shinso asked Izuku, who frowned but said nothing and sat on his seat while everyone eyed him. Hey, I was just trying to be friendly, you know, Izuku said in an annoyed tone, making some of his classmates chuckle. Soon enough, the bell soon rang and everyone quickly sat on their seat. The door opened to reveal Aizawa looking like a mummy. Mr. Aizawa, is it all right for you to come to school? Ida asked while fixing his glass. Yeah, leaving that, your fight is not over yet, Aizawa bluntly said, making the whole class go tense as several thoughts occurred in their mind. Izuku had an unreadable expression on his face as he glanced at his classmates who were extremely quiet, but he could feel the fear rising from them. The school sports festival is coming up in next 2 weeks, Aizawa said, making the whole class sigh in relief. But sensei, is it wise to hold such a big event after being attacked by villains recently? Juro expressed her concerns as everyone stared at Aizawa. You were right about that, but the HPSC has decided to continue with the sports festival in order to show the society and villains that the Hero Society is not going to back down just because of one attack. Izuku's eye narrowed his eye dangerously. The atmosphere of the room immediately shifted as everyone glanced towards Izuku, who was radiating quite an intense aura. I am sorry for the interruption, please continue, sensei. Aizawa sighed seeing this and nodded before continuing. Well, I know you do not like this idea since you have first-hand experienced the villain attack, but right now, our hands are also tied. Regardless of that, we need to show the society that the future is bright and is in good hands, which is why you have to try your hardest. Moreover, many pro heroes will be watching the show. If you put up a good show, you can consider yourself in good hands. Everyone nodded, but they still had doubtful look on their face. This may not ease your worries much, but the security of this year's sport festival is 5 times more than the last year's. Moreover, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but we have Shinon here too. Even if he is not a pro hero, we can't ignore his overwhelming strength. Aizawa said as his gaze fell on Izuku, who gave a reassuring smile to his classmates. That's all I have to say. You have 2 weeks and you should focus on your training more. Good luck, Aizawa said before leaving the class as the bell rang and the day continued like any other day. Everyone in Class 1A was excited regarding the sports festival as they focused on positive things rather than negative ones. So, are you all pumped up for sports festival? Mina asked as everyone nodded. Everyone. Ochako's voice caught everyone's attention as they turned towards her, only to find her standing there with an intense competitive aura releasing from her, making everyone sweat a little. I am going to do my best, she yelled while pumping her fist in the air as everyone cheered for her. I said I am going to do my best, Ochako again yelled, making everyone sweat drop, while Izuku looked curiously at Ochako before walking out of the classroom, only to find his 2 senpais standing outside. Hey Shinon-kun, how are you? Najire said as she closed on Izuku, who leaned back a little with an unreadable expression on his face before glancing at Mirio, who smiled at Izuku before speaking. Hello Shinon, I hope you don't mind walking with us for a bit. Izuku shook his head before starting to walk along with his 2 other senpais. After they reached outside the building, they stopped at a spot. Mirio immediately bowed down to Izuku, surprising him. I am sorry Shinon for what happened at USJ. As your senpai, it should have been my job to protect you all, but I failed and then you had to fight yourself, Mirio said. You don't have to apologize for that, senpai, Izuku stated firmly. None of us here are invincible. Defeat is something that we must all face regularly in our life to realize that we need to get stronger. Even though you were not able to defeat the villains, you did your best to protect us, and that's the most important right now. None of us were harmed thankfully, but this incident has made you realize that you have to become more stronger, and I hope you don't plan giving up on that, Izuku said calmly as he placed a hand on Mirio's shoulder. Thank you very much Shinon, and you are right. I do need to get more stronger in order to save 1 million lives, Mirio said with a fire of determination burning in his eyes, making both Izuku and Najire smile. I also want to thank you for saving everyone there in USJ, Najire said as she looked at Izuku, who shook his head before speaking. What kind of hero would I be if I don't help those in trouble? Moreover, you all are my friends and it was my duty to protect you all. You know you are going to be a very great hero someday, Mirio said, making Izuku smile. Hey Izuku, I actually wanted to ask if you wanted to have some training sessions together, for the sports festival, you know. Najire asked while fidgeting with her fingers. All right senpai, if you want, I don't mind on helping you, Izuku replied with a small smile, to which Najire smiled brightly before grabbing Izuku's hand with her soft hands, making Izuku's usually calm expression falter since he hadn't many skin contact with ladies except for his mother. Thank you. How about we hold our first session this weekend? Alright, I have no problem with it, Izuku said while trying to maintain his calm, stoic expression. Very well, then we will be taking our leave now. Come on Nejire, Mirio said, to which Izuku nodded. After separating from both of them, Izuku started walking back to his classroom with a small blush on his face. He placed a hand on his chest as he felt his heart racing at an abnormal rate. Are you kidding me? Is my heart beating at such a speed just because of her touch? Finally, the school is over, Mina said as she picked up her bag. What the hell? Kaminari's voice snapped everyone's attention to the gate where they saw a crowd of students blocking their way out. Why are they all here? Ida asked no one in particular as he looked over the group of students. They are just here to check the competition. Get out of my way extras, Bakugo said before pushing everyone in his way to get out. Izuku glanced at the crowd before walking back into the class, making some of his classmates look back. Where are you going, Shinon-kun? Izumi asked in confusion. Izuku walked up to the window and opened it before jumping from it, earning gasp from his classmates as they rushed to the windows only to find him walking towards the main gate completely fine. I am in no mood to deal with some monkeys who only how to speak. Izuku muttered to himself while walking towards the exit, his eye practically glowing crimson red. I see, so this sports festival you have is just like a tournament to show off the power of warriors, Marsalis said, to which Izuku nodded before both of them continued their sword fight. Anyways, what is your progress with the Dragon Core? Marsalis asked as he clashed swords with Izuku, who replied, it is going good. I have come a long way and I also have a plan to reduce the time that will take me to completely absorb the core. Marsalis nodded as he dodged a strike from Izuku. I see. Good work. Keep up the progress and I am sure that you will be able to become one of the strongest, he said. Izuku also nodded as they continued the fight. Anyways, keep yourself free since there is a chance I may need to call you here on an urgent notice. Marsalis said, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. Well, the tension between our nation and the nearby Magma Kingdom is increasing day by day. Their king is one of the Dragon King who has the same title of yours. The Red Dragon King and two dragons can never have a same title. Izuku's eyes narrowed listening to the last part of Marsalis' words. So, there is a possibility I may have to have a death match with this other Red Dragon King. Yeah, which is why I am suggesting you to grow as strong as possible. You need overwhelming strength to overcome the insane amount of experiences the other Dragon King holds since they are thousands of years old. Izuku nodded to Marsalis before dodging his strike. I don't know why the heck mom told me to go earlier than the time when me and Nejire-senpai had to meet just for a training session. Izuku muttered to himself with a sigh as he walked towards the spot where they were going to meet. But as he approached the spot, he was surprised to see Nejire already there, with a thoughtful expression on her face. Morning senpai. I hope you didn't wait for too long. Izuku approached her. Ah, morning Shinon. There is no need for you to apologize since I only just arrived. Izuku nodded to her words before they both started walking towards the nearby forest where they had decided to train on Izuku's suggestion. This forest was none other than Izuku's old home, which he usually visits time to time. This forest sure is big, Nejire commented as they entered the big and dense forest. Yeah, Izuku simply said as he scanned the surrounding. This clearing can be our training spot. What do you think, senpai? Izuku asked as they reached a large clearing in the middle of the forest. Yup, it's a great place to train, but before we start, why are you referring to me as senpai? Aren't I also your friend? Call me Nejire-chan, Nejire said while closing on to Izuku with a small pout, who backed away a bit before giving a nod. Alright, then, shall we start our training, Nejire-chan? Nejire beamed at Izuku before nodding and their training began. Firstly, Izuku observed Nejire's quirk as she used it and then analyzed it before giving Nejire some tips on how to improve her methods of using her quirk. He also suggested a sparring match where Izuku decided to serve as a target which Nejire had to hit with her quirk, but as you may have thought, she was quite unsuccessful since Izuku's agility was too high. But Nejire didn't give up and continued on pushing herself to hit Izuku, who smirked seeing her unwavering will to continue. Afterwards, Izuku decided to hold a hand-to-hand combat with no quirk usage, but in that also, he dominated. However, he also gave several useful advice to Nejire during their match to help her improve. And after training for about 3 hours, they decided to end their training session. Gee, that was intense, Nejire commented while taking deep breaths to recover while Izuku was standing near her. Yeah, but it was necessary. You don't know what the future holds for you, which is why it is necessary that you have the strength to tackle any unexpected situation that may arise. Izuku stated, to which Nejire nodded before standing up, and they both started walking back while engaging in some normal casual talks. So, do you have any crush, Izuku? Nejire asked Izuku, who was somewhat surprised by the unexpected question. No, but he instantly answered to Nejire, who tightly clenched her fist to suppress the happiness she was feeling since she knew she had a chance with Izuku. Yes, Nejire had a crush on Izuku, and she has already accepted her feelings for him. She knew that Izuku was a kind-hearted, strong person, even though he appeared to be cold and arrogant most of the time. Well, this is it, senpai. Hope to see you soon, Izuku said as they reached the spot from where they would separate. Nejire took a deep breath to hide her sad expression on the thought of their wonderful day coming to an end. Yeah, I guess. So, when will we have our next session? She asked. We can decide it later on, Izuku simply said, to which she nodded before staring at Izuku for a few moments. Izuku titled his head in confusion. Senpai. Ah, yeah, then, I will be going now, Izuku. And with that, both of them went on their separate ways. Third person's paw. You really are coming? Izuku asked Marsalis with a surprised expression. Yeah, it will be a good opportunity for me to explore your world and also see the strength of the youths in your world. Marsalis responded with a yawn while sitting on his ice throne. Izuku looked at him for a few moments before nodding. All right, come on, I will introduce you to my mom, Izuku said as he clicked his finger, and instantly, the dimensional space in front of him ripped, revealing a portal. Marsalis grinned, seeing the portal to the world of Izuku. He was quite excited to see this new world. He instantly teleported beside Izuku and they stepped inside together. Marsalis was the first one to step out of the portal, with Izuku following behind. This is my room, Izuku said as Marsalis's sharp senses immediately picked up on every small detail of the room. Who's that? Marsalis asked while pointing towards All Might's picture. That's All Might. The one I told you about, our symbol of peace. And your idol, Marsalis said with a smirk while Izuku just stayed silent, watching Marsalis look around. Izuku, are you back? Sonia, who had heard the voices coming from Izuku's room, opened the room of the door but froze when she saw Marsalis. Hey, you must be Izuku's mother, Mrs. Sonia. Why, yeah, and who might you be? Sonia asked with a nervous smile as she looked at Marsalis, whose presence seemed to send chills through her spine. That's Marsalis, Mom, the one I told you about. My friend and ally, Izuku introduced while stepping closer to her mother, who relaxed in Izuku's presence. Oh, I see. It's nice to meet you, Marsalis-san. Likewise, Mrs. Sonia, Marsalis responded with a smile. Since it's Marsalis-san's first time coming into this world, why don't you take him around while I make lunch for all of us? Sonia said, to which Izuku nodded before glancing at Marsalis, who also nodded before they both vanished, surprising Sonia, who sighed afterwards. Meanwhile, both Izuku and Marsalis appeared in front of Former's house. This world is quite bright and peaceful. I already told you, compared to the world of dragons, my world is quite peaceful. Marsalis started to walk along with Izuku while curiously looking around. As they walked, Marsalis encountered a number of things that fascinated him, which Izuku properly explained to him. Izuku. Both Marsalis and Izuku paused, hearing Izuku's name before looking at the direction of the voice where Haruka and Momo were standing. Oh, hey both of you, Izuku greeted them while Marsalis curiously watched the two girls. So, what are you doing out here? Momo asked, to which Izuku gestured to Marsalis before speaking. This is my cousin, Marsalis. I was just showing him around since it's his first time here in Marsalis. This is Momo and Haruka. Ah, I see. Nice to meet you, Marsalis-san, Haruka and Momo said while stepping forward. Right, nice to meet you both as well. Marsalis returned the greeting with a smile before glancing at Izuku, who had a stoic expression on his face. So, what are you two doing out here? Izuku asked them. Well, we were just coming to your house only. We had something to discuss with Sensei. Izuku nodded to Momo's word. Well, Then I won't hold you back for long. They both nodded to Izuku's word before bidding their farewell to each other. Would you look at that? Our little dragon king is already choosing girls for his harem. Marsalis commented with a knowing smirk, making Izuku sigh. Really, Marsalis? You know what? Leave it. Let's continue our walk. Marsalis kept the teasing smirk on his face as they continued their walk. So, when is this sports festival of your school coming up? It's tomorrow. I see. Well, then I guess I will also be accompanying your mother to the stadium since there isn't much for me to do here, and also, I am quite bad with directions. Marsalis said while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, to which Izuku just raised an eyebrow before redirecting his attention back to their walk. Well, the long-waited anticipation is finally over. How are you feeling, Izuku? Shinso asked Izuku, who was calmly leaning back. Currently, they were in the Class 1A waiting room with their classmates who were getting ready for the upcoming sports festival. I am sure that Izuku isn't the one to feel nervous. I guess he must be excited. Izumi commented while Izuku glanced at her. You don't feel nervous when you know the outcome. Izuku simply commented. You know, I feel like your comments have gotten more arrogant these days. I am not criticizing you or anything, but I just feel like it will draw hate towards you if you are not being careful. Shinso pointed out, which somewhat surprised Izuku for a moment before he just let out a small smirk. Arrogance. It's called confidence, and if people don't understand it, they can go to hell for all I care, he simply said before closing his eyes while his friends watched him with a little concerned look. Man, I really wanted to wear my hero costume rather than this PE uniform. Mina commented on the other side of the room. Well, it was necessary in order to keep it fair. If we all wear PE uniforms, it will level up the playing ground for everyone since the hero costumes provide some of us advantages of others. Tokiyami explained. I wonder what the first event will be. Sato asked to no one while brimming with excitement. Me too. Kirishima jumped in. Everyone quieted down as Ida and Momo entered the room. Everyone, we will be entering soon. I hope you all are ready. Momo said, to which everyone nodded with an excited expression on their face while Bakugo grinned. Izuku finally stood up hearing Momo's word. Well, time to get this going. Shannon. Izuku glanced at Todoroki, who had just called him out. What is it, Todoroki? Izuku asked while raising an eyebrow. Everyone's attention turned towards Izuku and Shoto, who now stood face to face. I just wanted to say that I am going to beat you no matter how strong you are. And Shoto. Todoroki openly challenged Izuku, earning shocked gasps from some of their classmates. Oh, what is this? Our two strongest friends challenging each other. Kaminari commented while Kirishima directly intervened, putting a hand on Shoto's shoulder. Hey, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? We are friends now, aren't we? Shoto, however, pushed Kirishima's hand while continuing to keep his gaze locked on Izuku, who had an unreadable expression. I am not here to make friends. I am just here to win, Shoto said before walking away towards the door. Win? I didn't thought that you will be so foolish, Todoroki. Izuku's heavy voice stopped Todoroki and skyrocketed the tension in the waiting room. You really expect to win against me when you don't even use your full strength? Leave that too. You really expect to win against someone who can crush you into pieces with just a thought? Don't make me laugh, Todoroki. Shoto's eye narrowed dangerously while some other classmates now gulped audibly. On the other hand, Bakugo grinned, seeing the tension in the waiting room. Izuku silently took 2 steps forward and looked at Shoto with a tilted head as his red eye practically made Shoto shiver for a moment. One should know the clear line between foolishness and boldness, Todoroki. Remember that if you don't want to die early on. And with those words, Izuku left the waiting room while leaving everyone in the waiting room still for few moments before they were snapped back to reality by the voice of Present Mike, who started the introduction of the sports festival. Hurry up, everyone, Momo called out, and everyone immediately started to walk towards the field where the exam would take place. Meanwhile, outside in the stadium. Yeah, baby. It's the day we've all been waiting for. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival, where dreams ignite and quirks collide. This year, the spotlight shines brighter than ever. Mike points skyward as dramatic music swells. First up, a class that weathered the storm and stood tall against villainy. They faced the horrors of USJ and came back stronger than ever. Put your hands together for Class 1A, the battle-tested trailblazers of tomorrow. Izuku entered the stadium, his expression extremely calm as he glanced around the stadium, a smile forming in his face as he saw his mother and also Marsalis. Bakugo walked afterwards, practically exploding with excitement as some small explosions popped up in his hand. Behind him was Shoto, whose eyes held a colder look than usual, his gaze extremely intense. And behind them were the rest of the classes led by Momo Yaoyorozu and Izumi Midoriya, with both of them a little nervous. But hold your applause. They were there too, shoulder to shoulder in that chaos. Their grit matched the danger, their resolve never cracked. Give it up for Class 1B, the underestimated Storm Riders. Kendo leads the class, her gaze determined and her goal determined to win the top position, and behind her the rest of the class with Monoma grinning like a madman. They march out not in the shadow of 1A, but alongside them, ready to carve their own legend. They didn't just survive, they rose from the chaos with hearts of steel. True hero spirit, folks. Present Mike then started the introduction of the rest of the classes. The thinkers, the observers, the ones who might surprise you when the dust clears, general studies, classes C through E. Let's hear it for the quiet storms. Some wave shyly, others walk with burning curiosity. A few flash notebooks already half filled with strategy sketches. Gadgeteers, inventors, and wild genius at play, say hello to support course, classes F to H. Crafting the future of hero support, one blueprint at a time. Hatsume spins into view with a thrumming power pack prototype. One spark zaps the air and the crowd gasps, then laughs. And finally, the tacticians of tomorrow. The minds behind the media, the deals, and the heroic spotlight. Welcome business course, classes I through K. Suave, sharp, and ready to play the long game. Their stride is subtle but calculated. One student tips their glasses at the camera. Another taps an earpiece mid-walk, already talking sponsorship strategy. And that's your full lineup, folks. UA's finest, first-year firepower, all gathered on this legendary field. The quirks, the brains, the tech, the strategy. Let's get this festival started. Present Mike shouted while Aizawa mumbles something unintelligible and adjusts his bandages. The stadium glows with excitement. Cameras pan over the packed audience as Midnight, radiant and theatrical in her deep purple attire, steps onto the ceremonial platform. Her heels click with purpose. She raises the mic and gives a sultry wink to the crowd. Before we unleash the chaos of competition, tradition calls for a pledge. And this time, we're led not just by excellence, but by history. The crowd murmurs curiously. She pauses dramatically, letting anticipation build. With an entrance exam score of 184 points, shattering All Might's legendary record of 130, today's pledge comes from none other than Izuku Shinon of Class 1A. Midnight said with a proud voice. Cheers erupt, gasps ripple through the stands. All Might, watching from the stands, smiles faintly, his gaze contemplative. Izuku walks forward, not with arrogance, but gravity. His uniform is pristine, his stance quiet but powerful. His eyes scan the arena once before meeting the mic. Well, I think I don't have to give my introduction since Midnight Sensei has already introduced me to you all. So, first of all, I would like to start my speech with the introduction of the reality we all ignore. The entire stadium felt silent as they listened to Izuku. Who do you think is the real villain in this world? The so-called villains or the heroes or the society? What do you all think? Izuku asked as several mummers started to spread across the stadium. Of course, it is the villains. They are the one who cause so much destruction and harm to us. Yeah, villains are evil. They should be properly punished for their crimes. Comments like these were heard throughout the stadium as people gave their response to Izuku, who silently stood there. Wrong. And once again, a single word from Izuku caused the entire stadium to become silent. The real problem and the real villains of this word is not those who we term as villains. It is the society itself. This society is the one who created such people and forces them to take upon such paths. In today's era, most of the people have forgotten what humanity is. To them in this word, only one thing matters, and that is quirk. If a person has a quirk, he is a part of the society, and if she doesn't have one, then they are just some useless garbage. And the silence continued with each word from Izuku, who looked around with a cold gaze. Even the teachers stayed silent. And this doesn't just end here. Even if a person has a quirk, their personality and fate is judged by its potential, its characteristics. Even before a child, who has the so-called villain-like quirk takes a single step towards his dream of becoming a hero, he is shunned by the society. His entire existence is seen as a threat to the society. How the hell is that even fair? You people just put a symbol of villain on him when he is just a small child who wants to help others. Several people turned away their heads in shame hearing that, while some tried to protest but were instantly silenced by a look from Izuku. Marsalis calmly watched Izuku from his seat while Sonia tightly clenched her hands as she heard her son's word. Even parents nowadays abandon their own blood, their own flesh. Why? Just because either their child has no quirk or a villain-like one. Instead of helping him, they practically kick him out of the house to let him starve and die. And the people, or heck even the police, are heroes. All Might stood up to stop Izuku from continuing further since he was entering a dangerous territory, but Nezu stopped him. They just watch it. They watch the child beg for his survival. A child who should have been given a proper care is now simply alienated. Why? Because no quirk. The hero society today is the main cause between the arrival of new villains. They are the one who push people to become villains and then curse them when these villains cause havoc. You know what? Even the heroes, the people you all revered, aren't an exception. I am not talking about all heroes, but there are several of them who just become hero for money. They ignore the pleas of weak people and force their will on others just because they are heroes. They have right to use their quirk and are stronger than others. Izuku took a moment to breathe before speaking further. Remember this. Until you guys don't stop discriminating others just based on their quirk, you will never be free from the never-ending cycle of hero and villains. Until we all don't solve this problem, the tag of the villain will always stay on the society, and it is a truth you can deny, but it won't change anything. It's up to you whether you want to change or continue living in this constant cycle. Izuku glanced at his mother, who was looking at Izuku with a concerned face, but her eyes held a glint of pride. Well then, this will be it. One more thing before I move on. Hey Todoroki, you wanted to beat me, right? So, how about we include the entire first years into this fight of ours? Shoto's eye narrowed as he looked at Izuku while everyone glanced at him. Endeavor, who was standing in the spectator stand, glared at Izuku. Izuku ignored all the looks and took out 2 bracelets from his pockets. You see these bracelets? Although they seem normal from the outside, they are actually 1,500 pounds each, you know. Everyone's eye widened hearing them. I am sure most of you must be thinking I am bluffing, right? So, how about we test it by dropping it? Izuku said with a grin while Marsalis at the spectator seat smirked. All Might, be ready if anything happens. Nezu simply said, to which All Might nodded while watching Izuku, who dropped one of the bracelet. The bracelet didn't bounce. It crashed into the ground, cracking the platform beneath him. A spiderweb of fractured concrete blooms outward. Dust lifts, and gasps spread through the stadium. Even Bakugo flinched. Shoto's eyes widened. Izumi and Momo gasped while others stared in stunned silence. Now, you all believe me, right? So, I will be wearing these both today constantly without taking them off once, and will only use my physical strength. So, I will not be using my quirk. For those who are confused, I would like to clarify that I have telekinesis quirk, not a physical one. You can even ask Principal Nezu. Izuku gestured towards Nezu, who nodded, and instantly the entire stadium went into an uproar. The hell? Is this a dream? How the hell can he do that without a quirk? This has to be lie. Izuku just smirked hearing these responses. Well then everyone, let's begin the game. And with that last sentence that sent shivers down every first year's spine, Izuku jumped from the almost destroyed stage. Present Mike, who feignedly recovered from the shock, spoke up. Quadruple A, and ladies and gents, this sports festival just got serious. Third person's POV. After everything calmed down and Cementos fixed the stage, Midnight once again took her position and spoke into the mic. All right everyone, let's get back on the track. Everyone's attention snapped back to Midnight, who turned around and a floating digital wheel formed in the air. Its surface glowing with neon segments, each labeled with different challenge. She then lifted her hand, finger poised, and clicked her finger. The wheel burst into motion, spinning with a whir of digital energy, its color blurring into a hypnotic spiral. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, their gaze fixed on the slowing wheel. Click, 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 and then it stopped. A golden glow pulsed around the chosen segment, obstacle race. Midnight turned, facing the crowd once more. Her voice rang out, sultry and commanding. Obstacle race, she declared, arms spread wide. A classic test of speed, strategy, and survival. And this year, we're turning up the heat. Cheers erupted from the stands, but Midnight raised a single gloved hand, silencing them with practiced ease. All first-year classes will participate, she continued, pacing slowly across the stage like a panther. That includes Hero Course, General Studies, Support, and Business. 11 classes, hundreds of students, one course. She gestured behind her, and a holographic map of the stadium's outer perimeter flickered into view. The course traced a jagged path around the stadium's circumference, glowing red and gold. The track spans approximately 7 kilometers, she said, voice dipping into a teasing lilt. That's right, 7 kilometers of pure chaos. The course wraps around the stadium's outer edge, weaving through terrain designed to test your reflexes, your quirks, and your creativity. The students murmured among themselves. 7 kilometers wasn't just a sprint, it was a gauntlet. Midnight's eyes gleamed. Our school prides itself on freedom. So here's the rule. Stay on the course. That's it. You're free to do whatever you like, fly, crawl, teleport, sabotage, just don't stray from the path. A ripple of excitement and anxiety passed through the crowd. Midnight's smile widened. Use your quirks. Use your brains. Use your friends or don't. This is a qualifier, and only the top 42 will advance to the next round. She cracked her whip, the sound slicing through the air like lightning. Now take your positions. The students jolted into motion. Class 1A surged forward, led by Izumi and Momo, their face set with determination. Izuku calmly stood with a smirk, his eyes scanning the students. Bakugo stalked beside him, eyes blazing. Shoto moved with quiet precision, his breath already misting with cold. From Class 1B, Monoma smirked, whispering something to his teammates while Kendo passed on words of encouragement. Support students adjusted their gear, some strapping on exosuits, others checking gadgets. Business students looked nervous but resolute. The starting line was a wide tunnel entrance, its floor lined with pressure sensors and countdown lights. Midnight stood beside it, arms crossed, watching the students assemble. She raised her voice one last time. Remember, this isn't just a race. It's a statement. Show us what you're made of. Show us why you deserve to be here. The lights above the tunnel flickered. Green. Izuku whispered to himself, time to see what they have prepared for us. Yellow. Izumi whispered to herself, let's do this. Red. Midnight's voice rang out like a gunshot. Start. The tunnel exploded with motion. Hundreds of students surged forward, a chaotic tide of color and energy. The narrow entrance immediately became a bottleneck, elbows clashed, quirks flared, and shouts echoed. Move. Watch it. Too narrow. Ice suddenly spread across the tunnel floor, freezing dozens of feet in place. Shoto glided past, his breath calm. Sorry, he murmured, I have to get a move on. Bakugo launched himself into the air with a blast, soaring over the frozen crowd. Out of my way, he snarled, explosions crackling from his palms. That was a good move, Todoroki-kun. Izumi muttered to herself as she also got out of the ice using her quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu created a pole vault mid-run, flipping over the chaos with elegance. Aoyama fired his naval laser, propelling himself forward with a glittering arc. Support students activated hoverboards, grappling hooks, and spring-loaded boots. One student from General Studies used a quirk to liquefy and slip through the crowd like water. Shoto frowned seeing the large number of students escaping his ice, but his attention soon snapped to the voice coming from beside him. Bastard, I won't lose this time. Bakugo was catching up to Shoto fast. Shoto immediately sent multiple pieces of shard towards Bakugo, who simply destroyed them with his explosion. I am also not taking the loss either, both of you. Izumi, who had just gotten out of the ice with the help of her quirk, said as she also arrived just behind them. What do we hear, folks? Izuku Shinon from Class 1A still hasn't moved from his position. Present Mike's voice snapped the audience attention to the starting line where Izuku was calmly standing with his hand in his pockets. Are you not going to participate, Midoriya? Midnight asked him, to which he shook his head before answering. I will, but it is not time for me to join the race yet. Meanwhile, on the race track, the student met with their first hurdle. Alright, ladies and gents, the first obstacle has arrived. The Robo Inferno. The robots you are seeing are the 0-pointers that were used in the entrance exam for the hero course. And no way, hero course student faced something like this. One of the general studies course student muttered to himself as he was shadowed by the multiple 0-pointers. You have got to be kidding me. We are gonna face these monsters again. Denki groaned as he noticed the 0-pointers. So this is what my peers had to face in the entrance exam. Honestly, pretty disappointing, Shoto said to himself before releasing a huge wave of ice that froze 2 to 3 0-pointers in one go. The other students stood in awe as they witnessed the overwhelming power of Shoto. And Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A has instantly dealt with the first obstacle with one attack. Todoroki, isn't he the son of the number 2 hero? Yeah, I got chills by just seeing his huge ice attack. Whispers and talks like this spread throughout the stadium while Endeavor, who had come to witness his son, simply scoffed. You are not getting ahead of me that easily, icy hot. Bakugo screamed as he flew above the 0-pointers with the help of his quirk. Let's go through between the legs of the frozen robots. One of the students screamed and everyone started to follow his lead. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Shoto started as he started to move forward. I froze them in an unstable position, on purpose. And with the end of his words, tone of the frozen 0-pointer fell down, effectively pinning down several of the students. Todoroki from Class 1A now shows us his strategical thinking. He attacked and defended in one attack and is also in the lead. Present Mike announced. That was actually a good strategical move, Aizawa commented while watching Shoto. As the rest of the frozen 0-pointer began to fall down, the students beneath them froze in fear. Damn it. That was a dangerous move, Todoroki, Hiroshima said as he hardened himself and stood in front of a group of students to protect them. However, the impact never came. Hiroshima opened his eye and saw Izumi floating in front of him with her glowing hand stretched forward, her teeth clenched. And another display of overwhelming power. Not to mention a display of heroic. Midoriya from Class 1A has stopped the fall of the giant 0-pointer. All of you, quickly get out of here, Izumi shouted, to which all the students started to rush forward while muttering, thank you, to her. Hiroshima gave her a thumbs up, to which she let out a small smile before releasing her control and the giant robot fell down on the ground with a loud thud. She then quickly flew forward to catch up with the others. I am not gonna stay back either, Momo said as she created a RPG and blasted the head of one of the 0-pointer. Is that an RPG? Yaoyorozu from Class 1A has blasted the head of one of the 0-pointer with the help of a self-created RPG. The audience started to cheer as they saw students beginning to clear the first obstacle. As expected, most of the students who have cleared the first obstacles are from Class 1A and Class 1B. Snipe commented while watching the event with the other teachers. Well, it's to be expected. Their experience as a hero class and also the fact that they first-handed experienced the villain attack. Cementos responded while watching the race. Meanwhile, on the racing track, Shoto finally reached the second obstacle, which was a bottomless pit with several platforms which were so far apart that it was almost impossible to jump from one platform to the next. Each platform was connected with long, narrow trails of rope that didn't seem capable of holding the weight of more than a few students. And here we are, the second obstacle, the fall. If you fall, you are out. Let's see how our dear participants are going to clear this. Present Mike shouted in the mic. Shoto immediately jumped on the rope and started to slide on it by freezing it. On the other hand, Bakugo simply flew over it by just using his explosion. Our first two students have already started to pass through the second obstacle with the help of their quirk. Izumi also soon arrived at the second obstacle and simply flew through it just by using her quirk. And with their amazing skills, our first three students have already conquered the fall. They are soon about to reach the third obstacle. Shoto soon reached the third obstacle as his gaze settled on the large danger signs in front of him with the test, Danger Mines. Here we are, at the final obstacle of our race. Yes, you all are seeing it right. Our final obstacle is a minefield. The mines are set up in a way so that you can locate them if you look carefully. However, These landmines are not that powerful since they are for games, but they sure are loud and flashy enough to allow others to make you wet your pants. The crowd roared as Present Mike announced the third and the final obstacle. Aizawa leaned slightly forward as he watched Izumi, Shoto and Bakugo arriving at the third obstacle. The main purpose of this last obstacle is to put those who are in the lead at a disadvantage, allowing the lagging ones to have the opportunity to catch up to them or possibly take a lead themselves. So, what are you three going to do now? Shoto immediately started to move through the minefield while carefully looking at the location of the mines to avoid any detonation. He wasn't using his ice for now because his body's temperature had started to fall below the optimal level. For now, I need to cross this minefield like that. Once my body's temperature comes to normal, I will use my ice to cross this at once. Bakugo also started to do the same while cursing the school authorities for putting such a type of obstacle in the last. He especially couldn't afford to use his quirk here. Izumi just smirked seeing Bakugo and Shoto trying so hard to quickly cross the minefield. She quickly activated her quirk and started to cross the minefield. TCH, I am not gonna let you win that easily. Bakugo shouted as he sped up his pace. Sorry Midoriya, but I am not planning to allow you to win as well. Shoto said as he launched some shards of ice which Izumi quickly dodged before using her quirk to disbalance him, but Shoto also managed to save himself using his ice. And the fight between our top 3 runners have begun. Meanwhile, our rest of the runners have also started to reach the third obstacle. Present Mike announced as the crowd started to notice the other students beginning to catch up. Momo quickly started to generate a jetpack for herself in order to cross the field easily. Meanwhile, the other students also started to use either their senses or quirk to cross the field at their own pace. On the other hand, Izumi had crossed the third obstacle and was heading towards the tunnel to cross the starting line. Bakugo and Shoto were also doing their best to cross the field as quickly as possible while trying to sabotage each other. What is this, folks? Izuku Shinon has taken a running stance. Is he actually planning to run now and win the race? Present Mike shouted as everyone's gaze fell on Izuku, who had crouched and taken his running stance. Is he actually planning to even try? How foolish. Yeah, he was too arrogant for his own good. Several comments like this started to be heard through the stadium as people started to mock Izuku. Sonia tightly clutched the hem of her long skirt as she heard people mocking her son. You don't need to pay attention to them. Sonia's gaze drifted to Marsalis, who said those words. They will shut their mouth themselves after Izuku starts running. Marsalis said with a smirk as he looked at Izuku, whose gaze was focused in front. Boom! The earth detonated beneath him. A crater erupted outward, pressure sensors shorted out, and the concrete split like glass. The shockwave rippled through the tunnel. Dust and debris shot into the air like cannon smoke. Holy, what was that? Present Mike screamed. Shinon just launched himself off the starting line and the ground's gone. The crowd gasped. Teachers leaned forward. Cementos blinked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Sonia clutched her skirt, smiling. Marsalis smirked beside her. Told you, he said. Izuku was gone. A blur tore through the course, faster than the eye could follow. The air warped around him. The shockwave chased him like a dragon's roar. The 0-pointers loomed ahead, towering and menacing. Students screamed, dodged, and strategized. Izuku didn't dodge. He ran straight through. One robot turned too late. The shockwave trailing Izuku cleaved it in half. Another was lifted off its feet and hurled into the stadium wall. What the hell was that? He just ran through them. The spectators commented. Shinon just obliterated the first obstacle. Present Mike shouted. He's not even using his quirk. Platforms stretched across a bottomless pit, connected by fragile ropes. Students tiptoed, flew, or froze their way across. Then the wind changed. A sonic boom slammed into them. Izuku blurred past, his feet barely touching the platforms. The ropes snapped behind him, unable to handle the force. One student screamed as Izuku passed, the wind nearly knocking them off balance. That speed, it's impossible. What the hell? The final obstacle, a minefield where the majority of the students were present. And then, crack, 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 mines detonated in rapid succession, a chain of explosions chasing a blur. Izuku didn't dodge, he didn't flinch, he ran straight through, each step triggering a blast that couldn't catch him. The shockwave hit the students like a tidal wave. Momo's jetpack spun out of control. Aoyama's laser flickered. General Studies students screamed, shielding their eyes. He's not even trying to avoid them, Shoto said with wide eyes. He's showing off. Damn it. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Izuku passed them both. Izumi was just meters away, her hand outstretched, her breath steady. She had flown through the course with grace and power. Then the wind changed. A blur tore past her, the shockwave slamming into her like a wall. Her hair whipped back, her eyes wide. She blinked and Izuku was already ahead. The finish line sensors exploded in a shower of sparks. Boom. Silence. Then, he did it. Present Mike's voice cracked with disbelief. Izuku Shinon just blew through all 3 obstacles and he's first. He passed Izumi Midoriya at the last second. The crowd erupted. Cheers, gasps, screams. Teachers leaned forward, all shocked with the performance of Izuku. Students still in the minefield froze, stunned. He passed Todoroki, Bakugo, Izumi, all of them. One whispered, "No way, that wasn't speed, that was something else." Izuku slowed to a walk, steam rising from his shoulders. His breath was calm, his eyes were steady. He turned slightly, offering Izumi a quiet nod. She hovered midair, stunned, her hand still outstretched. Then she sighed before giving a smile. In the stands, Sonya Midoriya wiped a tear from her cheek while Marsalis chuckled before speaking to himself in a low tone. He definitely is a dragon. Third person's paw. The stadium buzzed with excitement. The final students were just crossing the finish line, panting, bruised, and exhilarated. A massive digital screen above the arena flickered to life, casting a soft glow over the crowd. Midnight stepped forward, her heels clicking against the polished stage. She raised her whip and cracked it once, a sharp snap that silenced the murmurs. "Ladies and gentlemen," she purred, her voice echoing across the stadium, "the first round of the UA Sports Festival has officially come to an end." Cheers erupted from the stands. Students from every course, Hero, General Studies, Support, and Business, looked up, breathless and eager. Midnight gestured to the scoreboard. "Let's take a look at our top performers." The screen shimmered, then displayed the rankings in bold, glowing letters. 1. Izuku Shinon. 2. Izumi Midoriya. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Momo Yaoyorozu 1A, and so on, till 42 rank. Midnight smiled. "Congratulations to our top 5. And to the 42 students who made it through, you've earned your place in the second round." The crowd roared again, but not everyone was smiling. Katsuki Bakugo stood off to the side, fists clenched, smoke curling from his palms. His eyes were locked on the scoreboard, jaw tight. "TCH. First place," he muttered, voice low and bitter. He waited for the perfect time and then showed off. Shoto Todoroki stood nearby, arms crossed, his breath still misting faintly in the air. His gaze was calm, but his eyes were sharp. "He didn't just win," Shoto said quietly. "He humiliated us. That speed, that agility. No matter how many times I see it, it doesn't feel normal. How can he run like that without having any physical quirk?" Bakugo scoffed before speaking. "I don't care what it was. I'm not losing to him again." Shoto didn't respond. He simply turned away, his expression unreadable. But inside, he was calculating. Not far from the tension, Izuku stood quietly, steam still rising from his shoulders. His breath was calm, his posture relaxed. He looked up at the scoreboard, then down at his hands. "I didn't mean to go that hard," he murmured to himself. "I just wanted to make a statement." A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "You did more than that," Izumi said, walking up beside him with a gentle smile. "You were incredible." Izuku blinked, surprised. "Izumi," she nodded. "You passed me at the last second. I didn't even see you coming. That was amazing." Momo joined them, her jetpack still humming faintly on her back. "I agree," she said warmly with a light pink color tinting her cheeks. "You didn't just win, you shocked everyone. Even the support students were talking about your run." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward after hearing the praise. "Thanks. I just wanted to show what I could do." Izumi nudged him playfully. "Well, you did, and now you've got a target on your back." Momo chuckled. Better get used to it, Izuku. First place comes with a spotlight. That's why I did it, Izuku said as his gaze moved to his mother who was smiling proudly looking at him. Midnight cracked her whip again, drawing everyone's attention back to the stage. All right, everyone, she called out, her voice sultry and commanding. Eyes on me. The students turned, gathering near the center of the arena. The digital wheel from earlier reappeared, floating in the air with a soft hum. Its segments glowed in vibrant colors, each labeled with a different challenge. Midnight raised her hand, finger poised. It's time to reveal the second round, she said, her eyes gleaming. Let's see what fate has in store for you. She snapped her fingers. The wheel burst into motion, spinning with a hypnotic whirl. Colors blurred, segments flashed. The crowd held its breath. Click, click, click. The wheel slowed, then stopped. A golden glow pulsed around the chosen segment. Midnight turned dramatically, her voice ringing out. Battle Royale. Gasps echoed through the stadium. Some students stiffened. The words hung in the air like thunder. Midnight smiled wickedly. That's right. The second round will be a battle royale. 42 students. One massive arena and your goal survival. Quote. She gestured behind her, and a holographic map of a mini battlefield appeared. A sprawling terrain filled with forests, ruins, rivers, and traps. All the participants will be dropped into the arena at random points, she explained. Your goal, stay in the game, knock out your opponents. For knocking out your opponent, you just need to wrap this white tape around them. The last 16 standing will move on to the third round. The students murmured, excitement and anxiety mixing in their voices. Midnight's smile widened. Use your quirks. Use your brains. Use your instincts. This round will test everything: power, strategy, and heart. You are free to form to cooperate with each other, but remember there is always a chance of backstabbing. Unknown to everyone except for Sonia, Izuku's eye twitched hearing the last word. His old memories surfacing for a second before being suppressed back. Midnight cracked her whip one final time. Prepare yourselves. The battle royale begins in 15 minutes. As the students dispersed to rest and prepare, Izuku stood quietly, watching the arena map. Izumi joined him again, her expression thoughtful. Battle royale, huh, she said softly. That's going to be intense. Izuku nodded, staying silent and quietly observing the floating digital screen of the arena. Momo approached, holding a tablet that most probably contained the terrain data. Looks like you have already began your planning, Izuku commented as his eye snapped to Momo, who just shrugged before answering. I like to be ready. Izuku looked at both Izumi and Momo, who had started to talk amongst themselves before his gaze drifted to his mother, who still held her proud maternal smile. I don't know what's coming, he said quietly, making both the girls look at him. But I will make sure to win. A chill ran down the spine of Momo's and Izumi's as they heard Izuku. Izumi managed to give a nervous smile before speaking. I am glad that you are so determined. After the 15-minute break, Stadium Center. The students slowly gathered again near the center of the arena, their chatter quieting as Midnight stepped forward with a confident smile. The sun had shifted slightly overhead, casting long shadows across the polished stage. A strange device now stood beside her, a podium with a glowing red button on top. Its base shimmered faintly, humming with quiet energy. Midnight raised her hand and cracked her whip once, drawing everyone's attention. Welcome back, everyone, she purred, her voice smooth and commanding. Now that you've had your break, it's time to introduce something special. She gestured dramatically toward the podium. This, she said, is UA's newest invention, a short-range teleporter, developed under the brilliant guidance of Principal Nezu himself. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the support students leaned forward, eyes wide with curiosity and shock. Izuku's eye also widened a fraction after seeing the new technological device. It's simple, Midnight continued. Each of you will step up and press the red button. Once you do, you'll be instantly teleported to a random coordinate inside the battlefield. The digital map of the terrain flickered to life again behind her, forests, rivers, ruins, and traps glowing in soft colors. There is a chance that 2 students will land in the same spot. So, be ready for any surprises, she added. You'll be scattered across the arena. Alone, alert, ready. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing every word. Beside him, Izumi shifted nervously, her fingers brushing the edge of her sleeve. Momo tapped her tablet, already cross-referencing terrain zones. Kaminari blinked at the podium. Wait, we're just gonna poof away. Jiro gave him a sideways glance. That's the idea, Zero grinned. Kinda cool, though, like a game respawn. Midnight chuckled. Except this game has no extra lives. Bakugo scoffed from the back, arms crossed. Random drop points. TCH. Doesn't matter. I'll crush whoever's closest. Shoto remained silent, his gaze fixed on the glowing button. Midnight stepped aside. All right, students, line up. One by one, let's begin. The line formed quickly, tension rising with each step forward. The first student, a boy from Class 1B, stepped up and pressed the button. A flash of light enveloped him, and in an instant, he was gone. Teleport successful, a robotic voice echoed from the podium. Izumi leaned toward Izuku. This is really happening. Izuku nodded, his voice low. Stay sharp. Momo gave a small smile. We'll meet again in the top 16. One by one, students vanished in bursts of light, some with nervous glances, others with confident smirks. The crowd watched in awe as the battlefield slowly filled with scattered warriors, each dropped into the unknown. When it was Izuku's turn, he stepped forward calmly. His hand hovered over the button for a moment. He glanced back, at his mother in the stands and also at his friend, Mercialis, who just smirked back. Then he pressed it. A flash, a hum, and he was gone. The battle royale had officially begun. Izuku. Forest edge, near a rocky stream. Izuku landed softly on damp earth, steam rising faintly from his shoulders. Around him, tall trees swayed gently. A narrow stream trickled nearby, its water clear and cold. He stood straight, his eye glowing red briefly as he scanned the terrain. No signs of movement, just birdsong and the rustle of branches. All right, he whispered to himself. Time to move. Izumi. Overgrown ruins, ivy-covered walls. Izumi blinked as the light faded. She stood in the middle of a crumbled stone courtyard, vines curling around broken pillars. Moss covered the ground, soft under her boots. She took a slow breath, calming her nerves. I can use this, she murmured, touching the wall. Cover, height, escape routes. She pulled her sleeves tighter and began to move, her steps light and careful. Somewhere out there, Izuku was already planning. She smiled softly. I'll catch up. Momo. Cliffside overlook, windy and wide. Momo appeared on a rocky ledge, overlooking a wide valley below. The wind tugged at her hair, and her tablet buzzed faintly in her hand. She quickly scanned the terrain, rivers, trees, distant ruins. Her fingers danced across the screen, marking coordinates and possible ambush zones. No one nearby, she said quietly. Good, I can prepare. She created a small drone from her belt pouch, sending it into the sky. It hummed above her, scanning the area. Momo's eyes narrowed. Let's make this efficient. Bakugo. Crater zone, scorched and smoldering. Bakugo landed with a thud, dust kicking up around him. The ground was cracked and blackened, like something had exploded here long ago. He grinned. Perfect. His palms sparked as he walked forward, boots crunching against ash. The heat didn't bother him, it felt like home. No trees, no hiding, just me and whoever's dumb enough to show up. He cracked his neck and looked up at the sky. Come on, I dare you. Shoto. Frozen riverbank, misty and still. Shoto stood at the edge of a frozen stream, mist curling around his feet. The air was cold, quiet. His breath formed soft clouds as he exhaled. He touched the ice with his fingers, feeling its texture. Smooth, solid. This place suits me, he said softly. He began walking along the river, his steps silent. His left side glowed faintly with heat, keeping the frost from clinging to his skin. He didn't rush, he didn't speak, he simply moved. Calm, calculating, ready. YEEEAAHHHHHH, hero fans. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, nearly rattling the seats. The battle royale is officially underway, and our students are scattered like confetti at a victory parade. He leaned into the mic, eyes sparkling behind his shades. Looks like we have already got an encounter. We've got Kirishima and Tetsu in a Metal Mayhem match. It's fists, grit, and a whole lot of clanging. These boys are tougher than vending machine glass. Aizawa, seated beside him, barely glanced up from his tablet. They're evenly matched. It'll come down to stamina. Present Mike laughed. Classic Eraserhead. Always the calm in the storm. Meanwhile, in a rocky canyon near the battlefield's center, Kirishima landed with a roll, brushing dust off his arms. Moments later, a loud thud echoed nearby. Tetsu emerged from behind a boulder, his body gleaming with iron. Well, he grinned. Looks like we've got a steel showdown. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. You read my mind. They charged at each other with matching roars, fists colliding midair with a metallic clang. Sparks flew as hardened skin met iron body. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Kirishima ducked a punch and countered with a shoulder slam, but Tetsu held firm, grabbing Kirishima's arm and swinging him into a rock wall. Not bad, Kirishima shouted, grinning through the pain. But I'm just getting started. He hardened his entire body, glowing faintly red, and launched a flurry of punches. Tetsu blocked most, but one slipped through, knocking him back. Both boys panted, bruised but smiling. Let's finish this like real men, Tetsu said. Agreed. They charged one last time, and the screen blinked. Kirishima emerged victorious, wrapping the white tape around his friend with a respectful nod. Tetsu from Class 1B has been eliminated, came a voice from the speaker. And there it is, folks. Kirishima takes the win, but it's all love between these two hard-headed heroes in training. Present Mike said as everyone watched the sportsmanship between Kirishima and Tetsu. On the other hand, in a shadowy forest zone, Kaminari tiptoed through the underbrush, sparks flickering around his fingers. Suddenly, the shadows moved. Kuwaro emerged from a tree trunk, his body melting out of the darkness. Too bright for my taste, he hissed. Kaminari jumped back. Whoa, creepy entrance, dude. Kuwaro lunged, his body slipping through shadows like smoke. Kaminari fired a burst of electricity, lighting up the forest, but Kuwaro vanished again. Can't hit what you can't see, Kuwaro whispered from behind. Kaminari spun and unleashed a wide-range shockwave, frying the nearby trees and forcing Kuwaro out of hiding. Gotcha, Kaminari grinned, charging forward. Kuwaro tried to retreat into a shadow, but Kaminari used another large electric burst, a move that nearly fried his brain and blinded the area with light. The sudden bright light prevented Kuwaro from getting back into the shadows. With a quick sprint, Kaminari tackled him and wrapped the tape around his arm. Sorry, Shadow Guy, bright ideas win today. Shihai Kuwaro from Class 1B has been eliminated. Ooh, Kaminari lights up the forest and snags a win. That's what I call shockingly good strategy. Present Mike shouted as Kaminari stood over Kuwaro. Aizawa sighed. He didn't fry his brain this time. That's progress. Near a ruined amphitheater, Jiro and Shoji moved cautiously. They had met earlier and decided to form a duo team to pass this round. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed through the air, knocking them off their feet. Manga Fukidashi stood atop a broken column, his speech bubble floating above him. Boom. Sound battle, Jiro muttered. Let's go. She plugged her jacks into the ground and sent a sonic wave through the ruins. Manga countered with a crash, shaking the earth. Shoji shielded Jiro with his arms, then extended a tentacle to grab Manga's ankle. Manga shouted slip, and Shoji lost his grip, sliding backward. Jiro narrowed her eyes. Two can play that game. She unleashed a high-frequency blast, disrupting Manga's balance. Shoji lunged again, this time grabbing Manga's wrist and pinning him. Jiro wrapped the tape around him gently. Nice teamwork, Shoji said. Always. Jiro replied with a smile. Manga Fukidashi from Class 1B has been eliminated. Jiro and Shoji, the dynamic duo of sound and strength, take down the word wizard Manga Fukidashi. That's teamwork with a capital T. Present Mike commented after the announcement of defeat of Manga. Aizawa glanced at the screen. They're adapting well. Jiro's precision is improving. In a damp, mossy glade, Mina skated across the ground on acid slides, laughing as she dodged tiny mushrooms popping up around her. Kanoko Komori stood calmly, her hands raised. You'll trip eventually. Mina giggled. Cute mushrooms, but I'm not here to garden. Suddenly, spores filled the air. Mina coughed, her vision blurring slightly. Kanoko whispered, "Sleep spores." Mina grinned through the haze. "Nice try." She sprayed a wide arc of acid, clearing the spores and melting a path toward Kanoko. The mushroom girl tried to retreat, but Mina slid in fast and wrapped the tape around her with a wink. "Sorry, Kanoko. I'm too slippery," Mina said as she repeatedly blinked her eye to prevent herself from falling asleep. Kanoko Komori from Class 1B has been eliminated. Mina slides into victory with style and sass. Acid beats spores in this round, but Kanoko's got potential. Present Mike shouted in his mic. Aizawa nodded. She's learning to control the battlefield. That's good. Near a crumbling bridge, Zero swung from pillar to pillar, tape flying like ribbons. Honanuki softened the ground below, turning it into sludge. "You'll fall eventually," Honanuki said calmly. Zero grinned. "Not if I keep swinging." He launched tape at a nearby tree, flipping midair and dodging a softened beam. Honanuki tried to collapse the bridge, but Zero wrapped tape around a support beam and slingshotted himself forward. With a burst of speed, he tagged Honanuki midair and wrapped the tape. Sticky situations are my specialty. Juzo Honanuki from Class 1B has been eliminated. Zero swings to success. That tape work is smoother than jazz on a Sunday morning. Present Mike have his comment on the win of Zero. As the recent encounters came to an end, Present Mike leaned back, grinning. "Folks, this battle royale is delivering everything: strategy, surprises, and some seriously cool quirks." Aizawa folded his arms. "Let's see how the top 5 handle it. That's where things get interesting." The trees rustled gently overhead, casting dappled shadows across the mossy ground. In a quiet clearing, 5 students from Class 1B stood in a loose circle, their expressions serious. Monoma stood at the center, arms folded dramatically, a confident smirk on his face. Well, he began, voice smooth and theatrical. "It seems Class 1A is hogging the spotlight again. First place, second place, third, all of them from that overhyped class." He turned slowly, making eye contact with each teammate. "But what if we change that?" Kendo raised an eyebrow. "Monoma," he held up a hand. "Hear me out. We're not just here to survive, we're here to prove ourselves. And what better way than to take down their top 5? One by one, clean, strategic, loud." Toguru Kamakiri sharpened his claws against a rock. "I'm in. I've been itching for a real fight." Honi Tsunotori looked uncertain. "Isn't that kind of unfair?" "It's tactical," Monoma replied smoothly. "They're strong. We're smart. Let's show you what Class 1B is made of." Kendo crossed her arms, her gaze firm. "I don't care about stealing the spotlight. But I do agree, it's time we show what we're capable of. If we work together, we can make a real impact." Monoma clapped his hands. "Excellent. Then let's vote. Who do we target first?" He pulled out a small tablet, displaying the top 5 rankings. Izuku Shinan Izumi Midoriya Shoto Todoroki Katsuki Bakugo Momo Yaoyorozu. Each student spoke of their choice. The result was decided seconds later. Target: Izuku 5 votes. Monoma grinned. The golden boy himself. First place. Let's knock him off his pedestal. Kendo nodded, her voice calm. He's fast, insanely strong, smart, and unpredictable. We'll need to coordinate carefully. Reiko Yanagi floated a few stones around her. I'll keep him distracted from above. Monoma's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Let's show everyone what Class 1B is made of. Kendo looked around at her classmates. No recklessness. No showboating. We do this clean. We do this together. The group nodded in agreement. Present Mike's commentary. Stadium booth. Ooh, what's this? Class 1B is cooking up something spicy in the shadows. A coordinated strike. A tactical ambush. I love it. Aizawa glanced at the screen. If they pull this off, it'll be truly impressive. But Izuku's not easy to corner. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Izuku walked along the narrow stream, his hands resting loosely at his sides, expression calm. His pace was almost lazy, as though he was out for a casual stroll instead of in the middle of a survival battle. His eye flicked red for a moment, scanning. He frowned slightly. "5 signatures. Surrounding me." He stopped walking, boots sinking lightly into the damp earth. Slowly, he raised his head, speaking into the empty woods. "You don't have to keep hiding. The branches above stirred, the shadows shifted, and Class 1B moved. Yanagi struck first. Stones, branches, and debris suddenly lifted into the air and came hurtling toward Izuku from all directions. At the same moment, Pony launched her horns, twin projectiles whistling through the air, while Kamakiri burst from the underbrush with his blades extended. Kendo charged from the left, her arm swelling into a massive fist, ready to slam him down. Monoma stood behind them all, smirking. Checkmate, Golden Boy. The ambush closed in, but Izuku didn't flinch. He simply muttered, predictable. In a blur, he moved. His body twisted just enough for the flying stones to miss, his hand snapping up to catch Pony's horn mid-flight. Steam hissed around his arm as he crushed it in his grip and flung it aside. Kamakiri's blade slashed down, but Izuku sidestepped so smoothly it looked rehearsed. His hand shot forward, gripping Kamakiri's wrist. A sharp twist, and the insect boy was flipped over Izuku's shoulder, crashing into the dirt. Too linear. Kendo's massive fist came crashing down. The impact cracked the ground, dirt flying. But Izuku was already gone, a streak of motion. He appeared at her side, his voice low. "You're telegraphing your moves." He tapped her shoulder lightly, and with a surge of strength, shoved her backward. She staggered, boots skidding across the ground as if she'd been hit by a truck. Yanagi tried to pin him with levitating debris, tightening the circle. Izuku exhaled calmly, then stomped the ground. A shockwave of raw force blasted outward, scattering the floating projectiles like dust. He tilted his head up, eyes glowing faintly. Gravitational pulls won't save you if your control wavers. The forest fell silent again. The only sound was the heavy breathing of the ambushers, realizing their flawless trap had unraveled in seconds. Monoma grit his teeth, his smirk faltering. "Don't get cocky. We're not finished." Izuku finally turned his gaze to him, his voice calm but cutting. "You already are." He vanished again, closing the gap between them in a blink. Monoma barely had time to raise his arms before Izuku's fist stopped just inches from his chest, the pressure alone forcing Monoma to stumble backward. "You wanted to prove yourself by coming after me," Izuku said, his tone low and dangerous. "But you made the mistake of hunting without knowing the predator you cornered." Behind him, Kamakiri staggered to his feet, charging again with a snarl. Izuku didn't even turn his head. His heel shot back, slamming into Kamakiri's stomach with explosive force. The insect boy doubled over and collapsed. Kendo tried once more, her arms swelling again. Izuku's eyes narrowed. "Don't waste your strength on me." He shot forward, weaving past her fist, and with a quick strike of his palm against her center mass, sent her sprawling into a tree trunk. Yanagi's hands shook as she tried to lift more stones, but Izuku was already in front of her. He reached out, gently but firmly lowering her hands. "Sit this one out. You're not ready." A second later, tape wrapped around her arms. Eliminated. Finally, Izuku turned his full attention back to Monoma, who had been retreating step by step, his bravado collapsing. Monoma's voice cracked as he tried to mask his fear. "Don't think this makes you special. You're just lucky." Izuku cut him off with a sharp glare, his voice like steel. "Luck has nothing to do with it." In a blur, he was behind Monoma, wrapping the tape around him in one swift motion. The stadium erupted with gasps and cheers. Nito Monoma, Yanagi Reiko, Pony T Sunatori, Togaru Kamakiri, and Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B have been eliminated. The robotic voice boomed. Present Mike nearly jumped out of his chair. Holy quads of doom. Izuku just took down 5 students in a single engagement. Did you see that footwork? That precision? That's not just skill. That's straight up dominance. Aizawa, watching with narrowed eyes, muttered, he wasn't even serious. Back in the clearing, Izuku stood tall, wrapping the tape neatly and tossing it aside. His breath was steady, his eyes calm. He looked toward the horizon, speaking softly to himself. If this is the best ambush they can throw at me, then the rest of this round is going to be boring. Izuku exhaled softly and turned to leave, his boots crunching lightly on the damp earth. But before he could take 3 steps, thump, a figure landed lightly in front of him. Momo Yaoyorozu, her tablet in one hand and a gleaming staff in the other, her chest rising and falling from the effort of sprinting here. Her eyes were sharp, though her lips pressed into a conflicted line. "Izuku," she said firmly, staff raised. "I'm sorry, but you're too much of a threat to ignore." Izuku's eyes flicked to her staff, then back to her gaze. His expression was calm, unreadable. Before he could reply, another voice came from behind him. "She's right." Izumi Midoriya stepped from the shadows, her sleeves pulled tight, her stance tense. She gave Izuku a small, almost apologetic smile, but her voice was steady. "If we don't deal with you now, none of us stand a chance in the later rounds." Izuku slowly turned his head, taking them both in, Momo on one side, Izumi on the other. He didn't move into a guard stance. He simply straightened, steam curling faintly from his shoulders. "So you both decided to team up." Momo nodded, twirling her staff into a defensive grip. "It's the only logical choice." Izumi raised her fists, her emerald eyes sharp. "And the best choice we have." Hearing their reply, a faint smirk tugged at Izuku's lips. "You think numbers make a difference?" The words hung heavy in the air. Momo's grip tightened, and Izumi took a step forward. But before either could launch the first strike, crack, the ground frosted over in a flash, ice creeping along the moss. A cold mist spread across the clearing, freezing the stream solid. Shoto Todoroki walked into view, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Izuku. His expression was calm, but there was a heat beneath it, a sharpness. "This isn't just your fight anymore," Shoto said, his breath visible in the cold air. "If you're aiming for the top, you'll have to go through me as well." Izumi's eyes widened slightly. Momo bit her lip. Izuku didn't flinch. His glowing eyes shifted toward Todoroki. "So you came too." The tension in the clearing grew heavier, like a storm about to break. 3 against 1. And then, boom, an explosion tore through the trees, branches splintering, leaves scattering in a fiery shockwave. Bakugo Katsuki stomped into the clearing, palms sparking, a savage grin spread across his face. "I fucking knew it," he roared, his voice dripping with fury and excitement. "All the noise, all the showboating, of course it was you, Shinon." He pointed one sparking palm straight at Izuku. "First place or not, I'm gonna blow your ass straight out of this arena." The four of them stood at different points of the clearing now, the ground itself seeming to hold its breath. Momo with her staff raised, Izumi with fists clenched, Shoto with frost creeping along his boots, Bakugo with palms crackling. And Izuku, standing at the center, posture calm, eyes glowing faint red. He scanned each of them slowly, then exhaled. His voice was soft, almost too quiet, yet it cut through the air like steel. 4 against 1. He rolled his shoulders, the faint hiss of steam rising. "Good." His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. "Maybe this won't be so boring after all." The air tensed, power radiating from all directions, the clearing seconds away from erupting into chaos. And suddenly, the air snapped. One moment, the clearing was still, heavy with standoff tension. The next, boom. Izuku's aura erupted outward like a shockwave, steam exploding from his body in violent bursts. The trees around them shuddered, leaves scattering like panicked birds. The ground itself groaned under the pressure, hairline cracks spider webbing through the soil. It wasn't just power, it was domination. The sudden weight of it crashed down on the four at once: Momo, Izumi, Shoto, and Bakugo. Their instincts screamed at them. Run. Their muscles locked, their breaths caught in their throats. For a terrifying second, none of them could even twitch. Izuku didn't move from his spot. He simply stood there, shoulders relaxed, his eyes glowing faint red as the steam coiled and hissed around him like living fire. And behind him, for just an instant, the air warped. A massive shadow rose from his back, jagged wings unfurling, a serpentine head craning upward. A dragon, ancient and monstrous, its maw open in silent fury. The vision lasted less than a heartbeat. But it was enough. Momo's eyes widened, her staff trembling in her grip. What was that? Azumi's lips parted, her pulse racing wildly. A monster. Shoto's calm broke for the first time, his breath frosting into shaky clouds. His heart pounded against his chest. That wasn't human. And Bakugo, for once, didn't shout. His jaw tightened, sweat beading across his temple as his palms sparked uncontrollably. The hell was that? Izuku's gaze drifted across each of them slowly, like a predator studying prey. His voice was low, calm, but carried the weight of something dangerous and absolute. Your bodies know it already. He took a step forward. The ground cracked beneath his boot. You're standing against someone you can't beat. The aura flared again, swirling violently, and the dragon's shadow flickered once more before vanishing into the haze of steam. Their paralysis cracked only then, each of the four gasping, sucking in breaths as though they had been underwater. Izuku tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. So, his tone was soft, almost mocking. Do you still want to fight? The forest went deathly silent, all eyes locked on him, the boy who stood like a calm storm, a dragon looming in his shadow. The massive holographic screen above the arena flickered, showing the clearing where Izuku stood face to face with Momo, Izumi, Todoroki, and Bakugo. But something strange was happening. On the feed, all four of them had gone rigid, their bodies tense, eyes wide, expressions flickering with something almost like fear. None of them moved, not a strike, not a breath of aggression. Present Mike leaned forward, shades glinting. What's going on here, folks? We've got a stare down in the clearing, but no one's making the first move. This is weird, right? Like, super weird. He jabbed his finger toward the screen. Bakugo not moving. Bakugo. That's like trying to stop a volcano mid-eruption. Midnight tilted her head, lips pursed. They're frozen. But why? Smentos frowned, arms crossed. Maybe they're waiting for an opening. Strategizing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Izuku. Unlike the others, his gaze sharpened, lingering. No, that's not it. Then what is it? Present Mike asked, turning toward his colleague. Aizawa didn't answer. His lips pressed into a thin line. His instincts told him something was happening that couldn't be seen through the screen. Something only those students in the clearing could feel. He muttered under his breath, almost inaudible. What are you hiding, Shannon? Meanwhile, in the forest clearing, the oppressive weight of Izuku's aura lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. The four still felt their instincts clawing at them, telling them to back away, to flee, to give up. But none of them moved. Bakugo snarled, forcing his muscles to obey, sparks crackling violently from his palms. Like hell, I'm scared of you. I'll blast that smug look off your face, Shannon. Shoto's breath steadied, his frost creeping forward again. Power doesn't decide everything. Control does. And I won't back down. Momo swallowed hard, steadying her grip on her staff. Her knees still trembled, but her voice didn't falter. Even if we can't match that presence, we'll fight with everything we have. Izumi clenched her fists, staring directly into Izuku's calm, glowing eyes. Her lips trembled for only a moment before she forced them into a firm line. You're strong, Izuku, but you're not invincible. Izuku stood there silently, watching them. The faintest curve tugged at his lips, not mockery, not amusement, but acknowledgement. So you choose to stand. He lowered his stance slightly, aura curling tighter around him like coiled flame. Good. The air crackled. The moment stretched. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath. They were about to move. To explode into a clash that would shake the battlefield. And then, beep. The speaker's robotic voice echoed across the entire arena. Attention students. The battle royale has ended. 16 participants remain. All others have been eliminated. The sound rang through the clearing like a thunderclap. Everyone froze again, this time from shock. Izuku straightened slowly, his aura dissipating like mist. He exhaled, his glowing eye dimming. Saved by the bell, he murmured quietly. Bakugo's snarl turned into a frustrated roar. What? No, we were just getting started. Shoto's expression returned to calm neutrality, though the faintest trace of tension lingered in his shoulders. Momo lowered her staff, relief and disappointment mingling in her eyes. Azumi's fists unclenched, though her gaze stayed locked on Izuku. The clearing fell silent again, but this time, it wasn't fear holding them back. It was the undeniable end of the round. Light engulfed the forest clearing. Before Bakugo could scream another curse, before Shoto could release the frost building at his fingertips, before Momo or Izumi could take another step. Flash. The next instant, All 16 remaining students were standing in the center of the massive stadium, the cheers of tens of thousands crashing down like a wave. The sudden shift from the quiet, tense forest to the roaring crowd was almost dizzying. Midnight strutted forward in her usual flair, microphone twirling in one hand, her smile radiant beneath the spotlights. "And that's it, ladies and gentlemen," she shouted, her sultry voice booming across the arena. "Our battle royale is over. Congratulations to the 16 brilliant young contenders who survived this brutal round." The audience erupted, names being screamed, applause echoing, and whispers going around. Midnight gestured grandly at the group of 16, her whip snapping against the stage. "But don't get too comfortable, my little gladiators. Because now," her eyes glittered mischievously, "it's time for the final round." The crowd's cheer spiked even louder, thunderous. "The classic event," Midnight continued, her voice dripping with excitement. "The highlight of every sports festival." She raised one finger dramatically. "A one-on-one tournament." The arena practically shook with the roar of approval. Among the students, Izuku stood calmly, his aura gone now, though the faint heat of it lingered in the memories of those who'd faced him. Beside him, Bakugo growled under his breath, fists clenched. Shoto's expression was unreadable, and Momo and Izumi still stole side glances at him when they thought he wasn't looking. Then, Izuku turned, and his expression softened immediately. Hitoshi Shinso stood there, hands in his pockets, his usual tired eyes lighting up faintly with relief. "I knew you would make it through." Izuku gave a small smirk. "You know me." They bumped fists lightly, a quiet gesture that contrasted the roaring crowd around them. "Best friends, side by side again in the finals." Shinso chuckled dryly. "Now the real fun starts. Think they'll pair us up early?" Izuku tilted his head slightly, his glowing eye dimming back to normal red. "Doesn't matter when. You know I won't hold back." Shinso smirked. "Neither will I." Midnight's voice rang out again, pulling all eyes back to the main stage. "And now, the moment you've all been waiting for." She gestured toward the enormous digital screen hanging above the arena. With a whirring sound, it lit up, 16 empty slots appearing in a tournament bracket. One by one, the names of the students began to spin across the screen, glowing before snapping into random positions. Gasps and cheers rose from the crowd with each pairing. The students all stared upward, tension thick in the air, waiting to see who fate would throw them against. Izuku's gaze stayed calm, his arms folded. Shinso stood beside him, watching just as intently. The crowd roared louder and louder as the matchups began to lock in. Ding! The first two names snapped into place. Match 1. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Mina Ishido. The crowd cheered. Present Mike leaned into his mic. "Oh, a wild one to start us off. Shinso, the mind manipulator, against Ishido, the acid dancer. A battle of brains versus adaptability." Shinso gave a soft sigh, scratching the back of his neck. "Guess I'm on stage first." Izuku shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't underestimate her." Shinso smirked faintly. "I never do." The board spun again. The next pairing locked. Match 2. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Denki Kaminari. The crowd pitied him, half cheering, half jeering at Kaminari, who instantly blanched. Wait, what? I have to fight Momo." Momo adjusted her grip on her staff and gave a polite but determined nod. "I'll do my best." Kaminari groaned. "I'm doomed." The third set spun. Match 3. Izumi Yagi vs. Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima pumped his fist. "Yeah, a strong fight already." His grin was sharp, teeth gleaming. Izumi gave a nervous but excited smile. "Guess I'll see how tough you really are." Kirishima grinned wider. "And I'll see how much you can endure." The fourth set locked. Match 4. Shoto Todoroki vs. Mezzo Shoji. The crowd gasped in surprise. Shoji crossed his many arms calmly, his expression unreadable. Present Mike roared, "Now this is gonna be wild." Todoroki's ice and fire against Shoji's multi-armed versatility, can brute adaptability match elemental precision. Shoto's eyes stayed locked on the board, his expression as calm as ever. The board continued. Match 5. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. The entire stadium erupted in excitement. Midnight grinned. "Ooh, what a dark and fiery clash." Bakugo grinned savagely, sparks flaring. "Hey, Bird brains going down hard. Tokiyami's shadow flared around him. His voice was calm, deep. We shall see. Explosive 1. Darkness thrives against fire. The tension between them was already electric. The sixth set spun. Match 6. Ochako Uraraka vs. Tenya Iida. Ochako blinked in shock. Iida. Iida adjusted his glasses, his voice serious. Do not hold back, Uraraka. I certainly will not. She clenched her fists, nodding. Right. The penultimate set locked. Match 7. Mei Hatsume vs. Rikido Sato. A more subdued cheer rose from the crowd. Sato looked tense but ready. In the other hand, Mei just grinned. And then the final match glowed, the names stopping with a chime. Match 8. Izuku Shinon vs. Hyoka Jiro. The stadium went into a frenzy. Jiro's eyes widened slightly, her ear jacks twitching. Seriously, him. Izuku stood silent, his hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Present Mike nearly lost his voice. And there it is, our closing match of round 1. Shinon, the powerhouse who dominated the battle royale, up against Jiro, the sound specialist with nerves of steel. The underdog clash everyone loves to see. The crowd cheered Jiro's name wildly, while murmurs and whispers of awe followed Izuku's calm figure. Midnight snapped her whip, striking a pose. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 16 finalists are set. After a 1-hour break, they will enter this very arena one by one, to face off in duels that will test not only their quirks, but their will, their cunning, and their hearts. The screen flashed again, locking the bracket in place for all to see. However, Izuku wasn't looking at the screen. He was just staring at an empty space, his eye widened a bit. Hey Izuku, you okay? Shinso asked. You have got to be kidding me, Izuku muttered to himself as he looked at the newly popped system screen. Emergency Quest. Quest title. The Invasion by the Demons. Objective. Intercept and defeat the 2 demon nobles and their army before they invade on Earth. Enemies defeated. 0.002. Time until the invasion. 4 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.